somewhat of a bid and then continue on that path to the top side. But yeah, I'm still bearish on this, and I'm going to be full up. I'm going to be frank with you guys as I usually am. I'm bearish on this thing right now. You don't want to hold too much of a bias, but that's my trade plan, right? Like, I'm looking for specific signals and I'm executing on them. I'm not going to force them. I'm going to be patient and wait for them to display themselves. If they display themselves, then okay, I'm going to look to take an advantage. If they don't, then that's fine. I'm sitting on my hands. You can see that so after my first entry, where did I get out at? At 10 o'clock? Right, I got out of my my first trade at 10 o'clock, and I didn't get back in for another hour and 10 minutes, right? So again, I'm in no rush. I'm just being more precise, and I think that's really important. I don't want to just force things, and I told you guys this before. I like putting on good trades for you, but that also requires me to be patient and to get in exactly where I know and where I believe the chart is telling me and what the price action is telling me to get in, Sharif.
All right, guys, PHAT is halted to the upside now at about 746, just south of that $0.50. It is rocketing up. It is now 60% in the clear, 59.06. So here's the information on PHAT so you can make your informed decisions.
One more thing. Dasher Hunter, I'm not sad at all. Why would I be sad? I sold at $230. We're now trading at $300. Right? What am I sad about? Did you not hear that I also bought Robinhood after that?
Tell him,
so I just rotated that. Yeah, what am I sad about? I'm actually not sad at all, to be honest with you. I'm quite, frankly, I'm happy. There you go.
There you go. All right.
Tell
He's
him.
happy. Yeah. All right, PHAT, boys and girls, is halted to the upside. Be careful with this one. Let's see what the open is. So PHAT, I want to give you some information on 55 million share float. 20.33% of that 55 million apparently is board for short. That information could be up to 2 weeks old. Just comparing the float to my platform, Trade Ideas says 55 million share float. My platform says 57. Not that big of a difference. So we're going to keep tabs on that one, okay? I worked into HKPD, excuse me. As it came into the 10 exponential moving average, what do we got? We got 14s on. It's still showing me 14s. Let's see if it holds up at this level. Let's have a look at APLD as well. We're long that at the $0.25. Here comes 45 again. Let's see if we're able to take off some profits here. There's 44s. I'm actually waiting at a little bit south of 50. For whatever reason, it's having trouble at 44, so we'll wet the beak there and maybe extract some more profits to the high side if it is to squeeze a little bit. AGEN though, this one I am kind of worried about. 630 seems like it is a level, even though 635 is the high of the day. What do I have on this one? I've got 21s on. Okay, it's showing me 19s now, so we're 2 pennies out of the money, but I don't mind waiting into 6. Okay, it hasn't even touched the volume weighted average price on the day. So I don't mind actually dollar cost averaging into $6 on AGEN. I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. BSGM as well. I don't know why this didn't trigger, likely because of the spread. I had an order here to dip for a dip trade. It didn't fill. That's okay. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Adair's got news at the big desk.
OMDA, we talked about this IPO a bit earlier. This is a 3-minute chart. It's its third 3-minute candle, priced at $19, opening here at 23, low of 22.30. Nice push to the upside here. This one clearly green. This is like a healthcare company. 7.9 million shares being offered. So the IPO price range, $18 to $20. Filed mid-range here, or sorry, I guess priced mid-range here at $19, opening at 23. So here is OMDA, not quite the big splash that Circle made, but good look for this IPO. Back to you.
Neil's just telling me about what OMDA does. Yeah, it sounds quite interesting, Neil. Yeah, it's like a video library, of health video library, which I think is quite an interesting idea. I mean, you know, it'd be nice to go to a place other than YouTube or, you know, other places where things are not vetted. So yeah, keeping an eye on that. APLD, we're taking all the prints to the high side right now. Very happy with this trade. Only one unfilled level there in the low 60s. So let's go ahead and set up now at 60. I don't even want to have to say 69 anymore, bro. I'm a little annoyed about that. All right, so we're going to set up like that. We're also going to set up at 82s. APLD on the good stuff right now. Maybe that Elon stuff, who knows? We're going to keep an eye, see if we can take out that $0.75 level. Nobody got that joke?
Sorry, brother. I'm just totally
What happened?
invested
Who's
in.
bothering you in the chat?
No one's
I'll block
bothering me. No one's bothering me. Someone asked me to take a look at their super chat.
Okay.
Earlier, and I'm just like focused on.
All right, no
zoned out,
worries.
brother. Sorry.
No, it's okay. All right, so APLD, we're doing real well on this one. Let's see if we can clear that $15 area. Good luck there. HKPD, let's have a look there. This one's still break even, nothing doing. ODMA, though, I'm keeping an eye on that. It's zigging and zagging like crazy with a 25.50 high, trading at around 25 bucks right now. So we'll keep that under watch. And as well, Fatty Girl is supposed to open up, and there it is. So now it's open. Fatty Girl's open, 845 high. It's up 80%. Big boy move up what? Oh, yeah, well, whatever, bro.
Okay.
It is going to halt again, Joseph, at 845. Fatty Girl is, unless it's going to be a false halt right now, 845. Here comes the next halt, next halt level. And now lunch is served. Yes, that is the bell. That is the lunch bell. Shout out to Raquel. Good look there. Joseph, we're continuing to take prints, though, to the high side on our friend APLD as it retraces right above that volume weighted average price. I'm trying to take out the majority of my shares above 15. I perceive there might be some resistance at that $15 level, despite the fact that it's a 1542 high of day. I know. It's all good, Smokey Love. Everything's fine, baby. Everything's fine. All right, let's look at our friend BSGM, because now we got the ad. Okay? So now we got the print on BSGM. We got 792. We're out of the money. 785 now showing me, but it is make or break time now for BSGM. We went very positive on this one initially, and now I am negative on it. And now it's going to have to hold up above the volume weighted average price. I will use VWAP here as my line in this end because it's shown its propensity to respect it. So let's go ahead and throw an order, a stop loss that is, for BSGM south of that $0.50. So I'm going to go like this, and then we're going to put it in for that many shares, and we will give it a healthy spread between the trigger price and the limit price because it is a spready ticker, so it warrants a wider spread between. I know, Adara, but you know what I feel about these spready tickers, that it's okay, it's not your fault. I mean, you're not to blame here. So I love these painters with Adara at the big desk. Get it, Adara. There you go. Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. Joseph, we've got BSGM at VWAP here, so it's make or break time, my man. What's going on your side?
Yeah. I just decided to take some off here a little bit, guys. I'm still going to hold on to half the position here. I was holding on to the majority of it, but we're not breaking, right? The market's tanking and Tesla's holding up relatively well. I shouldn't say tanking, but it's like taking an additional leg lower. So, south of VWAP, it couldn't breach and hold. So yeah, there we go. We're just gonna hold on to what we got for that remainder of the movie.
Hold on to what we got. If you're ready or not, we got each other, and that's all right. But whoa, oh, we're halfway there. Oh, we're living on a prayer.
All right. Anyway, okay. Oh man,
It's Friday, baby. It's Friday, baby.
Crazy. All right, to exit, helped us. Neil got in that one too.
Neil was all up in that, guy. Neil was all up in that.
There you go, man. That was a good time, man. Wow.
Sorry, guys. I apologize there.
We apologize.
Yeah.
I don't, actually. I'm going to be honest. DFDV is Solana coin of MSTR. So this is for a $5 super chat from Terexit Help Desk. DFDV, a Solana clone of MSTR with a SOL reserve, calls on 620, 22.5 strike. It just spiked, and I hope I didn't wait too long to grab that contract. What you think? All right, so I'm sorry I'm not into the abbreviations.
Get him,
so
Joe.
Let's pull it up there. Yeah, I thought it was where you at. I know that one. But let's pull up the options chain here to see what.
My wife started howling, says Boo Burner. That's so embarrassing. Why do we do this?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, guys.
DFP, DV, whatever it may be. DFP.
What happened, Joseph?
Okay, I can't even type either right now.
Everything's
It's a
good?
good day, man. We're pulling it up. I'm gonna pull up the chart, man. Pull up. DF. Why can't I figure that out? DV, that's a tongue twister. Let's see what you got going on. You want some calls on this one. Doesn't seem overly liquid. Let's see what we got going on from a technical standpoint anyways, right? We just take a look at that. See what we got going. AF, DV. DeFi development. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, wow. This is a big time move here that we're seeing. DeFi Development Corp. Very interesting stuff. I've never actually heard of this company. Ooh, okay, so maybe Adara's got something on. I'm hearing her say come to her. But yeah, there we go. So this is what I'm seeing. I don't think you've missed anything, right? So if you truly believe that this is going to be somewhat of a pullback, you'll be getting in at a good range. Are you going to get that precision entry that you're looking for? Maybe not, but if you're considering or you think that your trade thesis that you're going to continuously climb higher and you're just grabbing something off of this pullback, I don't think you've missed that train. Be patient and maybe you get somewhat of a pullback and then look for that continuation to the top side. But thank you very much for that $5 super chat. We're going to send it off to Dara and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
We're still getting trolled.
Yeah, this market here, if you go look at the 15-minute chart, arguably a downtrend. We have lower highs, lower lows. This is the SPY, but I mean, we're still up on the day. We had this nice bounce here off of these lows at 597-ish on the SPY. NASDAQ here looking almost identical, maybe a little bit better here for the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ also has a double top here that the SPY does not have, around 532. Let's talk Broadcom. Truthfully, a lot of the earnings names from today kind of looking like this. They've got a move down initially and then some kind of chop throughout the day. So AVGO, we know that they reported earnings and guided just slightly above estimates. Nothing too exceptional here with this report. Though again, AI revenue strong. They're guiding strong AI revenue going forward as well. Let's talk about Apple. Now, this stock here, great push at the open, petering off ever since. Yeah, Sharif booing here, and I think I might know why. Sharif, I don't know if you know this. I don't know if the audience knows this. I mentioned it earlier, but Bloomberg is reporting that you shouldn't expect too many AI-related announcements at WWDC. Now, this is unfortunate because we know that's the one thing the market was really looking for to save Apple. So WWDC announcements might not include AI. But make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you join us every single day. Make sure you tune in with Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, Neil, please take it away.
Lesson of the day here. Thank you, Adara. And it's brought to you by something that Joe said. I mean, I heard Joe talk about, waiting for your setups. You want to put on a show for everybody, but you've got to trade your setups and be yourself. And at the end of the day, we know ourselves the best. Like, we're no strangers to ourselves. And that's what I love about this. In trading, you got to have rules. So do I. You want to have some full commitment to all your trades because that's what I'm thinking of. And you're not going to get that kind of commitment from any other guy because I just want to show you how I'm feeling today. And I got to make you understand that I'm never going to give you up. I'm never going to let you down. I had to. I had to do it. Sorry, I had to do that one for you guys because someone kept saying that I had to try to rickroll you guys. Anyway, so it does mean stay to your plan and be yourself in your trades. And that's what I want to get to today. Now, obviously, like yesterday, we're all looking longs on, most people were looking longs on Circle, and I, like everybody else, made all my money in the long trade. And sometimes you just have a read in one direction and not the other. And that's fine. It was way better to be, it was way better to be long today, I think, on Circle than it was to be short. But you can't let that, I don't have a read on the long, so I'm not going to trade. You can't do that. Whatever your read is, whatever your style is, you just got to take shots. And you saw me take some pot shots at the 100 with success once into the volume weighted average price. And because I had a short read, I completely missed an obvious long setting. But then you just got to get in and say, okay, well, if I'm looking for these stupid topping tail candle shorts, I got to make sure I get the next one that's available because that's the read I have on the stock right now. And I'm not picking up on the longs very well. So you've got to know the type of trader that you are and just sit around and wait for it. Like, remember we talked about all day long, this happened on Meta, this trend down nonsense that it never broke. And remember I said at the beginning of the show, look at this crazy trend. Someone's selling Meta on all these highs, and then once they grab control, they're selling lower highs, despite the fact of market strength. So today, I simply waited, and because I like a mean reversion trade. So if you waited all day yesterday for Meta to break the trend, it didn't. If you waited all morning for Meta to break the trend, if you know your style, you want one and done, I'm taking the trend break, I'm playing it into VWAP. I like the kind of trade where my risk is here to here, that's tight, that's big, and I can make one of these, I can lose on two of them, and I can be green because of the risk to reward. And those are the types of setups I'm working on. So I don't mind here or there if you win one, lose one. And that's what allows you to be calm and stay in the pocket, as I like to say. stay green, whatever it might be. So I want to thank Joe for that because, oftentimes it's so easy. There are a lot of different styles of trade and personalities on the trading show, and it's so easy to you get this idea, that idea, and to jump into something that maybe isn't you. But for real, as a trader, you have to find what works for you. You can expand upon it, but you always go back to those basics because everybody's going to see the market in just a little bit different of a way. Your entries can't be the same. Your exits can't be the same. You can't try to copy somebody else. You got to do what speaks to you and do something that you like, just like doing a job that you love or whatever it might be. So, try to figure out what you are or who you are as a trader. And when you find it, make sure you stay true to that. So there you go, everybody. By the way, Rick Astley is an absolute legend. There's your lesson of the day. Bye, guys.
No.
You check. All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's talk about some of these trades. APLD, the good one for me right now, so I'll start with that one. That one, we're taking Prince to the high side. We've got 24s on. It's showing me almost 80, so not a bad look. That's the good news. There's a lot of bad news. AGEN, still above the volume-weighted average price. I still have an order here that still hasn't triggered. Front running that $6 level. I'm waiting at 607s. It's showing me 10s. It's got a decent spread here of 2 pennies, so I don't feel the slippage here will be as big of a factor as in some other ones. So my stop below this one is below 590. So I will give it a bit of a buffer zone. Volume weighted average price is right at $6. I don't want to place it in the 90s because of the stop hunting possibilities. I was stop hunted almost every day this week, placing my stop way too tight to the level. So if you got to learn your lesson there. So keeping my eye on that one. Also keeping my eye on HKPD. Where's that one at? There it is. So that one, keeping an eye on this one, looking for a $2 dip trade into that. So that didn't fill. That's interesting. So let's go ahead and see what we get there. So HKPD coming into the volume weighted average price for the first time on the day. Let's see if we can get the fill there. At 04s, anything below 195, I'll be out there. HKPD, we got 7s on, so we're about 4 pennies out of the money right now on this one. But the problem, those ones weren't too much of a problem. BSGM is the bigger problem. I have a big position on in this one, and if it loses that $0.50, we're going to give back everything that we made to the top side on this one. So BSGM really not finding support at the at the volume weighted average price at all. It's not tanking below it, but it's putting in lower highs. So that's what's keeping me concerned that we're not getting the type of buying we should be getting at VWAP or that I would anticipate getting. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. And here comes HKPD into that $2 area. So let's go ahead and put our stop below that level. So we're going to go just like this, and we're going to give it all the way down to 91s. Hopefully we don't get stop hunted there. HKPD, yeah. So there, we're good to go there. Now let's look at APLD, because this one is taking out all my prints to the high side right now, showing me 87s. I'm already waiting at 88s, and then I'm waiting just a little bit below 15. So HKPD, larger position in this one. Let's see if it ends up moving to the high side. Back to BSGM. BSGM here we have at 92s. It's at 70, so we're well out of the money here. It's got a bottoming tail candle at the moment, but it is spready. So let's not, sing or get too excited too quickly about this one, possibly finding support at VWAP, Joseph. So doing some decent trades here, but some bad ones as well. BSGM chief among them, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you for that there. All right, so let's see what we got going on with Tesla. It does look like it wants to break up. So if we do breach some of these levels, then I'll just hop out of this trade. It looked like the market was going to continuously bleed, but Tesla's holding up relatively well. And I mentioned kind of the options pinning that we're experiencing right now. So you can see we're just trading within that range. That's because there's a balance on both the call and the put side. So yeah, we'll just keep an eye out for that. And I mean, one party's going to eventually win. So yeah, I'm just going to be waiting patient to see if I can sit in this position for the remainder of the day, or until it stops me out break even, or I get to take out some partials as well too. So yeah, that's the game plan. I'm curious on Palantir because it's just moving sideways right now. And we know what this name can get like. So is it slowly starting to lose its steam? I mean, eventually it can't stay hot forever, but here you go. You can see we're just going sideways. So chop fest right there. A lot of overlapping candles. So if you're a breakout trader, you just need to be patient and wait excuse me, for those multiple tests, and then maybe you can get a move, but that will be displayed via the volume, right? So just keep an eye on what the profile is telling you, and then if you can see it really start to pick up and amp up, then maybe you can find a direction. But right now, it's not looking overly well. We do have some key resistance zones, and with that being said, we'll pull up the chain to see if we have anything along those lines that's like, hey, why are we just trading within this dollar range? Why are we got a high of 125, and then we got a low of around 124? What is specifically there, and then we can determine some other things like that. So yeah, and thank you everyone in the chat for chiming in on what I just said. Much appreciated. So thank you. All right, so yeah, let's take a look at 125, 124 strike on this week's expiration cycle. So nothing that stands out really. Again, maybe just a lot of sideways price action considering the moves that we've just been on and what has endured over the past couple of months. So coming from April, guys, it's had a, oops, wrong one there. Okay, all right, doesn't want to do it today. All right. Sweet, good stuff. All right, so yeah, anyways, we're up over 100%, right? You just do some simple math, and we go to 60s and then 120, right? So you're up over 100% in a couple of months. Yeah, so Palantir is slowly taking a breath. It did put in a new all-time high again, so pulling back off of that, holding some of these key levels. And again, it just can't go up all the time. You need things to cool off. And that's what I do believe that we're experiencing here in Palantir. Yeah, okay, so it looks like I'm going to get stopped out break even here on this Tesla trade as it's slowly starting to curl over. And that's why I took a little bit more off. We just weren't getting that breakdown that I was looking for. And I was referring to the pinning, so I just had to listen to what multiple indicators were telling me. And the market's slowly starting to curl over as well, too. NVDA breaking through the volume weighted average price. Google is still hovering above VWAP. Apple's relatively weak, but let's take a look at Microsoft to see what we have. Yeah, Apple's not doing too good today, Sharif. But I mean, it had a really
shocked, Joseph. I thought it would be up 10% today by now.
Yeah, what's going on?
You know.
We got to talk with the boys over there in Cupertino. But yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, exactly. Microsoft holding up. Holding under the volume weighted average price. So if it really starts to get rolling, then watch out, the Qs can start squeezing. And this is what I'm looking at here. You can see we got a nice indecisive hammer and you're getting a pullback off of that specific level there. So be patient, don't get out until you need to. NVDA is really ripping right now, guys. So that's a solid look. Gaurav, I know you were long this one. Yeah, so it's held that double bottom to a T. You get a gap up in the pre-market as well too, and it just held the trend. So there you go. Really nice look there from Gaurav. Holds 140, 150 to a T, and then now heading towards some key pivot levels and looking like it wants to head towards the high day as well too, Sharif.
There's just like people. Some tall people, some shorter people, some wider people, some narrower people, some not very bright people, some very bright people.
There's a range.
Right? There's a range, right? We are not created equal, despite what others want you to think. And fact is not equal to the rest. Look at this thing go, bro. 1067 high day. Joseph, can you see a red candle on there?
I don't see any.
I don't see any red candles on there, Joseph. 127% and still going, guys. This thing is on one right now. It is halted again to the upside. 1067 halt level. Time that it halted 12:11:33. Make sure you are timing 5-minute increments off that level there. 12:11:33. Keep your eye out on that. It should be a good look here on PHAT. Obviously, I want no smoke with this one. It's too difficult to trade in. Obviously, liquidity issues being
Charlie, man.
Liquidity issues being what they are because it's barely able to stay open. So BSGM is finding some support here off the volume weighted average price into the 90s it goes. So now I'm break even on it. So now I have to make a decision. Does this bounce off VWAP or is this just a momentary bounce that's giving me an opportunity to get the hell out of there? And, I know I'm probably not going to take it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an order in the mid-90s to see if I can extract some profits here. Now, the problem with BSGM is it's spready. So it's only done 2 million shares on the day, almost 2.1. So even when it gets up into that level that I'm trying to take profit at, it doesn't fill most of the time because of the spread. So I am a little concerned about this one, full disclosure. It didn't trigger me out. I already have my stop in place, but we didn't get triggered out. But I don't have a good feeling about this one. APLD I have very good feelings about because I'm almost exhausted. The prints on this one, it just got up into 15. We're long at the $0.25. I only have one print here that didn't print at the 15 penny level. So let's take some shares off on this little down move here on APLD. But this could be a lower high here on APLD. So I am kind of concerned about that. I'd like to extract the majority of the profits or my shares into the 70s and 60s in case this one does come back down and try to come back into that third of a dollar give and take. So that is of concern to me there. Let's have a look at AGEN. Still not getting the print despite the fact that it's at my level. We're going to have to see if this one bounces off VWAP. VWAP now on AGEN 601. So I'm front running it at 605 for a dip trade there. Let's see if we get the fill on that bad boy, but not much to really report on that one. HKPD did find some support there. Where's my HKPD trade? Sorry to flip between screens. It does seem to find some support possibly at that $2 level. $2 is also the volume weighted average price. Actually, $1.99 is technically VWAP. So I've already placed my stop on this one below the volume weighted average price. So we're going to have to see which way this cookie crumbles. So HKPD, AGEN, BSGM, and APLD. I'm involved in all of those. I am keeping an eye on the new IPO, ODMA. It is trading at around 25.71 now. I'm also keeping an eye, obviously, on PHAT because it's rocketing up to the high side, and I should probably cover that for you guys, even if I don't trade it. But I really don't have anything else at the moment. I think I'm nursing 4 positions at the moment. So we'll keep tabs on that. Anything you want me to look at, or Joseph to look at, just tag us, let us know what you need, and we will be more than happy to assist in that regard. It's Friday. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. It's beautiful weather outside in Toronto. Hoping it's beautiful where you guys are as well, because we've got a great weekend coming up here with some sunshine and some good weather.
I've got sunshine.
Not humidity, though, because it's going to be like mid-20s. And because you know how I feel about the humidity, bro.
You know how I feel, bro.
All right. Christopher Leroy, Sharif, are you trading real yet? No, I am not, because the back office has not cleared it yet. So we're still waiting, okay? Am I good? Okay, I'll do it in a minute. Thank you, Neil. Neil submitted a ticket, so hopefully it's cleared. I'm going to have to log back out and log back in to check that. Kazam wants us to look at Vero, V-E-R-O. Let's have a look at V-E-R-O. Not Veru, Fahad, Vero. So Vero is, what is this one doing? Why does it change like that? VRO. Have a look at this. Venus Concept up 35%, but well below the volume weighted average price. This one isn't for me, so I have 2 rules for these small cap gappers. I have they got to be above the pre-market high, and they have to be above the volume weighted average price. This one meets neither. Why? Because the pre-market high is 458, and we are trading at 323. So we haven't cleared the pre-market high. In addition, the volume weighted average price is at 377. We're trading at 323. So I would have nothing to do with VRO, Joseph.
All right, cool. If you want a prop firm that's transparent, fair, and actually wants you to succeed, listen up. PropX gives you a 1 to 200 leverage, one of the highest out there, and no high watermark. Fast payouts, real support, and a team that's on your side.
Thanks,
that's
Neil.
why you're rated at 4.6 on Trustpilot and climbing. Use code TraderTV to get 50% off of your challenge right now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with PropX. Pass the challenge, get funded. It's that simple, folks. So yeah. Go check it out there, ProfX, and see if that's for you specifically. Yeah. Oh, so everything's
going,
everything's working for you. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Everything.
I have to find out.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get that ball rolling there for sure. And maybe I don't know if I can do the test early. I mean, if I could just get it done with, that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, so send it over.
It's really my fault. I want to make very clear that it's nothing to do with the company.
No.
They sent me multiple emails to do the test, and I just kept forgetting to do it. And then I did it when I was logged out, and you know, it takes time to process. So it's nothing to do with the company. It's on me, guys. Just want to make that very clear. Dara's at the big desk.
Dara's at the big desk.
Because of some comments coming here from Fed's Harker saying that amid uncertainty, it's still possible that the Fed can cut rates later this year. Also, a bit of a nuclear story. It's not really moving the stocks. I think we have to wait to kind of see how this is going to impact stocks, if anything. But I'm seeing, according to sources here, some things circulate. Apparently, the U.S. Department of Commerce is suspending licenses to export nuclear plants to China. So again, reports here, again, I'm not seeing where these are coming from or who's reporting them, but apparently, the Department of Commerce is suspending some license here to export nuclear plant parts to China. Does not seem like it's impacting any of these nuclear names, but just letting you guys know the story's out there. Back to you.
Live.
He's
Assassino, can we switch to live, please?
Yeah, we gotta,
Thank you.
You got to switch up that old one there.
See, you get Neil to do it, the ball starts rolling
Neil,
there.
can you send me the test by any chance?
It's in the Metro, brother.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let's see if we can get that done. I'll just get it out of the way because it is coming up soon for me, right?
Usually
so
you get an email 30 days.
Yeah. So it is coming up soon. So I would rather just get that out of the way, be proactive on that front. But Apple looking, Sharif, Apple taking a nosedive down here.
I'm very shocked
on this one. He's not. You can tell he's not very enthused about what Apple's got going on there. 200. I still think this is going to be a good time to buy this name. I mean, if it does crack that support, then not going to be a good look. But yeah, one thing that I wanted to talk about here was just kind of adding to potential trades that I still. So a month ago or so, I whenever this is. So there we go. When I first started buying some more Bitcoin in my swing account, got to ride this whole trend, fantastic stuff. But now I want to also try to grab that additional leg higher. So what I'm looking at here is you can see that we have some key resistance and support zones. We have an engulfing candle right here, but then we just gained back what we lost on yesterday's price action. So my trade plan on this one for me to either grab contracts or shares, I haven't decided yet, is that once we sit on top of this range right here, that's when I'm going to look for the continuation of this trend, considering we have now cracked that and we are in an uptrend right now. So that is that game plan right there on, this is Bitcoin, guys, not Apple. So yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking at, 105,000. We sit on top of 106, open up on the higher end of this resistance zone, then I think that's when we're going to make that move past this previous all-time high and then construct a new one and head into price discovery once again. So that's the game plan on that. It may take a couple of days, and that's what I mentioned, guys. And I was talking about it yesterday. When you're swing trading, you don't need to be in a position all the time. Sometimes cash is the best position for you while you wait. It may take a week, it may take a couple weeks, it may take a month for that precise entry, but then when it does display itself, that's when you have to, it's your job to take advantage of that. And that's exactly why I tell you guys about my trade plans, whether it's CRM, Bitcoin, NVDA, Amazon, whatever it may be, I display that to you and I let you know what my trade plan is. And then as I'm going through the execution and sitting in the positions, you guys know about it there, Sharif. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at. Sorry, 60, we're tapping on to 60 in Bitcoin. So this is a positive sign. If I can wait until Monday morning, which I'll have to, and we're sitting on top of this range, that's going to be an add opportunity.
Bang. All right. Big time move down here for, what's it called? Fatty. So Fatty's headed down. It's aggressively bouncing out. Keep your eye, though, on 10 1/3. 10 1/3, or sorry, 10 2/3, excuse me. That's the previous area halt level. If we lose that level, we're likely going to continue to drop down more aggressively here. So let's give this one the old college try. We're going to get long here. We're going to give this to 10 2/3. I'm just trying to think if I want to wait for a little bit of a dip trade here as it zigs and zags with that level. I just don't want to be caught in a down halt. That's the thing. And so now here we go. So coming in aggressively into that level. Can we hold the level? Adara, what's up?
I want to bring this guy to your guys' attention. EMR, this is Emerson Electric, dropping pretty harshly. I mentioned that nuclear story, but I said I wasn't really sure which stocks would be impacted. Seems like MER is being impacted. So just to recap that story, Reuters reporting that the U.S. Commerce Department is suspending license to export nuclear plant parts to China. These nuclear names themselves weren't moving, but I guess these names were involved in the export process, potentially including EMR, are getting a bit of a drop on that catalyst. Also, just so you guys know, Philly Fed President Patrick Harker is set to retire at the end of the month. Don't know who's replacing him yet, but it looks like I might have to update this infographic, which is the entire group of the Fed. So yeah, you can check this out on X at TTV Research. Patrick Harker, this individual in the bottom here, will not be on this for long because he is retiring. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, guys. This is one of the most valuable parts of Trade the Pool. It's called VOD, which stands for Video On Demand. It's a library a free resource-filled library with real trading stories, strategy deep dives, and practical insights to help you grow as a trader. So whether you're looking to improve your entries or manage risk a little bit better, or actually just stay motivated, this is where experience meets education. And to make sure nothing valuable, slips through the cracks or anything like that, there's a note feature embedded right in the program. You see something worth remembering, you click note, you write it down, and it stays saved right inside the video. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, you head on over to tradethepool.com, tap the trading VOD, and start completely free. Shout out to Mitch and the cat guy. Katz, I think, is the CEO. With a great cut. Michael Katz, thank you, Adara. I'll always rely on Adara's memory. John Del Segno telling me Netflix is booming over here. Let's have a look at NFLX. Or it's not booming, it's actually down on the day. Okay, let's have a look at NFLX.
Do you own it? Do you own Netflix?
I don't, no. I did buy it for a swing at $275.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I feel fantastic about holding it there, right?
Yeah.
No, in all seriousness, I don't own Netflix. It's a bit of a, down move on the day, but what are we down here, John? We're down 1%. Didn't we just put all-time highs yesterday? Yeah, we did. Yesterday was another all-time high day, with the high there being of, the high was exactly 1262.81. Ended up closing at 1250. Nice round number there. The high of the day today is 1260. So, I don't think this is bad at all. I wouldn't be shorting Netflix here. There's no signal here to short. It's above all the moving averages. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. There's just nothing wrong with this stock. Dude, since I bought this, and I bought it like in 22, okay? Oh, I don't even want to look at it. Yeah, it's not the biggest. I've seen bigger. It's not even a 10 bagger, but that's still
close,
620%. Yeah,
that's
not bad. Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super expensive. We should probably do a little bit of a pool when this one splits, because you just feel like it's coming in for a split. Adara doesn't want it to split.
We need it to split. We need it to split. I mean, if it wants to hit that $1 trillion market cap, I think it needs to, because you have you and I just sitting here like, okay, we would like to get involved in this name, but it is relatively expensive. And I think it'd bring a lot more retail into the space as well. I agree. You can trade it from an intraday standpoint. It's not something that I'd be personally looking at, right? It's a $1,000 ticker, but yeah, I mean, a split would be nice, and I think that'll do a lot for investors. I want to take a look at Meta. All right, I can't wait for the update on the Jimmy Carter Day picks. Did we get an update, Adara, of this month? This month?
Didn't she just do it?
She did. She did it. All right,
Joe.
Yeah. So hey, Sharif, brother, Meta is definitely climbing the wave, but Tesla doing me dirty once again. We're only 6% off of those all-time highs here. So a big-time monster run from Liberation Day, the lows here, and then all the way trading up a 44% return right there, just like that. Again, surprisingly, Meta has never split either, so that's very interesting. And I used to own Facebook at like $100. It was one of the first. It's so funny. Like, I go back and I look at my early 20s before I really took trading serious. I knew absolutely nothing of what I was doing. I owned, so I'll go through like my a younger Joe's portfolio. We'll go over that. So I owned Canopy Growth Corp, Afria, Aurora Cannabis, some TD. I then eventually rotated into some Facebook, which it was called back in the day. And then I sold everything except for my worst holding position, and that's going to be Aurora Cannabis, where I'm down 99% on that. But I mean, I'll hold on to that until I have to write it off for a tax purpose. But yeah, I mean, I had Facebook way back in the day. I'm talking 2017 maybe. So it was $152, 2018. If we go back all the way to 17, yeah, $123. And I'm pretty sure that was roughly my average. But I didn't have a click or a clue what I was doing via trading. And it's funny, I told everyone this story too, and I told you it, Sharif. So when I lived in Liberty Village all the way back, even though I live there now, I lived there with a friend back in 2016, 17. He said, Joe, you're sitting on too much cash, you need to invest it. My cousin, he bought Canopy Growth Corp. I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, like, yes, Justin Trudeau is looking to legalize this. I'm like, yeah, okay. Still knowing relatively nothing. Decide to put as much money as my grandmother would let me funnel into these asset classes because it was my own. She's like, don't put all your eggs in one basket. To this day, I still am mad at her for that, but it is what it is.
Can't blame
right?
grandma for
can't
that.
blame grandma for that. Yeah.
No, man.
No, we're not blaming. We're not blaming Dreama. But yeah, anyway, so I just put a bunch of money into Canopy Growth Corp and the weed stocks, and then you've seen what happened with the Canadian names here once it became legal, and then I sold a lot of everything except for the one that I lost out on, and then I presumed to buy some Meta, and then I forget what happened back in the teens. Something happened where it wasn't a good look for Facebook. I forget exactly what that catalyst was, and then my grandfather is like, yeah, Joe, Facebook's done. So then I sold everything, and then sure enough.
Really?
Yeah. I think it might have been this day too. It's funny thinking back in 18. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we don't even have my screen up. But yeah, that's that. We're going off to Adara.
All right, Adara.
Here's the market. Just be aware, Fed's Harker still speaking. He said that he still thinks it's possible the Fed can cut rates later this year, even amidst all the economic uncertainty. He did add, though, that he's worried that the quality of economic data is eroding. It's unclear if he thinks that the quality, the data itself is eroding or how effective it is eroding. We don't know yet. But either way, he's worried that there is an erosion of the quality of economic data. I think the key thing, though, is he thinks it's possible for the Fed to cut rates later this year. He did not specify when, but they usually don't. Back to you.
Thank you for that. With buying Canopy, and I thought it was going to 1,000, and you'd be having Lambos. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. And it's funny because I was like, you're in your early 20s, right? And I'm just like looking at my account, like with just pure like, wow, I didn't even know. I thought it was like, this is so easy. Why didn't I think of doing this a long time ago? But I had like a $4 average on Canopy Growth Corp and sold the majority of it around like 35, 40 bucks, and it went to 50. And then I'm just like, yeah, wow, that was a great time. I'm not going to tell you what I did with the proceeds after that, but I mean, it did help fund my condo purchase. Other than that, yeah,
that's what I want to hear, man.
Exactly. The other stuff.
Say more.
The other stuff you don't necessarily want to hear, but we'll keep that between you and I. Keep that between you and I. But I know it's just fun, right? Yeah, everybody knows what it's like in your 20s and stuff like that.
Of course,
living on your own and just have it. So yeah, it was a good time, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for that next big move. So that's why I'm heavily invested in some other things, and I enjoy doing this. I absolutely love it. As stressful as it may be, yeah, it's hell. It's Halle Berry stressful. What the heli stressful? So yeah, you know what I mean. So the Heliante.
That's great, dude. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, here we are. We're still sitting in this Tesla trade. It's just, but this is what I talk about. The options pinning, right? When you have kind of an equal amount on both the call and put side, Sharif, you see type of price action like that's being displayed here in Tesla. So one party either has to capitulate, close a lot of these contracts because they do expire today, and then when that comes, then maybe you'll be able to find a more definitive direction than what we're experiencing right now. But it is also an inside day as well, too. So take that into consideration. We had a massive engulfing session yesterday, and now we're just trading within that range. Not even, we're just within an inside day on that one. So yeah, that's my game plan and a little life story.
All right, guys, we're in Fatty Girl. We're back live here, so we're in at the $0.25. I've extracted a lot of the profits up. Boom! To the high side. Taking out all the prints. We're back live, baby. We're 50 pennies in the money on this. Let's set up some now at 77s. Go, Fatty Girl. I love these stocks. Let's go, baby. Come on, showing me 70s. Daddy wants 77. Let's go, baby. Come on now. Let's go. I sound like a psycho. I like it. So we're going to wait here for 77s. Now, I put my order there at the $10 area to add more, okay? I like this higher low candle that it's got right now on. Here we go. Does it fill me on this candle? So now I'm filled. I've only got a little bit left. Right back up, baby. Right back up into that level. We're going to take profits again. Boom! All right, we're back live. We're doing it freaking live every day. And there we go. We get stopped out for the remaining amount. Stay positive on this one, though.
Stay positive.
Boom! Yes. Yeah, so much better than trading in sim. Anyway, so let's keep an eye on that one. Good trade there on Fatty Girl. Let's keep an eye on that one. I take this one north again if it clears 11.5. I perceive that's where the resistance is. The current candle high just a little bit below 11.5 at 11 1/3. And then the prior candle, not the prior candle, this candle here was not able to close above 11.5. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. But as you see, I've got other positions on. We're in FCell as well as BSGM. So let's go and have a look at what my friend BSGM is doing. All right, we're doing well on this one. We got 88s. It's showing me 96. Let's take some profits here in front of that whole dollar level. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles in a row now with higher lows. It's not necessarily rocketing up above 8. It's actually, in fact, having trouble with that $8 level. So I'm keeping my eye out on that. I'd like to see a break above $8. My problem with BSGM was the same problem that I had in the sim, which is it's awfully spready. 6 pennies on a $7 name, and it's only done 2 1/5 million shares on the day. That's not that much for a name like this, okay? That's up 38%. That's got a lot of eyes on it. It's on my scanner. It's on your scanner. So let's see what this one does. We're going to wait to see where this cookie crumbles, and it just took out all my levels, man. Spin the damn money, man. There we go. All the levels just got taken out there. Into 807 we go. We're going to take more wins to the high side. Yeah. Can you tell what I'm hyped? You can tell if I'm hyped because I'm live as opposed to being in the sim. 809 now showing up on the level 2. Let's see if we can get some more on this one. We have shares here, man, on BS. Before I got shut down on live, I was taking larger shares, and I'm taking them again here. So we're going to keep looking for this one to move to the high side. Let's set up some more prints now. We're going to wait at 16s, and then we're going to wait at 25s. Let's go ahead and wait at 25 as well. And then we're also going to wait at 33s. Shout out to that. So let's see if we can get some more to the high side there. Good break of 8. Let's see if it's a false break, though. Ideally, I'd like, well, ideally, obviously, I want a continuation through 8, but knowing full well that there could be bamboozlement. All right, 818 now showing up. We're taking prints almost into the 20 penny area now. It's just got to cross a little bit more. I'm waiting at 17s. It's showing me 18s. Boom, again, man. There it is. Up into the high side on BSGM. Good look here. What's up, Bob? No, nothing.
What's up,
just
buddy?
Trading BSGM, no big deal. Yeah, it's good.
Bring
We're in the money.
All right, let's go. We're going to steal a page out of Katina Man's. There we are. Say Katina. Ooh.
What do you got there?
There's a big time with the salmon there.
Hold it down for them.
Some russet.
Salmon, we got
Some spuds.
couscous, we got some salad.
Boom.
What's the dipping sauce in there?
I don't know, it looks like
I'm going
some,
to try it.
Can I say something to you? I hate when they put the dipping sauce that's balsamic vinegar based.
because the oil leaks.
I just don't like balsamic vinegar on my salad. I know a lot of people like that. It's a regular dressing. I like those ones that
like
are
the
not
creamy
balsamic
ones,
vinegar.
though? All
See the sweet ones that they've been putting on lately? The salad dressing? I like those. I like those a lot more, man.
I'm not the big fan of the strawberry one, to be honest. They used to have a strawberry one. You like the strawberry one?
Me?
Salad dressing, yeah.
Yeah, I like the sweet ones.
Yeah, you don't like the balsamic?
No, balsamic. No, I don't like the balsamic, Joseph. I don't like it at all. All right. Nah, guys, I eat salad. What are you guys talking about, man? Guys, when you eat a lot of protein, there are some certain issues that come with a high protein diet. I'm not talking to you, Ram, all right? So you have to supplement it with fiber.
All right. Okay, that's it.
Boo!
I'm done.
Sorry, Adara. Adara
No,
is like
I'm done.
taking.
I'm done.
You're done? What?
Yeah,
What?
I'm done. I don't want-
Because I'm saying you gotta have some fiber?
No.
What's so bad about that?
Listen.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Linda.
Yeah, I've left before.
Linda.
I thought he was gonna do it as well. I don't understand why this is so controversial, man. Like, can't a brother talk about some fiber?
Yeah, we can talk about the fiber if you really
I'll
want.
talk about fiber if I want. Yeah. We having a good time, baby. Dave hates 808s. You're making me laugh, bro. Oh, man. All right, guys, we're having a great time. We're doing it live, literally and figuratively, because we're taking prints to the high side right now. 817 showing up. We got 75s on my friend BGSM.
Yeah,
Nobody got that either, huh? Nobody got that. All right, it's okay. So we've set up at the $0.25 and $0.33. Go Bills. Woof? I don't know, bro. You tell me. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about over there. I don't know what he's talking about, Ob. They expect me to know. I have no idea. The midday show is now unwatchable. See you later, Mike. Feel free to shut off your screen, brother. We'll see you later. Peace. Anyway, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. Joseph, what do you have on your side, my man?
I'm still sitting in this pinned trade here. Apple's just continuously bleeding. The market just kind of moving eastbound and not even down. That's what I'm looking for here, guys, specifically. So again, we'll just be patient. If we get this breakdown, then we're going to add through the move through the volume weighted average price, and then look for that move continuing to the downside. So yeah, that's the game. All right, Dijon mustard. Big Green Day. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to tell me what your favorite condiment is. It seems to be Dijon. I'm a big mustard guy myself. Mustard and cheese, good combination. I love those on both of them. The market is full. Oh, okay, all right. Sorry, big spile. Yeah, there we go. Big spiles in the chat here. I think
cash as usual.
Okay, I'll read the majority of the sentence. The market is full of fiber. That's why it's going to tank. All right. So.
Oh, I love how he has us in his ear.
I mean?
He's a hell of a guy. He busts his ass for his family. He's a hell of a hard worker.
Yeah.
But he's always got us with him, and I always love that, man. Shout out to Big
As soon as we kind of lead towards that direction of the conversation, he's most definitely going to be chiming in.
You know he's coming in.
He's coming in. But I'm starting to feel a little bit more alive here as well too. See that? What's the song? Like, I'm alive. All right. Anyways, but we've been in too much song and dance today. But yeah, but let's go. Did you ever tap dance?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay, all right. So you don't tap dance, just b-boy.
No, just b-boying.
All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, let's see if we get this breakdown. I can't believe how weak Apple is. I don't know if there's anything specifically behind it, but what a strong 5-minute opening drive to just give all of that move back, which is slightly surprising. I mean, you would look for a continuation, right? So as an orb trader or whatever your style is, excuse me, you see a massive engulfing candle like this, I'm personally looking for a continuation. But at some point, you do just have to give up on the fact that it's like, hey, we're not seeing any relative strength in the tape or anything along those lines. So you just got to give up that thesis. But that's what I've seen displayed. I'm like, am I going to be longing Apple today off of this big candle? But it's not displaying any forms of strength that I would want to for the long side. And then if we break it down to the lower time frames, like this is just some straight to the downside price action, giving up that opening range and continuing to do so. And I'm surprised it hasn't dragged the market down more with it, but I guess from a percentage gain, it might still be, maybe slightly negative. No, it's positive on the day considering the pre-market trading right there. So we'll pull it up to see what we got going on. I mean, I thought it would drag the market down with it, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So we'll take a look at Apple. So yeah, we're still up a 1% on the session. So yeah, there it is. I mean, stuck in this range as well too. I don't even look at the options chain I mentioned to you guys before in my earlier days of trading. This is exactly what Jim Cramer says. Oh, he says this, and he says it about a couple names, and I stuck to that. Is own it, don't trade it, right? Unless there's a specific catalyst for that underlying, from a day-to-day basis, Apple will always display that high amounts of volume. So that can obviously lead you, if you're running a high volume scan, you'll see Apple and NVDA being pulled up on a daily basis, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's in play. And I think there's a big difference that you need to understand in that. Just because it shows up on the scanner doesn't necessarily mean that it's in play and fits your trading criteria.
Well said, Dave, dude. That's actually quite an important point to bring up. Guys, I want to bring to your attention, Bovin. You there, Bovin? I'm not waiting for you to respond, Bovin, because I can't hear you.
He's there.
Yeah, and I'm playing. UMAC, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. There's not anybody else, but UMAC 861 right now. Look at this beauty, 31% give or take, and awfully respectful of that green line, which is a 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Look at this. Bovin, what do you think about this, brother? Should I be putting a dip trade right at that 10 EMA, or are we extended here, Bovin? Let me know what you think. Let's do a little TA. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so we're on a multi-day run here on UMAC. What the hell is this company? Unusual Machines, $212 million market cap, done about 5.15, I should say, million shares on the day with a float of 6.2 million shares. Let's find out what the short float is and compare the float. So this, my platform saying 6.2, trade ideas saying 22.25. Doesn't matter. It looks like the short float's larger either way. 18.16% borrowed for short. of the float. This is the daily chart on UMAX. You can see it's coming obviously from a downtrend there, but locally, like when you look at that 15, locally it's a beauty. Started running June 2nd, basically since the beginning of the month. It's been putting in higher highs and higher lows. Today, absolutely no different, 861 high, and I'm looking for that area as well. I'm going to be looking for like an 8 1/3, maybe 840, give or take at that area. I'll be looking to buy this one. So UMAC, a new entrant on to the small cap gapper chart there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and load it up. Though on a trading screen, PHAT is really losing it right now to the downside. So PHAT is losing the volume weighted average price. Bovin says, I will get in if it drops to around 8. Shout out to Bovin. So $8, Bovin? Yeah, you're looking at that area support. That's a little too deep for me. I'm either 770. That's where VWAP is, or I'm at 8 1/3 because that's where the 10 EMA is. So that's what I'm talking about there. Let's go ahead, though. Before we go to Adara, I'm just going to load up UMAC on the trading screen. It doesn't trade on the NQ. It's not on the NYSE either, so it's likely on the MX. It is on the MX. Adara, LePage, what's happening up there?
Sharif, Gabriel, and everyone watching, I'll tell you, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Easy Trading Computers. Traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. It is only for Trader TV viewers. So scan the QR code, enter your email, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale ends June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So scan that QR or click the link in the description box. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Thank you for that, Adara. Okay. Donald's posting.
What do you say?
Oh boy.
Say no, yeah,
I got notifications.
The market is heading towards some lows as well too, Sharif, there. So let's see if this has any influence on what's going on here.
Here's what he wrote.
From a trading standpoint. Talk to me.
He's congratulating the chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, Ted Cruz.
Okay.
A former enemy, of course, because they ran against each other in 2016, but obviously since that time, they have really not been enemies. Chairman of the Senate Armed Services, okay, Roger Wicker, okay, he's just congratulating everyone. American leadership in 6G. We're talking about 6G now, not 5G. We will have the world's greatest networks and ensure the highest level of national security for future generations of Americans. Biden did nothing on the spectrum in 4 years, but thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, my administration will beat all expectations and show the world the path forward. Shout out to Donald.
Yeah, I need a third term, man.
Dude, do not get the Americans started about that in the chat. That's crazy right there.
Crazy, I know.
Yeah. Did you see those Trump 2028 hats making the rounds
No
online?
way.
Oh, constitutional crisis.
Yeah. Jeez, that's crazy.
No, I don't want that, bro.
No, we don't.
We
wanna
need
go down
some
that road.
calm.
Some calmness back into the market.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
We need a little bit of.
I mean, I'll be like the first little while. You know how I kind of flipped the switch. I was infuriated, but then I've been having a good time once things turned around. But yeah, I mean, it was I think it was a really, really good learning experience from a trading standpoint. Just kind of knowing the run that we've been on for the past couple of years, and then just the sentiment shift. I think it's, you don't want to look at it too negatively. Obviously, a lot of people lost a lot of money and unrealized, realized, whatever it may be. But just look at it as a learning experience and what happened, what came after that, right? So the market's been on a monster run. We're only about 2%, maybe even less now off of those all-time highs, considering, did we gain all that ground that we lost yesterday, Sharif? No,
we were almost at 22,000.
Yeah.
We did lose a little bit.
But I mean, we gained a lot of it back, right? We got a gap up this morning as well too. So yeah, I mean, we're probably only about 2% off of those all-time highs. So I can't complain too much about that. Hopefully, people were buying up at those lows because Donald was right. It's been a really, really good buying opportunity. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but but now you have this in your playbook, right? So when you just have such a euphoric market that's been just just on a bull run for the past couple of years, and then you can see that extension just continuously growing, and then you have something that can come in that can be a major sentiment shift. I think that's really good to add to your playbook, and whether it goes your way or not, it's a big time learning lesson, and that's exactly how I'm looking at it, whether it be 4 years down the road, 3 years down the road. If we're on a monster run like that and anything along those lines comes into the headlines, then it's a good opportunity to lock in some unrealized and then let that volatility just slowly allow you to get back in, right? Like if things start to tank and you get those 25% pullbacks, then I think that's going to be a great buying opportunity. So don't look at the scenario too negatively. Try to find something positive out of it, and that's exactly what I've been doing.
No, I'm not in the dollar club. Bro, I love being back live. Boom!
You, man.
On FCell, baby, right at that $7 area, 21 pennies in the money off that VWAP dip trade. The only thing I lament here, not having added a little bit more into that 6.90 dip. We took out all the prints. No, it's not a dollar club, guys. Come on now. Katina Man would be very disappointed if to know that the dollar club got hit when it wasn't actually a dollar club. But shout out to the Katina Man. He's out today doing daddy duties at the baseball diamond. Shout out to him.
Hockey rinks.
Hockey rinks. My bad. Why do I keep thinking baseball diamonds? Because she does play baseball as well. That's why.
Too. High Park. I used to play ball hockey at High Park.
Okay. Good to know. So we took out. No, I don't mean to be sarcastic.
I know, but
just what? What do you want me to do with that information, bro?
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro.
It's Friday, dog. It's Friday, dog. All right. So FCell, we take out all the prints there. I took out all the way into 22s. Now I'm set up at 25s. Let's go and set up some more as it zigs and zags. So this one has been zigging and zagging. We're going to wait at 28s now. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Let's go back to BSGM. It's holding 8. But it's not making any higher highs. So we weren't able to clear that quarter of a dollar. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. We're holding at $8, and we're above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, which I do like. But I am kind of concerned that we make a retracement back into the volume weighted average price, which I obviously don't want. I've got 83s on. VWAP is below that. It's at 69s. So the question for me is, if it does dip into VWAP, do I stop out or do I add? Now, I am kind of concerned because I see this pattern many times. That area high, that lower high, with that same area bottom. We know what that is, baby. It's a flat bottom break. And I want nothing to do with that because I'm not short this name. So, yes, I will likely stop out, break even. I will put it maybe at 7.79, so we'll risk like 4 pennies just so that I don't get stop hunted. But we're doing it freaking live on this one. Let's see if we can take out some more. We still have shares on this one. That's the thing. So maybe I'll wet the beak here a little bit. Just take some out just to de-risk a little bit. So that's what we'll do. FCell zigging and zagging, but I got a substantial amount out there, so I'm happy about that. UMAC is still putting in 3 lower highs. So since that candle closed at 1240, the 1245 candle has a higher low but a lower high. And this 1250 candle now also has a higher low, but yet a lower high. Here it comes again into that 10 exponential. I think I'm going to buy it here. Now, here's the deal. With UMAC, I'm not going to get too much. We're going to go small on this one. So we're going to go small initially, and then I want to see what it does at the 10. Does it lose because it hasn't lost the 10 all day on the 5. So we're doing it freaking live right now. We're going to go long. It's not filling me, which is fine. We're gonna try to get it over here at 45s. Now we're long at 45s. I'm going to add into 37. Okay, we'll put it at 38 to front run it. So that's my thinking right now on UMAC. It's a good one, but is it extended? It's up 29.5%. It gets into that 861. It puts a 2-candle retracement, not like we haven't seen a 2-candle retracement on the day. So that's the situation we're in at 45. You know, we're small size right now, so we're going to have to scalp out, little. But ideally, it does pull into my other entry there, and then we do get the ad. Let's go back to FCell, because now we're break even again on this trade. $7 after moving into that 720. I don't know if I like this one anymore. That's the thing. Yeah, FCell is it's putting in lower highs. So even though I did get that boom off that We're flattening out FCell here. I don't like it anymore. Okay. So that's the end of the trade on FCell. And that's how I feel about that. All right, let's go back to UMAC. It's already moving up without me, without getting the ad. Come on, bro. All right, so we'll get the print there, but we got small size on, so this trade is not really gonna matter all that much, but that's okay. We'll set up another beak wetter into the mid 60s there, see if we can get, ideally does come back in and dip trade so we can get a little bit more on this one. What else we got in the chat here? Dorothy. Dang, VG. Dorothy, I told you, VG's a monster. It's a nat gas adjacent name. We were trading it, a couple of days ago. Look at that rounded bottom manifest on VG here on the daily. Let's go to the 5, see what Dorothy's talking about. It's up and to the right, Dorothy. You were right. I should have been listening to you on this one. I traded it a few days ago. It's been having a great week. And it's continuing to have a great week. Look at that. You can tell what day I was trading it based on the ticker symbol there. So we were trading it on the 3rd, which was a Tuesday, I believe. We ended up making a local area high. We sell off a little bit yesterday. And today, we put in that higher low and right back above 15. But keep your eye out, Dorothy, for that 15 2/3, 15 3/4. In case we do clear that 15, we had a lot of resistance there on a previous day. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, so that's the situation for UMAC, let's go back. FCell is still at that level that I don't care about. And BSG, I'm holding 8, Joseph, but not really rocketing up either.
Let's say, maybe we got okay, maybe I just have to do a transaction. It says I'm not in any positions. I am still currently short Tesla. Gaurav and I have been talking about this. We're just stuck in that consolidation zone right now. So we have to be more patient to find which way it's going to break. And I mean, with something this lengthy, I did notice on the lower time frames, Gaurav, is that we're slowly starting to pick up on that selling pressure. So that's a good display right there.
What do I do here?
I'll have to make a transaction just so it can go back onto the board here. So I'll do that right now for you guys. I'll take a little off, nothing, just so it's displayed, right? There we go. And there it is. All right, just like that. So yeah, we took a little bit more off. Looking for that move lower. I mean, here we go. The market is now past the opening drive. It is now past the opening print and heading towards some of these pre-market levels. Tesla's holding up relatively strong, surprisingly, but Meta heading towards the low a day. NVDA momentarily about to put in a new low a day. Google heading towards its neckline, and IBIT coming back in towards the volume-weighted average price. But my guy Robinhood still holding up relatively strong, trading around $75 and change there. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on AYTU Biopharma. This one has a decent short float here, about 12%, 4.5 million shares. Sharif, I don't know if this one's on your radar. It's not quite at its pre-market high, but this morning it did announce that they've priced their upsized public offering of shares at $1.50 per share, currently trading around 180. Volume on this is not bad. It's just under 3 million shares traded on the day. So Sharif and small cap traders everywhere. I might have a new one for you guys to add to your list for the day. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. It looks like you and Bhavin think alike, Adara, because Bhavin did bring this one to my attention earlier. So shout out to you. Thank you for pointing that one, Adara. I do appreciate that. So we'll keep an eye on my friend AYTU Biopharma, biopharmaceutical company. All right, guys, I'm quite disappointed with what happened over here on UMAC. I looked to get the dip trade on right there at 8:33. It didn't fill me, so whatever. We got 41s on right now. Yeah, look, sometimes you get filled, sometimes you don't. It's got a hammer candle that breaches the 10, finds support at the 20, and now is looking like it's going to close, if it was to close right now, above the 10. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. But here comes BSGM. The spread is opening up wide now. We got 82s on. The bid is showing me 85, but look where the ask is, 802. So we got a 17 penny spread on an $8 name. That displeases me very much. So I'm going to flatten out this trade as well. I want no smoke with this one. We'll take the profits and get the hell out of there. So I'm going to be focusing right now on UMAC. See what we can get on this one. It's got the better looking trend. It seems to be, being bought up quite aggressively at key levels. So my focus now will be on UMAC. And unless something else comes up. So that's my thinking right now. There it goes right back into 45, and we're not filled, sadly, but, that's neither here nor there. Niraj, Sharif, any thoughts on another drone play, PRZO? Yeah, PRZO, or as my American friends would say, PRZO. This is a repeat offender, one that we know quite a bit about. I've been watching this one for, I don't know, like a few weeks, maybe more. Sometimes it has these outlying days. Today's a fantastic look. It started out its life today at 95 pennies, and now it looks like it's going into that 110 area. PRZO, looking real good here. It's a little light on volume though, my man. For the day, it's only done 335,000 shares on a dollar name. So that's, you'd have to know this, obviously. That's not that much, relatively speaking. So to me, it's a little risque to be able to get into this one because it might be harder to manage risk. Guys, the new poll is up. You got Lulu, you got Hood, you got Docu, you got AVGO. 3 of those are earnings names from yesterday, and they all sold off aggressively after the report. I would say to you that AVGO probably the best of the sell-offs because Lulu sold off insanely aggressively. So did Docu. AVGO, I think, maybe just not meeting the lofty expectations that were expected by the street. So
yeah.
You're looking for that, possibly one there.
I mean, Lululemon as well too. I think for me, just getting involved in some of these retail
Tell them what
spaces,
you told me earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
What'd you say?
I said I personally wouldn't be buying Lululemon with your money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah,
you looked me right in the eyes like I wouldn't buy it with your money.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it. Like,
wow.
not saying that I wouldn't buy the clothing, but I wouldn't buy the stock.
I
I
know
mean, like
that's
think about the king of that space, and that's Nike. Look what happens to these athleisure wear, right? Like I think it's just a revolving door. I think it's too competitive. 1 year you're hot, the next year you're not. You know what I mean? So I just, I mean, there's just so much coming in. Like, I mean, Gymshark took the space by storm. No one could even touch Nike before, but now you can see it's not the most popular brand in my opinion, and that's why I think it's a tough space to be in, especially for the long term, because there's always new designers coming out, there's new designs, everything, and I just don't know how sustainable it is considering what we've seen from a Nike standpoint.
Ram, does Aloe make men's clothing? Okay, I didn't actually know that.
So what is there like? There's on. Or what is it?
Do they make men's?
I don't know if
do they make clothes?
Are they just shoes? Yeah, I'm sure they have some clothing, right? But again, like you got the likes of Aloe, Gymshark, and some of these other names. So I just think it's a really tough space. And if you're gonna kind of start raising prices on an already expensive brand, then I mean, people are just gonna find cheaper alternatives.
Exactly.
So.
What do you guys think? If who's your favorite brand? Like I personally have a lot of Nike because I get it from like our version of TJ Maxx called Winners. Same company, by the way. Get it, Dara. Yeah, so do I. I personally get a lot of Nike from there. I don't mind a little Under Armour sprinkled in.
From where?
From Winners.
Oh, from Winners. Yeah.
Which is like TJ Maxx, by the way. Same company, guys. Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Winners, HomeSense. They're all the same company there. TJX, the company. What was I gonna say? So I get Under Armour and Nike from there. I like Lulu stuff because it's insanely resilient.
It's good quality.
Ridiculously
It's really good quality.
Like I have shorts that I bought in 2018. I bought like 5 different colors of the same style.
Yeah.
Dude, not one thread on any of those is running.
On your Lulu. Yeah, it is good quality stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, Shreve, look at the likes of you just mentioned Under Armour. Look how popular Under Armour was 10 years ago, right? It's like if you played any form of sport, you were wearing Under Armour. It's like you needed Under Armour everything. And the exact same thing with New Balance. Think about how hot New Balance was at one point. Yeah, they made a little bit of a comeback, but nothing relatively what they were X amount of years ago. And I just think it's such a tough space to maintain and hold your ground in personally, that for me, it's just like in the long run, there's going to be a bigger and a better brand to come in. And I've continuously seen that throughout my
No, I have to agree. And they take cycles about who's in style, who's in vogue.
Exactly, right? So there's always going to be that new hot thing. And what happens? Whoever's at the back of the list is slowly going to fade out. And then you got that top player coming in, and then you slowly drop down in the ranks because that new thing's coming out. And I think I'm not going to say that's going to necessarily be the case with Lululemon, but now that you're raising the prices on the consumer, then they will find cheaper alternatives, and someone will come out with a cheaper alternative in order for you to kind of gain that market share.
Joseph, and we talked about tariff exposure, about how that could hurt the balance sheets, how it could hurt earnings, how it could revenue. I want to show you something over here about Lulu. Just give me a second to load it up, Assassino, because this is very interesting. Look at this. Okay, so here we go. Lulu almost imports all their products. 40% from Vietnam, 17% from Cambodian. Shout out to Cambodian milk. We got 11% Sri Lanka. 11. Yeah, you think I'm going to say that, Neil? I'll get fired immediately. 11%
I didn't
from
even know
Indonesia.
that.
You got to watch Dave Chappelle to understand what I'm talking about there. Yeah.
All right.
So, and to make a long story short, what I'm trying to say is, number one, we know that Donald Trump is going to focus on Vietnam because a lot of the production from Apple and the like shifting to Vietnam to get away from China. Donald Trump and company are not stupid. They've raised the tariffs on Vietnam, so they are tariff exposed in a way that maybe some others are not, right? And that could
and they're not willing to chew into margins as well too, like you see with Home Depot and Costco.
You chew into margins, Joseph. Shareholders are going to make you pay.
Exactly.
Right. The stock price is going to.
So you're paying either way, right?
Yeah,
it's essentially a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
I think
there
it's
you go.
I think it's just a really tough space to be involved in, me personally. There's just other names that I want to. I don't need that. We're already in a competitive landscape. I don't need something that was hot today and then a couple of years from now just being in the bottom barrel. So yeah, that's just me.
Michael P. DeRider knows exactly what I'm talking about there. Shout out to you. All right, man. You guys know. All right. Gowan got it as well. All right. Who else got it? Yeah. Jason Simpson got it. Okay. I love it. All right. You guys are awesome. We're having a good time today.
Yeah, let's go. We're getting this breakdown.
What are you doing over there,
Yes,
Joseph?
let's go, Gorev. Let's go. We're getting this breakdown here in Tesla. Finally, think about how long we've been sitting in this from 11 for a couple hours here now, guys. So yeah, we're finally starting to see this price action. And I mean, the longer the consolidation, maybe the bigger of a move we'll get to the downside. So that's exactly what we're experiencing right now. And we can see like I'm like taking a school photo or something. Remember
fine.
School photo.
Have at it.
Yeah. I mean, again. So this is what you said. The longer the consolidation, maybe a bigger of the move. But now you can see displayed on the lower time frames that we're really starting to pick up that speed and that momentum. So let's see if we're going to break through the volume-weighted average price. Tesla now moving south, Sharif. VWAP is holding relatively strong. I talked about the pinning with the 300 strike on both the call and the put side. Let's see if that's been absorbed. And now we have enough room. Path of least resistance, is it going to be to the downside? We're about to find out.
Did you have a look at my friend Pan Dub?
No, what's he up to?
It's on a dub right now. Look where it was, Joseph.
Ooh, did you grab some more down there too? Didn't
may or
you?
may not have.
Oh, okay.
We don't talk about the winners, Joseph.
We don't talk about the winners.
Yeah, but look at Pan Dub right back into 200, guys. It's interesting because you think that this thing is on an uptrend, but look at this. When you actually look from October onwards, does this look like an uptrend to you?
From October onwards?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see on your chart where you put.
This is basically from October onwards.
From October?
You think it would be in an uptrend?
Yeah.
Not really, dude.
No.
You know what I mean? Like we have been locked in. Like you could have gotten good prices. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you zoom out, obviously the longer term trend. We always talk about that. Dow theory, long term trend. Beautiful, but multiple breaches now of the 200 multiple times, and you're getting the death cross as well. Which when you get these crosses. We know what the crosses are. They're excellent in trending stocks, horrible in consolidating stocks because they give you false signals.
Exactly. You get chewed up in those.
Exactly. Right? So these mechanical movements. So I want to show you guys Pan Dub over here because, it's not a good look lately. Right? And the reason is it's best in class. And they're going through this process called platformization, which the CEO has been trying to get all his customers on for a hot minute, I think over a year now. Are you cold, bro? You okay? You realize it's like 25 degrees outside, right?
Yeah, I mean.
I thought we were outside.
We're not outside, bro.
No, seriously though. So they're trying to basically do this platformization thing. And this platformization, the idea behind it is you have multiple angles and multiple different types of cybersecurity. They want you all in one, consolidating you so then you get all the revenue sources in one area. And that sometimes it's worked, sometimes it really hasn't. It really depends on how the CEO feels on any one earnings call, because sometimes you hear them saying, oh, we're really making gains, and some other times not so much. Adair's got breaking news.
Keep an eye here on Boeing. I'm seeing reports here circulate on X. Apparently, the company is set to restart its jet handovers to China. Of course, in case you missed it, these were paused for a little bit, basically because China was saying they don't want these airlines to take jets amidst the trade spat. Now it looks like Boeing is set to restart or recommence here these jet handovers. So keep an eye here on BA. something to watch. Keep in mind, this is a story we already kind of knew, but it sounds like now these headovers are actually happening. Feds Harker also making some slightly cautious notes saying that taking preemptive action, assuming he's referring to rates here, would be a mistake. So Feds Harker has been, I would say, pretty fair here, cautious, but not overly so throughout these remarks. Back to you.
Thank you for that,
All right, let's document the playmaker because this is going to be 100. This is trade 100 trade.
No way.
Yeah. This is number 100.
All right, what are we doing?
Oh, 99. Sorry, Gretzky.
99, okay.
Gretzky, yeah. All right, talk to me, brother.
597.35.
We're going long. 597.35.
We're taking profits at 599.35.
599.
We're stopping out 596.35.
596.35. There we go. 10 there. And then we're going to switch it up at 100.
Oh,
there,
wow.
guys. We're
This
gonna
looks
go
flat bottom breakish
options
here.
contract. So I got June 23rd. June.
You got June, eh? Okay, Fatty Girl might be trying to make another attempt above VWAP here, and I don't mind getting back into Fatty Girl here, especially if she can take out 10. Uh-oh, here we go. Good volume coming in on this candle, about 2 million shares, give or take right now. Let's see if we can clear 10. We've been up here before. I want to say the range that we've been in since 12:45, going on almost now 20, 25 minutes. We did get up into that 10 and we rejected it. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this. Okay, so we got a new 5-minute candle on. Let's see if it can take out the previous candle high. The previous candle high has a higher low and a higher high from that 1 o'clock candle. So if this candle can breach the previous candle high, which is 972, we could be on something here. So let's see if we can get something here with this one. I'm going to go 977. Let's see. Yeah, let's go 977, and then we'll look to take some, maybe into 85 or something like that. Let's see what we get here. I don't want to be quick to jump into this one, especially if we reject that $10 area, knowing full well there could be a seller of note at 10. So I'm just thinking in real time here about how I want to trade this. Yes, we still are not making a new candle, make a new high. I'm going to go with it. Let's see what we get. Seller at 70, 72, 76 now. It still hasn't triggered. So right back down it goes into 60s. So it didn't trigger my order quite yet. Keeping an eye on this one. Yeah, it's giving it up. It looks like it's dropping back into that $0.50. It's technically above VWAP, but it's not really rocketing up here. I want to see what Fatty Girl does. I don't mind going back long here, but yeah, look, it's losing it again. Maybe the money fills are towards 9, though. Yeah, because the money fills were off the 20 exponential moving average on the 5, which I wouldn't have based it on, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one, Joseph. What do you got on your side, my man?
Yeah, I'm still sitting in this trade here. Gorev's telling me that, yeah, we're just waiting for this consolidation to break up. You can see that the volume was really starting to pick up, but then it just wasn't sustained. So the market continuously bouncing off of these specific ranges. I mean, we have multiple touches at that exact same level to the penny on NVDA here, guys. So you can see that base that's been formed. So we're just range bound. And I mean, after yesterday's session, maybe everyone's just exhausted. And I mean, that's the buyers and the sellers. So that's when you just kind of just end up in this consolidation type zones here in these phases. So we have to be patient. I mean, the choppier it is, maybe we will get that breakdown, but it is Friday and Wall Street might be taking an early day off. But come 2 o'clock, you never know what can happen, right? But as time continuously passes on, I think the chances of us actually trending to the top side slowly start to decay. And same with even breaking down here in Tesla, because I mean it was down 15% at one point yesterday. So yeah, there it is. We might not get that breakdown in the continuation to this weakness, but if we don't, then that's fine. We're just still sitting in this, leaving some to ride. And I literally only put on 2 trades today, guys, and that's this initial one right here. We add to this one, and then eventually I just waited for the top because I was feeling like I was getting that squeeze type price action. I didn't think there was going to be an aggressive buy program to step in and kind of gain back the majority of the ground that it lost yesterday. So I was just waiting for any indecision, any forms of indecision at extreme highs, and that's why I decided to take that second entry. So now we're just consolidating. Let's see if we're breaking. I thought this was going to be the move. Maybe we slowly curl over, and then that's when we can breach that 1075 level, and that's when we slowly start to piece it out. If we come back to the top end of the range, hold hold it, I don't see that volume start to pick up, then I think that could be a good ad opportunity. I mean, you had here and here. So don't be like, don't look for that specific breakout trade. Be patient, right? You want to range trade this, so you want to sell the highs, buy the lows. So that's kind of what's being displayed here with these multiple takes out, just because I can identify the fact that we're just trading sideways, and then now it's like, okay, if we decide to break up, I don't want to give up too much unrealized, so I'll just slowly piece it off with every test that we get and every false break. So that's what I got going on here with Tesla. Not too much going on otherwise. Ooh, Robinhood, let's go, man. Yeah, Robinhood just doing wonders. Continuing to climb, putting in a new high a day, trading at 75, 78. Okay, so not quite. We're almost there, putting in a new high a day, but this thing has been an absolute monster. It's now taking the crown of Palantir. I wouldn't go that far, obviously, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a little bit of a push. Slow down, Joe. Slow down. Slow down. Excuse me. But yeah, that's what we got going on, right? So you can see off of those lows, we were down 40% at one point. 55%, and then now the stock is up. Let's see what we got going on. 157%. So off of those lows, I mean, yeah, this thing's doing magnificent stuff. We're not going to go over the numbers again here, but again, you know that I like Robinhood significantly, and I'm going to continue to do so, especially with what they got going on, Sharif.
All right, we're taking prints into $10 here on PHAT, but it's coming right back into my level. I have a dip trade right at the volume weighted average price for it to hold. Okay, so I put it at 49s. I've taken the majority of the position out now, and these all these orders above here are for like very small share size. So let's see if I can get filled at that money fill. I put it just below the whole dollar. Now we've got 3 candles in a row that have higher lows. Basically, look at that bottoming tail candle at 1 o'clock on the 5. That's the area low there is about 8:30. Then 105 higher low, 110 higher low. Currently 115 higher low, okay? And you got higher highs on all of them. We are having trouble with $10 though. We can't seem to break that $10 area, even though we're in a 3 candle green setup right now, all with what I want to see. There's somebody shorting up a storm here at $10. How long though can they stay in that position before they get blown out? Or am I going to get blown out first? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. 88's again now showing up, looking for that $10 break and take. I think if we can get by 10 here, we can squeeze. Kind of a hunch, no real proof on that. So I've taken a good chunk of the shares out. I'm looking now for a dip trade. Now, the problem is if I do get filled on that dip trade, will it be a higher low? It technically will be. The prior candle low has a low of 940. I've put my DCA at the $0.50, so it will still be technically a higher low. It wouldn't break trend. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Not really sure what to expect. Let's wait and see if we can get that big boy breakout or we get filled. Now, here's the deal. I'm also taking prints on the other one over here. This one just moved into 90, so we'll take prints as well. I'm talking about UMAC, baby, UMAC. This is not the biggest position ever, but it's a good move up again. But the one that I'm focusing on the most is PHAT. I'd like to see a $10 break here, or if we don't get it right away, I'd love to get that ad. We've got a 4 candle higher low setup with topping tails into $10, showing that there is a problem with that level, so I'm keeping my eye out on that. I'm also seeing, guys, AYTU, the one that Adair brought us, the one that Bovin brought us as well. That one is looking good. It's at $2. It's at the high of the day, but I'm really going to focus on these two right now. I think I have enough on my plate, especially with PHAT being such an aggressive mover. I really need to be focusing on this one a little bit more. So that's what I'm watching right now. I'm watching PHAT. I'm looking for either a dip trade into that $0.50 to get filled or a break above $10. So that's my thinking right now on this one. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, good look there, guys. Palantir just broke out as well, too. I know a lot of people in the chat were referring to this. So here you go. You can see that we got that consolidation going on, and then boom, a nice breakout. The volume supporting the move as well, too. So wait for maybe a retest, and if it holds and the volume is sustained, then you can look for a continuation on the trend. But I mean, it took a beating yesterday as well, too, Sharif. So yeah, a tough day for Palantir yesterday, down 11%. from the peak to the trough there. So yeah, I mean, here it goes. You slowly climb
What
back.
happened with that? You see why that happened?
No
Yeah,
specific,
it's
you know.
really interesting, bro. So
But they just locked in a couple new government contracts.
that was the morning news item. That's what we reported, which was really
exactly.
good.
Yeah, exactly. But then after that,
You see what happened? I'll tell you exactly. So your friends at Palantir, they're being investigated by there's parts of the Republican Party that are not too happy with how much influence they're having. So here's the deal. Republican lawmakers, including Warren Davidson, Mike Rounds, Nancy Mace, and raised alarms. I just have to focus on this one here. About the misuse of data and the risks of the digital ID, concerns centered around centralizing medical, financial, and personal data across federal agencies. Also, Democrats are joining calls for this. So basically, the media is reporting here that Palantir's involvement in consolidating sensitive federal data is under a Trump executive order is under scrutiny here. So Alex Karp took to the internet and as well as other social media. He says, the criticisms are ridiculous, targeting the New York Times for fear-mongering. He emphasized that Palantir's role in preventing unlawful surveillance and claimed that the backlash stems from the company's success and wider federal adoption. So that basically they're looking at regulations now that would kind of restrict Palantir's ability to be able to collect all this data. So we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out, whether it's just BS. And maybe kind of drop the stock price a little bit to maybe get some more.
Get some more. I don't know what's up with this. I don't know why they're always kind of just investing. I guess you have to, to stay lawful.
I feel like Americans, because of their history, are very, very suspicious of consolidating power, of too much power in one hand. Yeah, like when they set up their federation or their whatever it's called. They based it on the separation of powers because they didn't want there to be too much power, like the king had in England. That's why they separated the Senate, the legislative, the executive, the judicial, and they made the checks and balances. They don't like concentration of power. You kind of feel that's kind of been their modus operandi, and maybe this is part of it.
Maybe this is part of it. Yeah, good point. Good look out there, Sheep, on that.
Republic. Thanks, Scott, for that.
So we got the philanthropist Baker. All right, Q for Joe. I'm doing CSP for Robinhood around 66. What do I think is a good entry price for Hood other than any other price? Okay, well, I mean, that's up to you, right, brother? Do you want to buy it all the way up here? No, I don't think so. What are you comfortable? What do you want to own Robinhood at, right? So just go back, read a little bit on their past earnings reports, and see what is a good price for you to look to get involved in that. I mean, they're expanding everywhere. I think this name is going to continue to climb significantly higher. This is a big-time move, right? So if you get any form of pullback, 66 I wouldn't complain, right? That's the previous pivot right here, and it's not the all-time high. I mean, once it IPO'd, we did wick all the way up to 84. Right, so maybe we'll head back there. But 60, 66s, I won't complain. I think if it's a longer-term play, if you're looking for 4 or 5, 6 years out there, then you won't get mad or complain about 66s whatsoever. So yeah, cash secure put. You get the nod from me. What price you want to own it at, that's totally up to you. Maybe you can put it at 62, 63s, etc. And then again, you can also DCA as well. That's a name that I'd be like, yeah, if it continues to sell, most definitely look to grab some more at lower prices, and that's exactly what I did. So yeah, I'm positioned relatively well. I told you guys I rotated out of Tesla, and then I rotated into Robinhood, and that's been working out really, really well for me. So I can't complain whatsoever. I've now lost the political entity that is, I'm not going to say that, but I'm obviously joking, but we kind of get that political aspect with Elon. Kind of radical at times, and I was like, yeah, let me go into something more calm and cool, like Vlad, kind of himself, and that's what led me to.
I like Vladdy.
Yeah, I like Vlad. Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, I watched it. So I forget what conference he was at the other day, and I was listening to him. I'm like, I don't know if I really like this guy, but I like the company. So yeah, that's all that matters. The numbers are there, and that's what I'm looking for.
All right, guys, I'm really happy with how this trade went down here. We broke 10, but we didn't get the continuation that I was looking for. In fact, it does look like we're getting a topping tail candle right now on the current candle, which is the 120 candle. Look, you never want to put too much into one candle, but this one is turning red, and it's a topping tail, and it might be losing VWAP here if we aggressively sell. So there was somebody at 9s, there was somebody at 15s, and then at 5s. I'm talking about 10.09, 10.05, 10.15. Look at it, lose the bid aggressively. So I'm happy I flattened out. As soon as I saw that kind of selling at that level, I'm like, okay, well, $10 is really not the level that I thought it was going to be. We clear it, but we don't squeeze as aggressively as I anticipated. So we're done PHAT, but we're 2 for 2 on it. I'm very happy with the trading today. Shout out to Neil. Thank you for getting me back into live again, my man. Neil, taking the time to do that, and I couldn't be more thankful. We are going to Adara LePage at the big desk.
Take a look here at AMZN. Nice little pop for this one. Business Insider reporting that the company is freezing its hiring budget for its big retail business for 2025. So keep an eye here. AMZN, Apple, Apple pushed to the upside. I'm not seeing any news on this, guys. We know earlier today on Apple, AAPL, we did have, of course, some comments from Bloomberg suggesting that anyone who was looking for AI-related updates might be a little bit disappointed. I don't have anything new on this. It's kind of been happening for a while. So I'm going to wait and see. It doesn't look necessarily parabolic, but I'm taking a look into this AAPL move. Back to you.
Sorry to yell like that, Adara. I didn't mean to interrupt you like that. I didn't, but it was like aggressively moving up. So I was wondering.
Those are some strong bullish prints right there. I don't know if there's going to be a short into play on that.
I don't know. Apple's at VWAP, guys. Look, I'm not trading these large caps anymore, but this looks like a hell of a short here off VWAP. I'm not taking it, but have at it.
Is there a leveraged Apple derivative?
I don't. There's probably, almost certainly.
AAP.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
There's got to be. There's got to be plenty.
Yeah, all right. So if you guys know of one, then put it in the chat. I'm curious to see what we got going on there with Apple. Don't love trading it.
AAPU, Adara says.
AAPU.
That's a 2 times bull, Adara. No, you're right. Actually, thank you for that, Adara.
How's the liquidity? Oh,
1.75 million.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
It's not too liquid. Yeah, that's the 1 minute. Yeah. So, I mean, even on the 5, yeah, I wouldn't want to get stuck in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking about shorting the crap one over here.
All right.
But you know.
Do it.
Do it. Do it, Apple.
I almost started singing a song there that would not.
Naveen, why not trade large caps? Why don't you trade small caps? Asking me questions.
Yeah.
What's going on over there, bro?
There you go. Why don't you do it then?
Why don't do it? Good day.
Good day. Let's see what he says.
My name is Cassandra, and I work for Sign and Drive Auto as a group consignment specialist. I would like to offer our consignment services for you to sell your vehicle at no cost to you. We offer consignment sales at our indoor showroom. This will result in no hassles, safer and quicker sale of your vehicle. Please leave your number and I will call you to discuss. So I'm supposed to shut down my car, Joseph, continue to pay for the insurance and the car payments,
while they try to
and then
sell
just
it.
park it over there while they take their sweet time to sell. And then when they sell, they're gonna suck how much money from me to sell it. So no, thank you. Absolutely not.
Thanks,
no, guys. It looks as if the car might be gone for real though. There is an older couple coming to see the car on Sunday, and I've got mixed feelings about the whole thing. I don't like selling my cars. I'm a little bit. Yeah, I don't like selling my stuff. Sorry, you're gonna need to put on a mic. Okay. No, seriously though, I'm playing Ram. No, seriously though, I don't even want to sell the car anymore. But I know that
now you're coming. No, so now that you have the opportunity to do so, you're like, I don't want to do it.
Exactly.
Why don't you just hop in like a nice Honda or something like that? And
no, I'd probably get like if I really want to save money. If the idea is to save money, I'd get like a Model Y.
Model Y.
Yeah. Get like a used Model Y, something that's got autopilot or something like that.
Yeah.
Drive it to work. It drives me to work.
Drive
you know what I mean? Like everything's good there.
Dream right there.
Yeah. Seriously though, it really is.
Yeah.
And especially with all the great drivers in Toronto. Who doesn't want to drive to work every day?
Yeah.
So good.
I'm curious there. What kind of driver are you, Sharif?
I'm a grandma driver.
Are you?
You want to know why?
Why?
Because of this app right here.
Oh yeah. Geez.
Yeah, it sucks. I think the next car though, I might drop the.
There's zero
app,
chance. But like, how much?
25%. Dude, it's not a small amount to save. It's 25%.
Yeah, but they track everywhere you go.
They track everywhere you go.
Everywhere
no,
you
but
go.
here's the deal. Let's just call a spade a spade. You can assign.
That is just too much.
Listen.
Yeah.
You can assign what the trip is. So you say to the app after you've taking the trip, whether you were driving, whether you were a passenger, whether you were in an Uber, whether you were in a train. So you assign. So for example, I'm not saying I did this.
You're still not yet, but with that, that's even more repulsive to me. Like,
Why?
I have to say, because why do I have to tell an app and my insurance company
Because
who
you
was
don't
driving,
want
who
to
was
be,
in there,
you don't want to be dinged if
liable, right?
No. So say you sped on that
Yeah.
trip, or you accelerated too quickly, or you hit the
Yeah.
brake too quickly. You can say, "Oh, I was in an Uber."
Oh.
Come on, you're not getting my drift here. You're not getting my
No,
drift.
I'm not. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm totally not.
Just trust me, everything's fine. Yeah.
All right,
Like
well.
you can basically, yes, it
Yeah.
tracks you, but you can say to it, "I was not driving."
But isn't the chip in your vehicle though?
No, it's in the phone.
It's just
so
only
you
on
can
the app.
put the, if you want to shut the
okay.
phone off, you're more
Yeah.
than welcome to shut the phone off.
Okay,
right?
that's fair.
All right.
Yeah,
guys.
for me, yeah, no.
Everybody gets it. I refuse the car insurance app and I refuse the home thermostat app, KK14M. Look, I probably would too, but there was some savings here. Can I say something to you guys? I don't really mention a lot about how much I pay for stuff, but I pay $500 freaking a month for my insurance, okay? My car is a very high theft because it's an SVR, okay? And it's ridiculous. And so, I mean, and that's with the 25%, dog. I'm paying $484 a month with the 25%. So imagine I don't pay the 25%, what I'd be paying.
Dude, that's
All right?
crazy.
Like, of course it's crazy. It's stupid. And it has nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
It's because the car is what it is and all the
That is
carjackings and the theft.
crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who's your
You want to
provider?
see? Look, bro. I'm not making this up.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm making this up. Look at that.
What?
Look at that, man.
What the hell?
What the hell? Yeah, like it's quite annoying. So I mean, it is what it is, bro. Like,
There is no way I would be paying that.
so I started off
Yeah.
with the app, paying $316. So that's what I would pay, and I could stomach that. Right, $316. All right, let's
Austin,
just say $300.
Austin,
all right,
$316.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It was literally $316, and then it shot up to $384, and then that was it shot up to $384, and then on the renewal it shot up $100 to $482. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I'd be like AC Slater to the old Jaguar there.
Switch up to the Scoop, bro, or Alpha. Yeah, man, I am. That's what I'm talking about right now. The car looks like it might be gone. Wisp away. My car tab every year is $900 for a sticker with a year on it. How many speeding tickets, Luis Martinez? 0, brother. 0. No claims. No nothing. Scott H. Holy crap, dude. I'm paying $360 a year for my Chevy
Where do you live?
Z71. Don't tell me that, Scott. That's gonna. Anyway, top
year.
VOIP, rent a car and save insurance. I should. Zero Gravity, I pay $980 the whole year for me and my wife. Oh, guys, don't tell me that. Big smile. $4.99 super chat. My man, drop cash in the
Keep
chat.
that one. You know what I mean?
My man, you don't need to be a defense lawyer to figure out I could hit Uber or I could hit train. Hi. But yeah, I see what
Wow.
you're going with that big spot.
Wow, Robin Hood.
That's the way it is, man. Hypercube, Jesus. I have a GLS 63, C63, EQS, spend $650 total a month. You obviously do not live in Canada. When I say we get rinsed here, I'm not talking about getting rinsed exclusively on taxes. No, the price of stuff
of
is
everything.
higher.
Yeah.
Forget about the taxes that's added on later. The actual sticker price. And I go to my sister's every year, so I see what they're paying. And California is already expensive as it is. There's way cheaper places in California.
Yeah.
And so they're already paying less for everything in California with more money. They make more numerical dollars, not conversion from US. The amount of money on a dollar for dollar, they make more. In addition to their buying power being higher. Bro, it's a rinsing all around.
Yeah, it is. It's a rinse
it's quite
fest, for
frustrating,
sure.
but whatever.
To be honest with you, I pay $180 a month.
On your insurance.
Yeah.
Do you have tickets? You do?
No.
Yeah, you hesitated. You got tickets.
No, I had to think about that. I had to think about it. Not as of recently. No, as of recently.
Within
no.
3 years?
No.
Okay, so then
No.
you're good, yeah.
Yeah.
Any claims?
remember on my
Yeah, but
320i?
that's that 3?
No, that was
Oh,
the first
but
time.
no, claims is deeper, 6, right? They look for 6 years deep for claims.
No,
That's
that was the
probably why.
first major thing I ever had.
Then you're
there
good
related
then. Then
to
it's
me.
probably.
So yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh, when I was in my early 20s, I told you when I was in school
Same.
in Guelph, I got caught speeding on my way to class, and then that
Stunt?
was it.
Was it stunt driving?
No, I was going 180.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, but the
That's
cop
not-
gave me 20 over, and that was. But I was already.
He gave you the full?
Yeah, and then I was already dinged. So I got. I messed. So I was sitting in a passenger seat, and I gave the cop my license, and they still took 2 demerit points off of my.
You were not
thing.
going 180 then, Joseph. You had to have been going more.
Dude.
He's not going. What a
No,
jerk,
120,
bro.
120 and an 80.
That
And then he
makes
gave-
more
120
sense.
and an 80.
Okay,
Come on,
now
man.
let's
He
talk
gave
a
me
little
20 over.
bit
He gave
here.
me 20 over.
Yeah, this guy, bro. Who's this guy talking to? I love it. I love it.
120 and an 80. Yeah. But I had a couple rolling stop signs before that.
Okay.
But this is my
That's
early,
probably why he saw
early
that. He saw it on
20s,
the
right?
computer. He
Yeah.
saw it,
So I was in my early 20s at that time. So.
What's that, Adara?
It sounds like we were not told the whole story right away.
No. I was just
Chung
saying, I got
chung.
Jump.
There you go. Full disclosure.
Crystal Ball
120
says
and
you were at
80.
least
Yeah.
doing 160.
No.
Crystal Ball, if
honestly,
he was
honestly.
doing 160, they would have towed
They
his car.
would've
We
took
have
my
something
car.
called stunt driving.
Yeah,
If you go 50
no.
over, 14-day suspension. You get an automatic license suspension, I think 30 days, and it's like $5,000 fine. A minimum $2,500 up to $5,000. So it's one of those ones where you don't want to mess around. They take your car roadside. There's no judicial process or appeal for the license suspension or the impounding. You got to take it, even if you end up getting off at trial. There's no appeal process for that. And it's been litigated many times. People actually went to court saying there's no judicial process of appeal for this, therefore it's unconstitutional, and they won. The government, that is. So they were able to uphold it. So also, radars here are illegal. Radars.
Yeah.
They are. And the cops here have like detectors for them. So if you're running it, they'll know, and they'll try to pull you over. I'm not really sure how they do that.
Wow, look at Robinhood go. Look at
take it,
Palantir and Robinhood go. Wow. Big time breakout on these names, guys. Now we're now past to that previous. Oh, we're right there, 76, 77. There goes Robinhood. What an absolute monster stock here as it continues to climb. And then Palantir also as well too, guys, breaking out and it's being sustained. So you can see that we tested that resistance level and then we bounced right off it. So big time move there. In both of these names, as Tesla is now slowly crawling towards VWAP. So I'm going to be looking to add potentially here if we can get that momentum and that volume to start to pick up there, guys. So some really good looks on both of those names. Hopefully some of you traders have the ability to take advantage of them. If you have been trading Robinhood and Palantir, just say I in the chat, and then that'll be very, very interesting. So yeah, Miss Lucia Hood, big time. Yeah, no, it's not all-time high, Afro B. Think about it, IPO, it's like $84 all-time high is, I believe. So yeah, just take that into. Oh, Marcus Steven Johnson. Yeah, I'm glad live trading blocked that one there. So you guys can be the. No, I'm not going to say that there. A lot of eyes in the chat. Let's see what Dara's got for us.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at eSignal. New traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all on one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Back to you.
Oh, a lot of people, I would never have guessed this amount of individuals trading 2 of those names. So yeah, good look, everyone. Let's see who else. We'll go through a couple of names like we're doing roll call here momentarily. Let's see what we got. Okay, Trip says I. Top VOIP. Protection says it as well too. Nico Shack says I. Just Do It. Miss Lucia's in it. Sean Millington. We got Matt Fitzpatrick is in it as well too. Jorge Alvarado's in it. Afro 8. Good look there. A lot of names, a lot of people and individuals trading Palantir and Robinhood this morning. Some really good looks there, guys. I'm glad you had the ability to put on a good Friday. And don't ruin it. Don't chase. If you're feeling a little bit of FOMO, guess what? The market's going to be here bright and early Monday morning. So just be prepared. There's always going to be those opportunities. And I think as you gain more and more experience, you're always going to realize like, hey, some days it's like, oh, wow, that was the best trade of the day. Well, guess what? There's going to be a bigger and better trade. And that's just always going to be the case with the market, all right, guys? So don't feel too much FOMO. I mean, I'm looking at Robinhood continuously climb higher and higher. I'm just thinking to myself, I forget who I was talking to in the chat. Should I be selling some more cash secured puts, considering I already own shares on it? So maybe we'll get involved in that. Probably not, to be honest with you. But I still do want to buy some more Robinhood and some NVDA in the long-term account. Just gonna wait for the correct time. But I like what I see most definitely. But I don't necessarily like what I'm seeing here in Tesla, guys. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. You can see.
Doing?
Yeah.
Why is it not loading?
Oh, what is that there? Oh,
YouTube.
Oh, yeah. So again, we're forming these lower highs consistently. So let's see if we finally get this breakdown. That volume continuously picks up, and then we punch through VWAP. But we're pinned, and I'm convinced that the options chain is doing that. Pitbull made some very good money shorting and going long. Yeah, I mean, we did all right. I did all right on long. So surprisingly, I'm already up like 60% in my Robinhood position that I opened up a couple months ago for the long term. So I like that one. So yeah, most definitely like that one. I'd be sitting flat or only a couple percentage gain with my Tesla trade. So yeah, how's that one? How you like them apples? But yeah, Dinkelberg. I got Marab this weekend. All right, I got Marab Dewalsh. Really, his performance with against Umar Nurmagomedov was I was not expecting that, and you can tell that Umar really started to pick up the pace, and you don't want to go against that camp, right? Like the Nurmagomedovs and the Makhachevs, like that's the best fight team in the UFC right now, and what the Marab did was absolutely outstanding, and I was not expecting that whatsoever.
Joseph, we've done this before, but it's been a minute.
Yeah.
I will take a gander.
Yeah.
No audio here, so we should be good, Assassino.
I can't even read what that says.
Oh, who cares about that? 3 seconds, but we're not going to show any audio of it. But this is it, guys. Let me just move on. What do you guys think about this gloss black? Yeah, cut it, and then we can go back into it. Yeah. There we go. Look at the front now. Thanks. Hey, guys, what do you think about this gloss black, guys? I mean, this is kind of what I love about this. Yeah. We'll just show it quickly over here. There. Oh, let me just pause this so that I can get the angle that I like. There it is.
There?
That's the one. See, doesn't this look like a mirror just reflecting? Like,
yeah.
You know? Oh, I'm so.
Would you do that?
100%. 1,000%. Not the matte black, the gloss black.
You want the gloss.
But, like, look how he doesn't have the front windows tinted.
Yeah.
I would put front window tints for sure.
So you're all black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love the gloss black. Scott says, hideous, Kanye East. Naku, is that a cardboard car? Okay, then see, it's just you're either on the left or you're on the right of this, right? There's just no middle ground here. Retired 2020, badass. Ilkin Javid, looks like a giant coffin. Other zinc, fantastic. All right. What else? If Sharif, if you buy that, your insurance payments every year will be higher. Dude, what are you talking about? I called and I checked. It's like $275 a month. It's almost half of what I'm paying right now on the Cybertruck. I swear, I mean, it's just, that's what it is. I'm glad they are feud. Ridiculous, says Royal X Ender. Like a black mirror, KK, exactly. Like a black mirror. What else we got here? Gloss black, never good. Afro B, looks like it'd be hard to keep clean, but it looks nice. Absolutely agree with that. It is a B to keep clean. Truck is ugly as sin, though. Strobe 9. Georgie, nice color, very high maintenance. Darwin, the OG. Wonder how often you have to clean it. A lot, Darwin. A lot of people are talking about this on the forums, and they say it's kind of ridiculous in terms of maintenance and stuff like that. But yeah, I love it, guys. Tottenham fired Ange? That's a mistake. No way, Benton. All right, we'll get to that later. If Sharif buys a Cybertruck, he's a Spurs fan, not an Arsenal fan. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Bovin, gloss white with black tints and those black wheels. I don't even think gloss white is a thing. Gloss white. Let's find out here, Bovin. I don't even think that's a thing. Oh my God. It's the same guy who did it. It's literally the same guy. I don't know how I feel. What do you think about this?
No, I don't like that.
No way.
No, yeah,
no way, bro. The black.
No way.
Say again, Adara?
Okay, So the other one, I feel like the black, it looks like the Tumbler Batmobile from Christopher Nolan's Batman series. Shout out to people who know what I'm talking about. Like that looks like that black. This looks like a milk truck. I dislike this intensely. I really don't like this. I'm so sorry.
It does look like a milk truck.
Obi, you like that? Obi, you like the white one? Obi's coming in hot.
Said, yo, that's a panda, 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 panda.
Oh, panda,
Oh my
panda.
God.
That's what it looks like.
Absolutely not. No. I don't like the.
Whatever happened to that guy?
Is there gloss blue, Joseph? Because well, I could be persuaded here with a gloss blue. Let me find
No,
out.
you can't be persuaded with that.
Let's see what.
Oh,
the
I like
blue's
that middle one there.
Which
Go
one?
up.
This
Yeah,
one here?
Yeah.
That's too light though, bro. Let's hit open a new link. We won't show too much here, Assassino. Wait until we. There we go. There we go. I don't know. I don't know.
That's like
I
a
don't know about
sky
that
blue.
one.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
That's
don't know about that one.
sick.
How about this one over here?
I don't like the navy.
Yo, it's the same dude who's doing gloss on everything. This guy's amazing. Who is this man?
You like this guy?
I like what he's choosing here. Okay, this gloss blue is not too bad. This
I
is
don't like
not
it. I don't
too
like
bad.
It. I don't like it.
No, huh?
No.
It's a lot better than the gloss white, I'll tell you that. What do you think about these rims?
Yo, you know what? Those are kind of starting to grow on me. I never liked them, but I started to notice
EV
them.
rims.
Yeah.
Notice that.
I'm starting to like those a little bit there.
I don't mind these at all. Like, I see them a lot on the Maybach, the GLS Maybach. They're like huge. And the thing is, you know why they do them like that?
Yeah, what is up with it?
Aerodynamics.
Yeah.
Because they
It's
don't
like the
want the air
whole-
going in.
Right, it's like the
right?
whole
Yeah.
thing. And that's where I started to notice them as well too.
Yeah.
And on the Cullinan, you'll see them on
On the
Cullinan.
Cullinan as well?
Yeah, you'll
Yeah,
see
well,
them
I'm
on the
not surprised
Cullinan.
about
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Look at this. Dare just sent me this. The New York Post just posted this. Oh no, it's a big, beautiful breakup. Trump and Elon's bromance explodes into insults and threats. I like the doily thing that they got the heart in there. Shout out to the doily there, man. I haven't used doily since arts and crafts in grade 2, baby.
Okay.
Did you miss out on arts and crafts?
No, I did arts and crafts.
Yeah, so did I, bro. It was a good time. In any event, guys, we're having a good time. It's Friday. Obviously, it's Friday afternoon. I hope everybody's not taking us a little too seriously here. We're just having a little bit of fun. We were trading up a storm early on, guys, and right now.
Yeah, get the Vante black. That's exactly what I was referring.
Look what the OG Darwin called them. Rest in peace, Trusk. Trump and Musk. I like that. That's
R.I.P. Trusk.
fantastic. Shout out to you're getting the round of applause as well from Adara, man. She likes that one as well. Long the likes. Scott H. Big green candle buy on AYTU. Say less, Scott. Let's load it up. Let's have a quick gander here. We're going to take off APLD, AYTU. Let's get back to some trading and start focusing here. Okay. Spread right away. 5 pennies. Displeased with that. 195 area low, but the real support level is $2. Say less, Scott. We're going live. We're doing it freaking live. Let's see if we can get something here. We're not going to risk too much because we're going to give it to 195. So there it goes. We're going to put in a 192 stop out there, and then we're going to take everything out right there. So let's see if we can extract some profits. We're going to layer the orders as we typically do into key levels. Let's see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who's getting ready, by the way, because the big boys are about to come on in about 15 minutes, a little bit less. So we're going to keep out on that. Jay Lee, Sharif, legit Cybertrucks are a crash pit fire in my humble opinion. No resale value and likely many problems over the life, but get what speaks to you, of course. You're absolutely right, Jay. I did worry about the resale. So if I was to buy a Cybertruck, it would be a lease so that I could return it, no strings attached. And now they're allowing leases of Cybertrucks, whereas, Jay, they previously did not. So that's what I would definitely be looking for a lease.
Heard a lot of recalls on them as well too.
There was initially, They're saying the Founder series had the most problems. Now they're done selling the Founder series, and like the regular ones are coming out. They're saying it's a lot better.
Yeah, that's good.
We'll see. I mean, you never really know with this kind of stuff. Jay, I agree with you, man. I definitely don't want to be on the hook for a lot of the the issues that may be coming with it. So that's why you just get it on the lease. It stays under warranty, the duration of the lease, and then you're good to go, man.
That's it.
Right? I'm taking prints here on AYTU. We wet the beak there at 16s. I've layered into 18s. It's going to have to hold basically that 195 area. Otherwise, we're gone. So AYTU is the one I'm involved in right now. We're going to put it on the side chart so I can see it here. AYTU. So we can see what we got there. Look, guys, it's been really, really respectful of the 10 EMA. It hasn't breached the 10 EMA at all on the way up. So I'm going to put a dip trade at 202 as well for some more. So let's go ahead and do that. Just in case it comes into that $2 level, we look for a money fill there. So that's what I'm looking at right now. AYTU, Bovin, PTHL opened up with a massive $10 gap. Let's have a look at PTHL. For the OG Bovin. Oh, Bovin, there's no liquidity on that, my guy. What do you want me to do with this? There's Bovin. This thing's done 1.73 million shares. It's a $17 name. Like, I can't hang with that. PHTL is the one he's talking about. It's a big move up, Bovin. What's the spread on this one? It's not bad. Is it halted right now? What is this? Oh, it's halted. 17.10. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on this one, Bovin. If it opens up while we're still on the show, we're going to give this one a try.
The old college try there.
The old college try, baby.
Yeah, right.
Scott H, AYTU Biopharma shares are trading high after the company announced it entered into an exclusive commercialization agreement with Faber Kramer for EXXUA. Adara did bring us that headline earlier. Thank you, Scott, for reminding everybody what it was. Some people like to trade off catalysts. I get that. It's not that big of a deal to me. Fatty Girl is back above 10 bucks, guys. We failed the first $10 area, but now as I look at this a little bit more, this is an obvious area of support off the 20 exponential, moving average on the 5. You needn't be a chartered market technician to see all these bounces here off that yellow line. For whatever reason, it's finding support at the 20. So the money fills here, I would submit to you, are going to be off that yellow line. Make sure you are, if you're trading these small cap gappers, you've got those moving averages because they really do base a lot upon them. Joseph, what do you got?
For sure. Yeah, so I'm in this Tesla still here, guys, sitting in this. Once it cracks this downtrend line, if it does to the top side, then I'll just hop out of this trade, right? So these were literally the two trades that I took on the day, both of them being in Tesla, looking for the continuation of yesterday's breakdown. And we'll just touch base on what we had going on here. So you can see that we were just chopping around in the early mornings, and I heard Neil mention this as well too, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. You got to be really, really careful and precise on your specific entries. So what I was just following is that you can see that we put in a relatively strong opening drive, right? So keep that in mind. Always look at what the opening drive is telling you and on the tape as well. So it was a mixed bag, strong, and then moments after you get that flush right back down. So I'm like, okay, this signals some weakness. Let's see if it pulls back here, if it has the ability to construct a new high of the day. It did not. And then I started to see that weakness really start to step in on the tape. And one thing to note is that you can see within the buying candles, the volume profile is relatively low. But then as we start to pick up momentum to the downside, that volume starts to slowly pick up. And you can see it stair step from here, right? So it's slow. That's when you start stair stepping. And then you continue to go to the south side. So that's what I had going on. Entered, add to the position. We double it up right there, and then we get that move down. And then eventually we get stopped out 50% of our remaining position break even. But then I was patient, waiting for the certain topping signals. I had a bearish bias this morning. I know they say don't walk into one, but that was my trade plan. I wanted to short this name, and I was looking for specific key levels to do so. And that's what we found right here. And I've been sitting in this trade since 11, all right? So just a little bit after 11. So we get that move. I had the indecision at the top. So we get the breakdown, and then we've just been holding VWAP for the remainder, for the duration of this whole session so far. So again, once it cracks and we get that sitting on top, then I'll just hop out of that trade, walk away with a green Friday, and wait for Monday morning to see what we got going on with that. Because I do believe that there is going to be a little bit more continuation, unless this news is completely past us and people have already forgiven Elon for what he has said to Trump, then maybe we'll get a bounce. Again, it's nothing fundamentally, right? So maybe we can just look at this as kind of just an overdone overreaction as the market tends to do. But now as I talk about it, you can see that momentum slowly start to pick up in the tape, and I want to see that translate into the volume as well. So that's what we got going on with Tesla. As soon as we set up above 1092, then I'm going to be out of that. I'll lock in whatever unrealized I have, but I was looking for that continuation breakdown south of the volume weighted average price and then putting in a new low a day. But we're not getting that right now. Not to say that it won't happen in the next 2 hours. Maybe come the imbalances, we'll see something displayed here on Tesla, and then that's when it will take that move to the downside, or maybe even start to recover a little bit more. So we'll be patient, we'll focus on that, and that's exactly what we have going on, and that's all I did for the day. So yeah, a nice relaxed Friday, put on some nice trades, and that was it. Yeah, I mean, every day this week green, surprisingly. So
Fantastic, man. Are you kidding?
6-day green streak.
6-day green streak.
Yeah, your boy is on.
That's nothing to sneeze at, man.
No,
That's
hey,
definitely nothing to sneeze at, man.
Appreciate that. Yeah. 6-day starting last Friday there.
Joseph, man.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
It's really good.
Yeah. I remember I used to document that a lot more, but now it's just like it's like whatever, a couple days here and there. But yeah, I put on some good ones on my time. I remember when I was training at home, I did like a 14-day or something like that, which was pretty cool.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Yeah, it was fun doing that. But then I proceeded to give it all away.
I love that.
After that, you know what I mean? Full disclosure, right?
That.
Yeah, but that's what happens. I told you guys, I went on a monster run when I was trading at home, and then that's what I was talking about. You just have like, so you've just been trading for a couple months, and then you decide that you know more than the market, and then the market will show you.
Humbles you pretty quick,
relatively quick, yeah.
Which I don't mind.
No,
you need a
it
good
brings you back
humbling
into
for-
reality, and that's why I think I've kind of been a lot more cool and calm. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So what? Even when it comes to swing trades and everything like that, because I mentioned there will always be a bigger and better trade.
No question about it.
Always. It doesn't even matter. As long as the market.
My old man used to tell me that all the time. Anytime, like I was like, oh, that's such a nice car. He's like, you have to understand that this is a never-ending cycle. You're always someone's gonna have more money than you, a nicer car.
It's always just
whatever it is.
How it is. Exactly.
And so you just gotta be, you gotta learn to be content.
Exactly.
I think that's where my old man excels. He really does excel at being content with what he has. It's something that I've always tried to learn off him a little bit. Something that doesn't come natural to me.
Yeah.
Right? Like I'm always looking for that next thing.
There's nothing
him,
wrong
not
with
necessarily.
that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. We're always looking for more. I don't think there's an issue with that whatsoever.
No, but the thing is, he actually doesn't lack ambition. But he was able to always kind of keep.
Accept
what
he had.
Exactly. Keep it as like, you know, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Not the desire to exceed, that's not what I'm saying, but kind of that, I don't know, man, what the word is. Anyway, guys, I'm going to digress for a second because we're taking Prince up the yin-yang over here on AYTU. Thank you guys for pointing this out again, and thank you, Adara, for bringing us. We are long at 09s. I just printed at 25s, and we're layering the orders, 28s, 30s, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one. It's up 50%. It's a good move right now, and it's a midday mover, and look at that volume profile. If you can't see it, let me show it to you. Bring it in here. So AYTU's volume is increasing, not decreasing. Look at that volume profile. Higher high, higher high, higher high. So keep your eye on that one. We just finished the candle here. A bit of an indecision candle with equidistant upper and lower wicks. 226 high a day. I took the print at 25, so technically we don't have that high a day. Maybe we'll get that in a little bit over here. About 5 minutes left on the show. What are you guys talking about? Mario Sousa. I would rather drive a Pontiac Aztek than a Cybertruck. Okay, thanks. Right. Crystal Ball says, Mario Sousa, both are ugly. Okay, that's fine.
Right, yeah,
no problem. Right, I love you both.
Yeah, exactly.
Adara, tell them what you think.
I don't know the Pontiac Aztek. I like certain Cybertruck wraps, and I told you guys I saw one in Winnipeg, and that was a thing. But let's talk about the news here, which is actually why I did this throw, though I appreciate the Cybertruck talk as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that Donald Trump is going to extend the TikTok deadline again. Charles Gasparino was posting something of this effect earlier on X. He's a Fox Business and contributor, but that was a little bit unconfirmed. Now we have Wall Street Journal reporting that ahead of this June 19th deadline, or the second deadline here for this TikTok ban extension, Trump is expected to extend it again. So again, we'll find out, I guess, in a matter of a couple of weeks. This deadline would be on Thursday, June 19th. So according to the Wall Street Journal, though, the trade tensions with China have stalled, I guess, this deal between the U.S. and China. With TikTok, ByteDance holds less than 20%. And again, if this does happen, this will be the third time Trump has extended this timeline. We're going to have to wait and find out, but keep an eye on Meta, keep an eye on Snapchat, keep an eye on Google potentially as well with the YouTube Shorts aspect of things. This could be certainly something to watch out for. Back to you.
Eduardo R. wants me to tell you that the Pontiac Aztek is in the car that they drive in Breaking Bad. Does that help? Yeah, now she knows. There you go.
knows.
Thank
Dang,
you, Eduardo.
thank you.
Appreciate that, my man.
That one there,
Knows how to put it in language that will help.
dare
man.
that would
I
help that.
appreciate
I
that,
dare
man.
yeah.
All right, guys, we're zigging and zagging here with AYTU. We just got back up into 24s. We rejected. Keep in mind, 26 high a day. So this current candle that we're in right now has a lower high. Now what I've done is I've moved up my dollar cost average to reflect the new price of the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA at 207, so I have my order at 210. So I'm looking at adding into this one, even though there's 3 minutes left. We know this one can get parabolic, so maybe it moves in my direction. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Profitable day today. I'm happy to be back live. I appreciate Neil taking the opportunity to reach out and get that ticket done. We started the show off in the sim, but we've been live. I think for halfway.
There you go, and you're printing up stuff.
Yeah, we did well today,
right.
and we're looking at taking bigger size now, guys. So hopefully it'll be better. You know, we'll see what the situation is here.
Better. It'll be nothing better.
Sean B. Sharif's insurance is listing. That's so funny. Yeah. Well, I didn't say I did anything. I just said it's a possibility.
Yeah, that's
right?
crazy.
Don't put words in my mouth, Mr. What's his name there? Sean B. Shout out to Sean B.
Shout out Sean B. What would if you could buy one vehicle, any vehicle, what would it be?
It would be an SUV. It would probably be the Cullinan.
The Cullinan?
100%.
Okay.
I'm an SUV kind of guy.
Yeah.
I like that, or you know what I'm actually starting to like a lot more than I did as a kid?
Yeah.
The sports station wagons. So for example, the Taycan
Porsche.
Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
Or I think it's called the Gran Turismo. Let me show you. So it's like,
The Porsche?
yeah.
I like that one.
It's
and
just
Audi,
like,
I like the Audi one as
yes,
well too. Yeah,
Audi
that
makes
sick.
one.
Yeah.
Beamer, there's an M5 now that's kind of a sports wagon.
hatchback, yeah.
What's it called? Benz makes one, the E-Class as well. Love those. I don't like the 80s wagons with the wood paneling on the side, but I'm talking about these modern wagons.
What is it? What's that? The Griswold Christmas or whatever it is?
Remember that? What was it called? The Buick Roadmaster?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called the Buick Roadmaster.
I was telling you about my grandpa's.
Like that.
I was telling you about my grandpa's old Benz, the hatchback that had the seats in the trunk.
Oh, those are amazing. There it is, Joseph.
Yeah,
Look, this is what I'm talking about. Who remembers this baby right there?
Isn't that in that Christmas movie? Isn't that Buddy the Griswolds or whatever it is?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't even know. All right, I thought Neil would have helped me out with that one there. But that's
What's happening up there, Darren?
Asian? Yeah, they're called the Griswolds. But that's not what I am here for. Let's talk about mRNA. I want to give a huge caveat in this. So I've read the post and I'm a bit confused. But some people here are saying on X that RFK Jr. has endorsed mRNA, Moderna. That is not the case. He makes a post that is a little bit more open to mRNA processes, as in lowercase m, RNA, not specifically Moderna itself. He specifically talks about how he met a child who received CRISPR gene editing therapy. So if anything, it seems like a good look for CRISPR. Basically, RFK Jr. saying that the HHS, or the Department of Health and Human Services, is going to continue to invest in cutting-edge research that drives breakthrough therapies. So long story short, mRNA is pushing higher here in some, I would say, misinterpretation of an RF Kennedy Jr. post. mRNA to the upside. Back to you.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
tell me.
Because we can't really be bigoted about. Did you see? Yee is chiming in on the beef.
Yay.
Last night, did you see?
Call him Yee? Is that what you call him?
Kanye, isn't it Ye or whatever Yee? I don't know. Who the hell knows what it is, bro? It's a different name every day. Hold on, let's find out what did he say again?
What did he say? Yeah, National Lampoon's Summer Vacation.
Where is it at, man? How come it's hard to find it? They probably shadow banned this guy. Here we go. No, that's not it. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
What did Yee say?
Yee. Okay, hold on. Let's find out. He was trying to get involved between them. No, all these ones are fake. These are all fake profiles. How do you even find the real one, dude? Is this it? Yeah, these are 87,000. No, these definitely not right.
Wow, Robinhood is
hard
definitely the best stock of the day. Look at this thing.
Robinhood.
Yeah.
Robinhood's the best stock of the day?
Yeah.
I don't know. I disagree a little bit.
All right, yeah, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just a little biased, that's all.
There you go. Yeah, obviously, Mr. Vlad Tenev lover over here. Fabian would be very disappointed.
Why?
He doesn't like Vlad Tenev.
Oh, yeah, because he was in that whole game.
Well, I don't think he was involved, but yeah, I think he was part of that. Yeah, anyway. Sharif got to let the grays grow after that. Leave me alone, bro. I'm not letting anything grow. All All right.
Yee.
201.
2-1.
Neil's letting the grays grow, apparently, according to him. And he's long Uber.
Boy needs to get
which
a
I happen to
haircut.
love, by the way.
Need a haircut.
Well, whatever, Neil. I still like the stock. All right, guys. It was great having you guys today with us on a Friday. It's going to be obviously a good one on Monday. There's a lot happening in these markets right now, so make sure you're checking in with us every day. We got Adair at the big desk, myself and Joseph. See everybody on Monday.
Happening now. Not happening.
What up, everybody?
How's
We're
it going,
back,
everybody?
and thank you for the extra 2 minutes with us, boys. It's not even on.
Nice.
Welcome back, everybody.
welcome.
Well, I'm gonna do something you don't normally do here, which is start with something that was in the chat from the midday because it needs to be addressed. Shout out to Random Sandals. I don't know if you guys read this already, but when I see a quote like this, that to me is absolute super hot fire.
There you go.
It's just as simple. If you can't be happy having a cup of coffee, then you won't be happy having a yacht. I mean, that's those types of words. Like, it's like that
If
whole
you think happiness lies in material things, then you are looking at it that problem with the wrong lens.
Exactly. Like, there's something to be said. It's like the whole like being comfortable. Like if you're constantly worried about what others think about you and all that other stuff, and like your first thought is, oh my gosh, how do I come off? It just doesn't work, man. Like you can achieve certain levels of types of happiness, but not that good stuff. Although if you want to have the best type of happiness as a trader, then sometimes you have to do what Luke Skywalker did, or what everyone that was doing the trench run did, which is stay on target.
Yep.
Stay on target. Okay. Because when you look away from that target for a little bit, Obi,
No,
and I'm not blaming Obi, I'm joking around because we did literally the same thing at the same time, which was stop looking for the reversion in circle and then go to play VWAP on Apple, which by the way was a fail.
Which is,
Not only because Apple broke out, it did, obviously, but because CoreWeave broke trend clean as you like at 120 and pull back to 112. So anyways, about not having that's just part of the game. It happens every single time, but the market is absolutely flying as we speak. It's crazy. Like that circle is making its pullback up 38% as the market's trying to break out. Right now, I got the eyeballs. It's just range-bound trading inside days for a lot of things, but you've got this potential breakaway on NVIDIA through 143. I mean, Tesla's not doing much of anything. I think that's been an entirely big disappointment. Like I tried the breakdown in Tesla, which, I'm pretty happy with this because we got out when we had to, and we didn't try to fight it too much, and the real downside potential was obviously huge if we get the follow through on that trade. But ultimately, you get out before you can make a mess of it. But Tesla's not doing a thing. But the market is. You pull up the SPY, pull up the Qs, and you're getting a bit of a breakout. I'll just do this on the ES because I have a channel already drawn. So I'll show you the black chart. There's the channel on the ES and it's breaking. I went over to Uber at VWAP because I liked Uber and put the long on and it's not moving. So that's why when Shreef's like, hey, Neil's in Uber, which is not showing for some reason. And I'm like, yeah, it's not really doing what I want to see. Like early on, good, a couple of scalp trades, and then a couple of shots at VWAP. I think it's doing a decent enough trend back into the upside. I'm not offering until we get to 86 and then higher. But I want to see it do what it did in the morning off these levels. So should be a fun one, everybody.
Oh, yeah.
This afternoon, it's a Friday, obviously options expiration, the day after all the chaos that we had yesterday. You're only a headline away from anything happening.
I mean, I'm watching this market rip right now. I'm like, all right, I was involved in a little bit of an Apple short, as Neil said. Kind of the idea was, okay, VWAP sellers, maybe a downtrend, but a little bit of a try at that. VWAP, I might have given it a little too wide, but that's okay. I was like, if I'm wrong up here, I'm really wrong. And guess what? Look at that. I'm definitely really wrong on the short as it's blasting to the upside. They're almost 205s on Apple, and then the SPY as well, coming back into this area that I don't know. I thought in the morning was a little bit of a supply zone. We're pushing back up into that supply zone. Again, my perspective. I don't know if it's anyone else's as well, but 600 area is kind of where we've been selling off from the morning session, retests as well, strong quadunks. Let's see if we can get past some of these prior resistances as well. That's another thing on my mind, 630s-ish, and then day highs on the spider sitting at 683. All right, so you know what? It's trying to push that 600 as of right now. You can see both the NASDAQ and the ES pushing up higher. NASDAQ a little bit closer to its highs relative to the ES as well. So other than that, I'm not really watching anything too else other than one more thing, and Neil already talked about this, other than the Circle as well. So I got Apple, SPY, Circle on watch today. Don't really see a lot of anything else, but I know a lot of people are involved in other things relative to their playbook. That's the thing, right? It's like you gotta focus a little bit on what you're good at, what's happening over there. But here's what's gonna happen right now, though. We got Sharif ready with the rundown with the stocks that you guys picked.
No, before we go there, he was he was doing the running man heading over to the rundown.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Okay.
No, but I know you were alluding to that, but the viewers didn't see him do the running man. So we have to tell everybody, Sharif was literally doing the running man over to the green screen.
Yes. Let's go.
As we
gotta get a camera over there as well, right?
Yeah, it would. Sometimes you get like these crazy moments and you wish you had a camera everywhere. It's not like we don't have 50 million cameras, but that's why Studio 8's going to be amazing because everyone's on at all times. We'll be more seamlessly switching as we go over to, I don't know, the rundown. We already said it. And maybe SoFi will be on it. Go SoFi. No, you don't have to. It's fine.
Running Man Rundown. Welcome, everyone, to the Running Man Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Sean. The boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, of course. But the only way to get your tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. You got to be a subscriber to vote and chat, so make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all four major averages. All four major averages recovering off afternoon sell-off yesterday, with the NQ, up 1 1/4, with the ES as well up 1.13. The Russell 2000 doing quite well up here, 1 1/3, and the Dow 1%, but the strongest performer of the four major averages. Here's a look at TSLA, barely above that $300 mark. It was a bit of a resistance level, at least midday. The Trump administration coming out and saying there is no effort by Donald Trump to terminate any of Elon's many government contracts. He is now focused, guys, on getting Republicans to vote for his big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, no, that's a movement.
Like I said when we started this out, Tesla, I think there was maybe 2 plays in Tesla, if we're being real about it. Like you had like the instantaneous at the open fail of the high at 300. So you could have shorted the 300 because that kind of trended in. And then from there was probably just a long and a continuation long off the bottom. Now I came in 305 under bearish, so I was shorting the breakdown. I say this line a lot. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. So when you take the flat bottom break was good, and then we're able to stop that out tight, and then I play it here, and then I play it again for a relatively tight stop, despite the fact that you see how big it moves. Clearly could have gone long at any of those exit points, but pretty happy with it. You don't want to give back what you made yesterday. A day like yesterday, you don't want to give back a fraction of what you made yesterday, the way I look at it, because it was such a good day. But since then, all you had was 305. At 11 o'clock, when we were done, I was looking for the top and we were able to catch it on Circle. That's the only reason I'm not in this. I didn't get the 305 on Tesla, because Circle was a little more important. And it didn't even make the list. Oh, wow. We'll talk some Circle later. I'm a little surprised. Did you really just... No, I was joking. I was joking around about SoFi because SoFi is actually up today, and I own SoFi instead of Robinhood. So anytime SoFi does something good, I want to bring attention to it because I own it. And if you look at when I got it as opposed to not Robinhood, we even did a poll, and everyone liked Robinhood better, and I didn't necessarily disagree. And it wasn't like I was selling SoFi that day either, but
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah, Tesla, I'd say a disappointment volatility-wise.
Tesla was the one yesterday. CRCL definitely in play today. We'll circle back to that one a little later. But Tesla on the day today, the opportunity that I see is, again, we talked about this in the morning session, anchored VWAP off of the event from yesterday, comes in the pre-market, sure, a little bit of a wash on that flush there, but a little bit of a reclaim and then push. We've been consolidating on top of VWAP since then. So I don't know. I don't really have much there. I think, yeah, there was definitely a little bit of maybe opportunity for me in terms of my playbook in here, in this area, and maybe into this push here back above VWAP, but I didn't really take anything on Tesla today. But yeah, definitely one to watch. Let's see how it consolidates. It's still kind of, I feel like it's still kind of digesting everything that happened yesterday, and with a little bit of a market gap up as well. Let's kind of let's ruminate on how Tesla will carry out next week as well. Right today, kind of a flat action there, nothing too crazy.
All right, guys, here's a look at SoFi. Apparently on Wednesday, they did present at the annual or the 45th annual William Blair Growth Stock Conference. The chief financial officer there really putting on a presentation, wowing investors. And you can see yesterday's price action, we were up aggressively, sold off though with the overall market as we got that Trump news. Today, we recover, we put in higher highs, guys. SoFi up 5 1/3.
Look, it's not that SoFi doesn't have a catalyst. I just we were waxing poetic about SoFi before. It is really moving, and it looks pretty good. Like, I know complaining about something when you're long underneath like $8 and it's at 14 is kind of ridiculous. But I think in the market, you should always judge your decisions and not necessarily the outcomes. And I know at every single point at which I bought SoFi, Robinhood has just delivered better returns and has just done better executing. So anyways, and Robinhood's going to get into the S&P 500. I don't know if that's going to be, we don't know if that'll be an announcement tonight. Who knows? That's a lot of the speculation for Robinhood, and we can get to that a bit later. But just keep in mind, SoFi is going into a pretty big resistance zone at 15 on the daily chart. So I think that needs to be respected. There's your 15. Consolidation breakdown, and then we just recently came into there. So I think you're going to have a little bit of overhead resistance into the 15 level today. It's trying to break out the top as we speak. But let's be real. The two names that I think, like one of these two was probably there before. Now it circles back. It circles under there before. But Robinhood is on a much bigger tear than SoFi. 6% to 4%, whatever the heck SoFi said. Great upward trend. Another fresh breakout. It's weird because I came into this week bullish on Robinhood, and it was like the first day back on Tuesday because I was off on Monday, made money long on Hood, and then for some reason like abandoned the notion. I know it didn't have a great day after, but then like right after that yesterday was another good long opportunity off of support, and then some more continuation today. So I don't know why I got away from the whole long Robinhood this week notion, but it was clearly a mistake because if you stuck with it and kind of played it off of support levels, it looked like it was absolutely fine. SoFi having a good run. Watch out for that 15 though.
Yeah. Well, traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day?
Yes.
Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited-time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. It's only for Trader TV viewers. Scan the QR code or enter your email and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. Eastern, so scan that QR code or click the link in the description box below. And back to SoFi. So again, I wasn't necessarily here for the catalyst that kind of sent this to the upside. You can see that volume coming in, blasting through that VWAP as well. But yeah, let's keep an eye on it. This has been a bit of an area prior day as well. We came into the morning session, attempted to push that prior day's high after a crazy move all the way up, all the way down, double topping just above that 1430s area. False break in the morning. That was again retrospect. But beautiful short there, back in through that VWAP and through the low a day there. Opening price as well, it would seem. what a reversion back in. And yeah, maybe a little sweaty participants here from the morning session. I don't know if you're still holding on, but this is a bit of a push and a squeeze back to the upside off of a catalyst on SoFi. So yeah, I'm going to have this one on watch going into the end of the day session here. Maybe we get a stronger move. Let's go to a higher time frame real quickly and kind of see what else we might have in store for us if we continue to push a little higher. 1478, a little bit of a high from May 14th. Earlier this year. So yeah, there we go. We got some levels defined. If we start to continue and push a little bit higher, let's see if we can get to some of those places that acted as resistance in the past.
Circle continues to be well received by the market, guys. Big move up yesterday, but it did close below $100 today. That's a distant memory. Yet another 37.75%, guys. Kathy Wood involved in this, commenting about the IPO, saying it was a wonderfully received one.
Wonderfully received is an understatement for Circle.
Oh boy.
Like it has been like, okay, yesterday all the money got made long, and we're talking about this in the rest of the day. Sometimes it just is what it is, and you know the read that you have is the read that you have, and if the read that you have was a couple of successful short scalps on an update, then that's all it is. So that, and I know it's weird to have had like ultimately like $10, $15, $20, $25 winners yesterday, and you have like most people probably their best day in of the quarter or whatever it might be on an individual stock. For a lot of people, that's what the IPO was, and I can't say that's not true of myself as well, and then not go long. But I didn't. I went short, and then I was trading Apple instead of shorting this at the 120 for that last breakdown. So I don't really have much except for what I think we obviously missed. There is not much price action when you have an IPO, so you want to consider the most obvious things out there because that's all you've got going for you. And if you looked at it yesterday, the most obvious reference price was instantly either when it opened or the first halt, which held as support twice. Okay, so that's working. Then look at some of these highs. There's the high at 104. We'll come back to that later. And then you have this lower high at about 96. You get the crazy song and dance, but when you finally set up a short, where does it bounce? Right at that 96 level. So when it breaks out, not only is the short off this 118, I had a 116 short. I didn't get 118. The out needs to be prior high instead of, I tapped out at 112 because I got tricked by a bid. I intended to hold that next third for the push down into the prior high. Look at how well it's respecting those things. Opening range top, yesterday's high, that was your bottom. That's the long that'll haunt me. And you don't even have to have that long. You can just buy the dip after that and give it to that bottom because there's plenty of room to the upside. Is it going to core weave? I don't know. Typically IPOs, even if they're ridiculously bullish, you might get a bull run for a few days, but there's usually selling after that. And then the crazy parabolic moves, like remember the structure of CoreWeave, just as an example. This did go ham for a little bit early and doubled up, but then gave it right back, and it was when it retook the high again that there was a parabolic move. Now, I'm not saying Circle will do that, but we've seen that pattern so many times, and a lot of traders are already trying to bet on that dip that takes you back to the low, and then you get the continuation.
Yeah, I think like we kind of saw this in retrospect, this level here. That's the biggest one for me. I was talking about that anchored VWAP from yesterday. We just extended right off of that. Didn't really even pull back into here. I was like, maybe we pull back into here. But guess what? We defined a high yesterday right here, and that high was 103.75. Off of the open, we attempted that high. We got to 103.72, 3 pennies on this stock. That is absolutely, okay, wow, yeah, Apple stopped me out there. Absolutely crazy off of the open, and then it stops 3 pennies right before prior day's highs. How crazy is that? Okay, so we've defined those two levels, and then you get the breakout of that level, so that's definitely valid. I missed that one there. I saw it push into 106s, didn't really get involved, but we saw the push into 120s, got a little involved in that one, I guess, as it pulled back in and covered into here. But this is what I want to talk about. I want to talk about this pullback right here that comes into that double top, right? Double top right here, double top right here. What is the low of this pullback candle? That's a 103.39. So comes in to that area, hits it, reverts back through using that resistance now as support. So it's like, all right, I had a little bit of a trade on it during the midday session. You can see here, this is a bit of a 3-minute chart where let me pull up Circle here. Circle trades on the NY. So this is the short that I had right there, a little bit of a push, but that back through looking much nicer as it breaks through that 115, 116, 114s. I covered everything in and around 110s, but again, I got to be a little bit more patient and wait for some of those prior levels to come in and wait for the bid to actually show me that, okay, we're going to buy now. That comes in off of VWAP and off of that double top from before. So absolutely great opportunities, both long and short on this name today, still trending to the upside, still extended off of that first opening day anchored VWAP. So this one will definitely continue to be on watch, I would say, going into a good part of next week.
Lulu reporting yesterday, and it was really not well received by the market to the tune of about 19.75% right now. They beat on the top and bottom lines, guys, but they ended up selling off aggressively on a weak earnings forecast, specifically North American sales down, being kind of helped up by international sales.
Yeah, it's not good for Lulu. At least it never made a fresh low in here, so the initial reaction is not too bad. Let's go higher time frame first. So let's do it right here instead of talking about what you could have done at the open. Really, I was anticipating if it had gone down into like underneath 250 that this was going to be a buy zone. It never really tested. So I think you one day good, but I'm not completely convinced that you're out of the woods and you aren't headed down for another test. We've seen this story before that when it starts to go bad for Lululemon, regardless of where it ends up holding, it can tend to have some continuation. And right at these price levels too, like the last time it failed from 340, it got all the way, it got $100 down. So why not think it couldn't stair step down there again? So I'm not, I wouldn't be a buyer there. I'll pull up a weekly there as well. For you, we were talking about Pan W versus CrowdStrike this afternoon, during lunchtime, Obi and myself. So like on the weekly, yeah, so this is why I think we're headed for a test of it. It's too big of a level, and the last time we got there, when we failed almost exactly the same type of candle on the weekly to initiate the move, failing 340, and it pretty much went 2 weeks down, got to 240, then held around 250. That makes a lot of sense to me, so I think you got to be patient with Lululemon. At the open, there was a chance to do something that I know I don't do, but if you like mean reversions and trend breaks, you can have it trend, something with a catalyst, like earnings, or maybe in the morning it had news or something like that. You can have a clean trend that happens in the pre-market on something that's distinctly in play. If it's not doing anything or not doing any regular or irrational or higher pre-market volume, then you shouldn't care about this. But if it is, then you can have a trend break that goes right into the open. Because right away, at the open is when it breaks that trend. There's your wick. There's your consolidation. That's a pretty typical trend reversal, and you could have had your like $5-6 move with about $1.50 worth of risk on Lulu. Of course, we were looking at Tesla and Circle for good reason. Everybody was looking at Tesla and Circle at 9:30, so I wasn't looking at Lululemon, but it gave you a pretty textbook reversion right off the bat.
I mean, I think I was definitely looking at Lulu to begin with off of the open because again, earnings name, but yeah, Circle was a little bit closer to, I guess, my interest. I wouldn't necessarily my playbook. My playbook definitely came in a little bit on the Lulu there, but yeah, nice continuation. We were talking about looking for that continuation potentially off of the anchored VWAP that came in, aggressive sell-off. We get that kind of a grinding bid going into the open, and guess what? It's only selling off of the open. Oh boy! So let's throw that anchored VWAP back on and see how we dealt with it off of coming into the open there. So we were talking about this in the pre-market. We kind of held that, but take a look at this. Opening range breaks down with the confluence of the breakdown of that anchored, and then selling kind of ensues. But pretty much, I guess, if you weren't selling up here, 275s, I would say it's a little rough for myself to be chasing down here in the 60s. But I think this opportunity right there, we did trend up into the open, and then that trend kind of broke down as well, giving that confluence, boom, 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 into some of those lows. But sideways consolidation since then. But whoa, look at this one right here. A little bit of a pullback up into that anchored VWAP. Guess what? sellers are on board apparently
also just
since that
VWAP.
anchor. That's is it also.
It's also
Yeah, it's around that VWAP
it's
level
close
as well.
enough.
It's close enough. Yeah, I guess.
it's called Confluence.
Confluence?
I don't know if you've heard.
Yeah, Confluence.
Confluence is
I've
your
never
thing,
I've
yeah.
never heard of it. Never heard of it.
Never.
Don't know what that is.
All right, guys, last one on the list here, AVGO, also another one that reported after the bell yesterday. Look, there was not a whole lot wrong with this report. You got to assume the sell-off here is just, lofty expectations by the market guys. They beat on the top and bottom line and guided substantially higher. Sold off anyway to the tune of 4.25%.
I spent some money on that one.
So what's crazy is like Broadcom, as the market just trended back into the top, Broadcom is about to break the low here on AVGO. And it's not just, I'm zooming it out so you can see, because you should always zoom out to the higher, not the higher time frame, we get a bigger picture. It's not just the low from the morning, it's also the aftermarket bottom here. It's 248, like 15 or 20 in here, so if 248 goes, you're running into some trouble. I think it's a textbook example of, you just made a fresh high, you failed that high on earnings despite whatever the quarter might have been or how good you might think the quarter might have been. Ultimately, the stock had just doubled from April. So it needs to be perfect. It wasn't perfect. You got multiple support breaks, like there's one support break, and then you had not really a break, but a rejection of a theoretical support level in around 53, and now you've got a flat bottom break looming. Now the thing about this 48 is it's not completely clean across the board. Like it's almost as if, like you go back to like here in the second, like you had support down at 46. So there's a bit of a range that this gets into where you might have a bit of wash, and then under 46, it looks like some acceleration. Like I don't favor that as much when, okay, yeah, this looks like a great flat bottom break, but then like it would be like nibble in, but if it's not taking out 246, then stay nimble and don't necessarily add, because through 46 seems like an add, and then you can get down to 240. That's what I would be looking at. And just a quick update on Uber, because it's not on the list and we're finishing up. Yeah, Uber, like several longs in here, none have been as good as the open. And this is just a rounded bottom. It tried to break this gap through 85. Once it held the 85, I went back into the longs off VWAP. You just can't seem to get any juice above 86. Like it'll get to 86, but since the open, it hasn't really done much above that level. But as long as the market's strong, I'll keep giving it a shot. When it loses VWAP, I just get out.
Yeah, AVGO, again, we were watching this in the morning session as well, but I was like, oh yeah, we'll watch for some of these reference prices. I think I said that. I was like, we got all these pops, failure, stepping down, and then let's see if we can kind of retest some of those levels. That was that initial level right there was at 256, that wick high from, I guess, around 5:30 last night. And yeah, we couldn't even get up there, Neil. We got up to 255.31, and yeah, that high was at that 256-ish level, but close enough, I guess. A little bit of a sideways consolidation. Didn't do too much of a flush right off of the open in the morning or the midday session, but you can see coming into the end of the day, we're a little poised to test that day low, and that happens to, again, confluence with that opening range low as well. That first 3-minute opening range low at that on the 9:30 candle is 248.43. We're currently trading at 248.76s. So, oh boy, yeah, this market, man, oh boy. We just wicked to highs, and then did the SPY actually do that? Is that a real wick on the spider? Yeah, because the MX doesn't get wicks like that, right? I think so. Hold on one second. Yeah, that's a real wick on the spider. Looks pretty real to me, man. That's a real wick on the spider. Hey-o. So maybe a little bit of a hunt there.
They just hunted some stops.
The game is afoot.
The game is always afoot up in here.
Let's see.
No, it was 100% real. There was no, like, it's not like there was. Hold on a second. Shoot. No, I heard something it was like basically a trader circulating a report that stars could be up for sale. I thought that maybe I was about to hear something market related. It's not specific to stars, but that's a real wick. Usually when I see that, I'm like, well, what was I thinking about shorting? And is there an entry into it? Tesla refuses to break this. What is going on, Tesla? I mean, like, I know what's going on. It's Friday. It can't move off of 300. I know what's going on. I get it. But it's just like, do it or don't do it. as Marlo said, I got places to be.
Yeah.
You seen The Wire?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I know. Every time Obi's on, at some point during the day, I ask him if he's seen The Wire. Marlo Stanfield is an incredible character. Great acting by Jamie Hector. But $2.99 doesn't seem to want to break on this thing, so not going to touch it. Uber seems to want to try to run. I knew there was something else reading about Tesla. The other reason Tesla's not moving much is look at that 200 period moving average. Like you've rejected it off the top, so you got the 200 period overhead, and you've got the 300 level just sort of chilling out there. And all of this is conspiring so that Tesla doesn't do anything. Where's my next offer on Uber? I'm not really offering until we get to the quarter mark, kind of where we got it last time, and then we'll see if it can't get to 87. But this news story on Stars here. It's not really moving. It's like the third time that I'm hearing it in my ear that they could be up for sale. I guess someone's trying to pump this thing and it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no. Again, there's a lot of like market-driven like moves in this. News-driven moves in the market. Let me get my words right. So you got to stay wary of that a little bit. And I think just as I say that, I think Adara has breaking news for us. Nice.
Well, there is something.
This might be the catalyst a little bit for the market, though, of course, we never know. Donald Trump, as you can see your FXI pumping here. Donald Trump posting 2 minutes ago on Truth Social that he is, quote, pleased to announce that Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, and United States Trade Representative Ambassador Jameson Greer will be meeting in London on Monday, June 9th, 2025, with representatives of China with reference to the trade deal. Trump also says, quote, this meeting should go very well. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. This is the exact team he already indicated he'd be bringing, so not super shocking. Trump himself will not be there. So as he mentioned during his phone call with Xi of China, both he and Xi invited each other to their respective countries, so we'll have to wait and find out what happens there. Either way, though, looks like these trade negotiations could be clipping along. Back to you.
Very much, Adair. What's crazy is, you guys let me know, because does anyone have this issue on Truth? Like, for obvious reasons, when you're trading, you get into the habit of something happens, I refresh over on Truth and see if he's posted. But like randomly, several times throughout the day, I'll just get nothing, and then it'll come back, and I don't know what it is because I'm not signed up for it or anything. But you can usually still see stuff, so there's like a workaround for that because you always. Oh, it's like okay, so it's maybe just an issue that they're having. But at the end of the day, like I think it's a situation where you want to make sure you have your ear to the ground. You're in the right spot because that's why we have. I mean, Adair does a fantastic job of making sure we get everything and get it right, and that's very important. Someone just mentioned, and I should have maybe been on this at VWAP on Meta. If you're wondering, like, what's with the one single trade on Meta, stick to what you know. It was just a trend down, and then this is the break of the prior high, and then played into VWAP prior resistance. But there was another trend trade. You could have had it when it broke this trend here and been long for even better, another $5 in there. But Meta looking strong, Apple looking strong. We're into Uber right now. Ichimo Cloud Surfer, sign up, do it for the team. You know what? First of all, all I would be there for is to get news updates, right, for the show because you're trading. And I've never really had this issue too much before. And if all I have to do is, if I have to sign up to then not have that issue, look, it's a resource. And as far as I'm concerned, when you're a trader, you want quality resources. And hopefully we're a quality resource for everybody else because that's what our intention is to be. And yeah, we'll see what happens there. There was something else I wanted to get to. Oh, yeah, this is a good one too. Jake Roberts Snake. I thought I was following an account that posted the Truth on X, but it's sometimes a little bit delayed, isn't it? And I don't know if I'm following it still. So someone post that in the chat, or I'm sure Adara will, and let us know. Because that's the other way you can do it. If you're already on X, which we all are, then you can make sure you get it that way. My goodness, NVIDIA just started to go. Are we breaking it out? Not quite. Like, NVIDIA is pretty close. Like, what I want to see happen on NVIDIA, outside of, well, I guess you should be buying 141.50, would be consolidation above this 142.75. See where the resistance has been? Like, forget about these tops. I want it to hold above 142.75. Join along, party to the high of the day. That way you're not punching said high of the day. I'm going to hold on to Uber, as I said, but I'm looking for some more longs, especially with that headline looking pretty good, Obi.
Yeah, no. I'm watching. As soon as you called out NVIDIA, I was like, all right, we got to pull up the set here and take a look at what everything is kind of doing. So I got SPY on watch, TQs, NVIDIA, Tesla, Softy, Apple, Google, Amazon. Maybe not a little bit of Meta, but and then some of the other names from earlier as well. Just on watch. Got the futures as well. That's kind of again the president just tweeted or truthed. So you got to watch out for that volatility. It's funny. Literally, I'm talking about, oh, this market is so news driven because we got clipped on that, and obviously that was again a little bit of nice timing there on that. Back above 600 here on the Spider. So let's see if those sellers can step right back in, or have they finally lifted? Is this news now strong enough to take us through this little bit of a resistance we've been dealing with, not only on the day, but over the past, I guess, couple weeks, I think. Let's take a look at that the Spider chart and see where that's at and what we're talking about here. So let me pull that back in. Again, if you guys were with us in the morning session, we kind of went over this as well. Again, this is just my look. I just want to preface it with that. This is just my look. It means something to me. It could mean absolutely nothing to you as well. So that's just something to kind of say there. So this was the consolidation range I was talking about last week. A little bit of a chop. We try to push that 600. We find some I guess ground, and then fail as well. So it's like, all right, supply a little bit there. This was already a little bit of a resistance. We failed to follow through. And then that was that high there. We saw more of the same coming in, flushing from that area. Sure, we're stepping up a little bit here, but again, let's see if we get some selling stepping in, or I could be totally wrong. We could just continue to push, and this is the breakout, right? So you go to a higher time frame here, get that VWAP out of the way so we can see a little bit more clearly. You can see it is kind of stepping up and trending to the upside as well. So got to keep that in mind. This is definitely a little bit of a counter until that level stops showing me that, like, okay, well, you know, there's sellers on board still. Until that distinctly happens and the buying is distinctly different and holds above that level, then yeah, maybe we're poised for a little bit of a breakout. You can see that we are kind of attempting to push these all-time highs here on the Spider. 611.39, Neil. We made it all the way back. A little bit of fear down here when we were in the 480s and 490s, back through that 400, what felt like forever ago,
Yes.
but it was just a couple of months ago. So a little bit of a push all the way back to all-time highs. We were fearing, and we were like, "Oh, is this the end? You know, are we going back down to the dumps? We're finally in a bear market." And then shout out to Mr. Michael Noss as well. He was talking about sometimes you got to go to a higher time frame and take a look at the bigger picture.
You kind of always
as
do, I think.
as well. But like, look, I'm just gonna pull up a 3-month chart on the SPY here, and you tell me where the strong bear market really is on this chart. And I was like, okay, well, what about if you really want to go long term, take a look at a 6-month chart, right? This is COVID right here. This little drop, this drop here, this is COVID, right? We're way past.
You know what else looks like that? I don't like, not to burst anybody's bubble or anything, but pull up a chart of, say, like money supply.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So that's a good explanation.
Pull up a chart. You probably the similar shape. Look at like government receipts, like how much governments bring in. Look at government spending. Like all of those things are going to be very, very similar because it's all tied to the creation of debt and printing money, and it's got to go somewhere. But the stock market can outperform because that's the first place that the big money puts it into. That's a different story. Like we can get into high.
It's a bigger picture trade. It's not what we do.
None of that crap matters.
We don't do that here. We don't do that around here.
Oh man, I got to use the economics degree for something around here, man. I'm just saying.
I don't even have one, Neil. So I don't know.
Everyone should go to school. School's great.
It's a great business.
What was I going to say? It was something related to Alibaba, but I don't remember. Alibaba's running on that headline. I know what it was. Alibaba running on that headline. So when we talked about Alibaba specifically on the aftermarket show a few days ago, I believe, and we were looking at some strength in K-Web and what could continue, Alibaba yesterday closed above the 50 period, promptly decided to completely rejected today. So there again, re-entry like swing like never happened here above the 120 level. So I'm eyeballing like 120, get back and close above 120 would look pretty good for sure. Chuck of all trades, descending wedge on Tesla. I know, we're waiting for it to break. We're waiting a long time for this to break on Tesla. I see the same thing as you. Like, you can look at that. You could look at, I don't know, you could draw like there's a million ways you could draw this if you wanted, but every single thing comes down to, can it break 299, which is also now the volume weighted average price. So until it loses that, I'll look for that acceleration. Right now, from 99 to 01, you're talking $2 risk. You could literally take that break, risk $2, and the low is at 91. Like, that's worth it. So I think it's worth waiting for in Tesla, but it's just not doing anything. So like I said, I'll hold on to Uber. And someone asked where the stop was on Uber and then said, is it at 60? You're pretty close. I think a lot of times, you know, for people that watch the show long enough, you should usually be able to guess. Like, if I take a reversion trade, you know, like if I take a reversion here short, you know that I'm giving it to the prior bar high or that high. If I take a long consolidation off VWAP, and I did add to it higher, but started around the low 70s and then added to it at the 80s. I'm probably giving it to on a higher time frame back here underneath that 60 level. So yeah, it's usually pretty easy to guess. And if you can't figure out the obvious place where I think a stop would be in a certain strategy, then just ask us. I don't mind saying, like, no one's going to hunt our stops because we're telling you guys out live. Mark the Realtor, Tesla next week 400. This is the second time someone has said this today. I hope so, but I said this candidly yesterday, and I elected not to sell more, but I sold the second third of my 220 swing at a trailing stop underneath 310, which was this gap. So that filled yesterday. And I was going to consider selling the rest of it today. I elected not to, so I'm still holding on to a third of the 220 swing that we got earlier in the year. Let's go to Adair.
Keep an eye here on Walmart, WMT. Not much of a move here. Really nice reversion off of the lows for this one, but company CFO saying that consumer spending has been largely consistent. I guess this could be interpreted a couple different ways. We know there were concerns about consumer spending, of course, with tariffs and prices, but either way, WMT on watch are these comments coming through. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Just to Rob here in the chat. I love the chat, guys. You can't be schooling Obi like that. Everyone should go to school. You school him. That's a joke. I was attempting to throw shade at myself. I don't know how it came off, but I was really trying to throw shade at myself. Or just in a general sense that, you know, a lot of people, like, you get a degree in something and you don't know what you're going to do. You just
It's so funny.
But
Wade and I were walking through UFT today.
You don't know
right?
what you're going to do.
No, of course. Wade and I were walking through UFT today, and I made a joke, and it's graduation season, so it's like everyone's graduated. The campus is beautiful. You know, everyone's taking pictures, and, you know, me being the contrarian that I might be, I'm gonna be like, you want to tell them how many of them are probably going to get jobs in their field of study?
I'm just saying.
You want to tell them, or should I? That's basically the joke I made. I was like, you know what? Because everybody was like so happy and smiles. I'm like, you know, I'm just gonna have my walk around campus and do my own thing. But yeah, that goes to show. I have a degree in biology. You know what I mean? So can it relate to the market? I have no idea. But the psychology part of it.
100% I've told this story. I've told the mates. Every time you're on, I tell this story. I have a buddy who, same thing. He was actually like in hardcore like research biotechs, and he literally parlayed that to a job in Wall Street. Because I know you hear me say this every time there is some pharma company in our watch list. I just look at it and go yada 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 pharma, and then start talking about the technicals, because I read the press release and it's all gobbledygook to me. But some people, like Obi or others, can read it and actually make sense of to a better degree than I can. I'm not saying you're an, you know, just. Yeah, you don't have to be an expert, but you to a better degree can understand the fundamentals, which is key. Like it's fine. Like I can read a report and like financial stuff is fine and comes easy. But if you have a niche and there's something you understand really well in terms of a sector, that's an advantage in trading, swinging, investing in that sector, especially when you're going through an annual report, especially when you're listening to an investor day or reading a press release. Like, lean into that. Like, don't be afraid. If I had the degree, I'd be all over trading biotech stocks. Before we get to it, move on. I do want to address QBTS because someone did ask, and I'm not in it anymore, which is kind of silly because it's still a good long. I basically I only took the breakout, and I held the breakout into 18.5 from the 18, it was like the 18-20 break, and then I stopped it out break even and kind of got away from it to move on to trading what? Circle, because everyone wanted to look at Circle today. And then it's still trending to the upside. So I like QBTS. I'm not in it anymore. It's consolidating above this level on the daily, and it seems like there's room. It's a good thing we got out when we did, but man, that's a re-entry. It's really a re-entry the second time it takes that level. And what I liked about it, which is still pretty much in play, is this little gap fill. So it's gone to this area here, the 1865 from the 23rd. I think the next stop, if you can clear that out, you've got room to 19.5. Maybe it does it today. Could be stretching it on a Friday where things are pretty slow right now volume-wise. You're not really exploding in volume. You have much less volume than you would the previous afternoons. But still, I think I do like this setup, but it's hard to chase. Like, I don't really have many setups that would involve buying up here. If you can pull back into a prior high, like 1850, maybe you grab that kind of a dip. But yeah, I do wish I was still in it, but I'm not.
Yeah, these quantum names have been running, man. But I want to go back. I want to go back to the whole school thing right now, because I feel like I have a little bit of a passionate opinion. Now, whether you guys want to hear it or not, I have no idea. But I will, share freely. I think in this day and age, here's the thing: going to school is great if you really want that. I'm talking about undergrad. I'm talking about
I believe.
I'm talking about like undergrad, college. Whatever you want to do. If you really want that, go for it. But here's the thing: in today's world, I don't think it's the right step to start off with accruing debt.
Oh,
and that is
100%.
what you are doing by going. That's why I said university is a great business. Colleges are a great business. Here's something else. Why don't you use that money and try to start a business?
On DP.
In today's world, I feel like there's so much more beneficial. And honestly, a lot of my friends, but like the most successful ones, they have their degrees in engineering, maybe in biology, maybe in commerce. But here's the thing: all of them are making money running businesses that they started, which had nothing to do with the job that they were working at. So it's like, you can either do that when you're maybe 30, 40, or why don't you start that when you're 20 years old, when you have a lot of time and you can take on much bigger risks. You can always go to school. You can always go to school.
It's a huge advantage taking risks. Like the parallel I'll say is like deciding to like try to trade. Like it's easy to be like, you don't often hear me be like, I've been trading for 20 years, blah, 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 I'm so great. Well, part of it was I had no damn responsibilities when I started trading. I was living at home and I didn't have, I didn't have a mortgage, any of that nonsense. So this market is doing nothing. Hold on a second. I'm just going to go over to Uber. Uber is going back into the volume weighted average price here. So I don't know that I want to move the stop. I might bring it up a little bit, but that's starting to come down, and QBTS is coming down as well. So considering whether I want to move the stop, and I might just go ahead and do that because we're not getting the acceleration we want. We're just going to tighten it up a little bit so that I'm risking less. So if we only ever got 15, 20 cents, then I want to tighten that up and see if we can't lose a little bit less than that. To finish that thought is like for trading, which is another perfect example of that.
Yeah. It's a business.
It is like starting a business.
Yeah, for sure.
And when you do it, if you do it at a point where you don't have as much pressure on you if you fail, that allows you to give it the time to make it work. And for most people that don't have that as an option, then understand how viable it can be as like a side hustle, as your second source of income, which is to me, those are the two ways that I have seen traders be successful. It's either you started at a point or maybe you just have a bunch of money and I don't know, you could get money from somewhere, or maybe you inherited it.
Money trees.
And that way you have a big bankroll to start with. Fine, that's one way. The real way that most people, you don't have a lot of responsibilities, you start young, or you do it as a successful side gig and maybe you can grow from there. But thinking it's going to be easy another way is difficult. And going into a bunch of debt to start out, I always wanted to go to the States for school. And obviously, it's a lot more expensive for Canadians to go to university in the States. And I remember like a couple of times when I had opportunities. One was to transfer down south, and other was when at a high school, and I had no full scholarship offers. And there was another school that best they could do was financial aid, and it was like 4 to 5 times, even with a partial scholarship, or with the other school with help with aid. It was still 4 to 5x what I was doing here. And I remember actually seriously thinking that it was a good idea to still go. And my dad's like, are you an idiot? And thankfully, I'm really glad I didn't for obvious reasons. I also met my wife at university, so imagine how that would have gone. So anyways, and now let's go back into, and that's right, the millionaire just said it, find your wife in college, and I did. We both ran track at the University of Waterloo, and that's where we met. So I got really lucky there that I didn't go to the States. But I just got out of Uber. Okay, fair enough, I tried to get into 86, but we're breaking down here, led by Broadcom, I think. Although Broadcom's not falling apart, it did break that 248. But see how, remember I told you there was that 246 underneath? You're not going to see it on that time frame. You got to go to a 15. There was that 246 underneath. So it's not really falling apart. So I think maybe nibble into the short. That makes some sense. Because I think if you nibble in, you can give it to 249 easily, like this prior bar low here. And then maybe add to it as it gets into the 246 level. So I think that's the approach I want over here with Broadcom. Chris Smith says Waterloo is an amazing school and a top 100 global school. I tend to agree, although I will say this, because it's just true, so I'm going to say it. At the end of my time at Waterloo, there was a lot of people that thought that I went to Laurier because I did my social. There's two schools in the same city, literally on the same street, two universities. Sean went to Laurier, and a lot of the friends I made were at Laurier because I'd hang out with the business students. They tend to party better, so it was better socializing and all that kind of stuff. Waterloo is a very competitive and nerdy school. Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. I don't want to disparage my own school, but if you're trying to have fun, maybe that's not the school to go to.
Oh boy.
I'm just saying. No, but seriously, there was one time.
College, undergrad, I think it's a great experience. It's an amazing experience.
I was in a third year econ class, and I remember in the library, just whatever, I'm doing my gig. There was a couple of other people from our class, and like we had like a little mini assignment that you had to do in. It wasn't like a quiz. Kind of think of it like a take-home quiz, whatever. And we're like an hour before class, and I'm sort of wrapping up, and we're just sort of checking some stuff with a couple of other people. And some dude that I know is in my class sits down with us. I don't really know him. Mm-hmm. And then he gives a story about like, oh, he missed this and that. Can we help out? And so I remember, I'm not going to say the name, but I remember essentially just sort of letting him kind of use my work to go through. I'm like, it's cool, man. And we went through it. And then like 2 months later or like I remember missing, like I had a track meet or something and I missed the next day or whatever. I missed class. And I'm in the library, I see the same dude. I'm like, yo, man, did you get the notes from blah, blah, blah? And he packs them and no, sorry, and he walks away. I'm just like, what? I'm like, okay. I'm like, that's how it is. Okay, so it's all good so you can use my work, but the second I want to just get the notes from the class, I didn't know the guy, but like,
yeah.
And that's when I learned how competitive that school was. I'm like, that crap wouldn't happen at Laurier. Because people are, it's just better peoples. Anyways,
yeah.
I'm just saying that's a big no-no to me.
It's funny how that
because that was just like okay, like whatever, man. I'll never forget that face or name. I'm just saying that not a lot will get me worked up. I mean, literally getting worked up now, even thinking about it, because it really bothers me. That's
definitely irritating. But I mean, I guess you kind of observe the character of the person there.
Yep.
I think that was. Yep. That was, I guess, valuable to you.
You know who you are.
In some way. Exactly. You know who you are. I have no idea who you are, but Neil knows who you are. And, okay. So, market's kind of pushing back up to the upside here. We did kind of take the prior two 15-minute bars. We have 5 minutes left on this one to close. The prior two 15-minute bars with a little bit of a red push there. And, kind of coming back up into the bid, and that's what Apple's doing as well. I've been kind of trying a little bit stubborn, I would say, multiple times at this. A little bit for the short, kind of coming into back to highs there. But the fact of the matter is, the long came in, I think, down here, and we've been kind of trending long since, or trending off the lows since about 1 o'clock, right? So 1 o'clock, almost 3, almost for the past 2 hours, for the majority of the past 2 hours, we've been just trending up on this here said market. So let's see what other tickers are continuously pushing up as well. Amazon, oh boy, Amazon's about to break its day high. As well. So Amazon kind of running for its.
As I short the low on Broadcom.
Here, so look at that right there. 213.70 is the high. We're trading 55s right now, only a few pennies away. 60s now trading softy, not as far away, but sorry, not as close. but it is not far away from VWAP is what I was trying to say right there. So sideways consolidation on Softy, nothing too crazy on that one just yet. Amazon is the one with some acceleration, and so is Apple as well. I know I'm short this name, but I can't deny how strong it is. I do understand, and I'm well aware of the counter that I'm trying to pull here, and I'm likely to get stopped out as well, right? So SPY, we can take a look at that one. We talked about that 600, and oh boy, a little bit of a push back down off of a test of what is that 664 on that prior 15-minute candle here on the spider there. We're kind of pushing back up. Let's see. We might be poised for a little bit of a break of highs. We were talking about that action yesterday, Neil, and potential players piling in, maybe getting aggressive, thinking like, oh, you know, this is doomsday. We're gonna continue to go down. Tesla down 20% or so. A little bit of a panic sell, and yeah, coming into the end of the week, we're kind of grinding back to the upside across a lot of these names, kind of washing a lot of that price action from yesterday. Let's see what Adara has with some news.
Just be aware here, this is RKT. Now, if you've looked on social media, you'll know that Citron Research, this is the same group led by Andrew Left that was shorting GameStop during the meme craze and also during last year. Regardless, Citron Research has been involved in Rocket, and they've been posting about it really heavily. This move yesterday was also driven in part by a Citron Research poster the day before as well. I know they've been pumping it pretty recently. They just pumped it again here. Citron Research posting an investor presentation with regards here to RKT. So more Rocket posted, more Rocket pumping here and hyping for Citron Research. This stock, though, does have a really notable short float. It's going to be a 46% short float as we head into Power Hour. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Power Hour for Amazon, breaking out those highs. And Michael in the chat, the turret at Laurier versus Fed Hall at Waterloo. It was the turret all the way. I was there a lot of Thursdays. A lot of Thursdays at the turret. That was the spot. Also the Rev. If you're from the area, the Rev was the other good club there. I won't tell the story, but it's always good if you know some of the bouncers from the football team. If you find yourself in certain situations at the club, which at the Rev I knew a couple of dudes, which always helped. So consolidation, literally at the low of the day as the market's at the high, which sometimes you got to consider that. So Broadcom, okay, like I still like it to 46, but inside this like 48 to 47 range, it just took some out, and then we'll wait for the 46 push. Obviously, once we break down into this territory off 47, then the stop moves to like the actual top, which is very, very tight, but that's because it's broken down and I don't want to give it up. Got to acknowledge the fact that the market's trying to run the highs here, at least to some degree.
Exactly.
There. Also, too, like Hertz Scrambler, this is I can't believe I haven't looked at this stock today. Because a couple people were mentioning this. I feel as if earlier on that Netflix was potentially primed for a reversal. And I own Netflix. I haven't really sold anything in a while. But it could be another one of those, like look at this double top. Let's just keep it simple. Look at the double top on Netflix. And then look at the respect of the volume weighted average price on the way down. Now, why I wouldn't short it off of this VWAP is, I don't know, it feels like it broke the trend and is consolidating here. Like I'd be very, like I don't like that look. Like I almost like a stock that's making the lower highs still. Like it just feels like it could break it out a bit. But yeah, double top that held VWAP at the open. That seemed like it was an obvious short that we missed an opportunity on. But for now, we'll be into Broadcom. I really don't have any long ideas, and Tesla doesn't want to do anything, which is the most annoying thing ever. This is still Tesla. I don't even have the breakdown order in here anymore, because I feel like that's just going to be the stupidest trap ever. Like it's just going to go down there, wick it, get everybody out, and then it'll go the second time, and you'll want to be in the second time. So we'll wait for Tesla here at some point and hang on to Broadcom. Still want it to break 47 before I move my stop.
Yeah, I'm kind of just again, got eyes on the spider here. I'm trying to look and see if anything distinctly different happening in and around the 600 area going into the close. This is Power Hour. We got one more hour left, guys, and we're kind of just consolidating sideways. And we could go either way. We're consolidating near the highs. Again, we can continue to blast up. We attempted to push some of these morning highs a little earlier. You can see that two prior 15-minute bars. You can see that strong wick. That was also the time when I think the president truths there on that pop into 605s, and we've been kind of consolidating 5995s since then. So again, got to be patient. Here's some kind of volume coming in. It would seem going into
buy side.
yeah, exactly. Some buying coming in here on these on the Spider and Apple here on these tape that I'm watching. Let me pull up the Apple book for you guys here as well, so you guys can watch along. Nothing too crazy. The book is pretty light here on Apple. You got 1 lots, 3 lots, average around maybe 3 to 4 lots on each side. A little bit of you can see that little seller imbalance right there. But again, it seems like we're moving around again on breaking news. So let's see what Adara has for us.
We got consumer credit coming in here for the month of April, up 17, so it was positive 17.873 billion for this consumer credit change. Estimate was positive 10 billion. Previous was positive 10.17 billion. So higher than expected here, consumer credit change for April. This came out a couple minutes ago. Just wanted to let you guys know. Back to you.
And as that happened, the market did tick up. Tesla is trying again. Look, remember this wedge can break in either way. I know we're being very bearish to consider that it can only break down here underneath 299. I know we're talking a lot about Tesla, but Tesla is obviously a bit of a thing. So like you can do this and say, but I don't like that trend line at all because there's not enough points of contact and it's not like it was respected, but it does have a chance to close above and break it if you're bullish. I'm just going back over to Robinhood, which is like it's struggling up here at the top. And what I'd be concerned with and why, like I'm not punching long in Robinhood or QBTS because normally that's just a short that I would be looking for. So far from the volume weighted average price. You're seeing the wicks up here, so the sellers are starting to gain control, and it's trying to trend break. And I felt the same way about QBTS and D-Wave, and now it's pulled back into that 18.5, the prior high that we got out of. What I'd like to see, there's your bounce, close above this bar, close above the prior bar, and then think about entering. Think about it. We can just go into on the bid. Oh, I got the midpoint. That was easy. I actually got, you'll see 59, but I actually crossed 58.5 there and got the midpoint. So what I wanted to see was break it, hold 18.5, give me an entry point that I can give to the prior bar to be able to play into the high and then the 19 even. So I didn't want to join QBTS at the high of the day, but I did want to find a spot on a dip buy to get in. So just be careful because there's not a lot of volume. And when you have a lower volume day, I don't necessarily want to be buying highs. And I will acknowledge, obviously, I can't say that without acknowledging that I did short the low on Broadcom. But I waited for it to break. Like I let it break, let it retest the bottom, show resistance at 48, and then jump into the trade. But I didn't take the actual breakdown, which oddly enough would have been just fine. So long in QBTS, but I'm kind of feeling like the acceleration could be difficult. Like try to go station to station on a day like today.
Yeah, I'm looking at these selling. We talked about that push in the market. Thank you, Derek, for bringing us I guess it was a little bit of an economic push there, maybe into the markets. The flow definitely kind of changed. It was a little distinct for a bit, and then it kind of stopped. So I was like, all right, well, something's coming in, and then it kind of slows down there. So, but the past 3 15-minute candles now have been a little bit of a pullback and didn't really retrace that much on the ES. You can see the ES looking distinctly different as it is kind of grinding up as the NASDAQ kind of grinds a little bit lower. So there's a little bit of a disconnect happening there. I'm watching Spider 600 as well. Like I said, going into the close today, again, being a Friday, definitely a little bit of an interesting week. A lot of volatility and moves that we've had. I'm curious to know how we close off the week. Another one I'm also watching, again, is Circle. Again, the shorts on this have been absolutely beautiful. But going into the second day, the first week, at the end of the week there, I just want to see if there's more of that squeezing action that we were looking at off of the open, maybe in the intraday, just that stair step up, and that just buying interest going into the close. 123.52s are the highs on Circle, currently trading at 115.48. So a nice little consolidation above VWAP and hold there as well. And another one was CRWV. CoreWeave, I know we've been talking about this one a little bit here. Bit of a downtrend since yesterday. I was talking to Neil about this one earlier as well. Everybody was probably looking for that day 3 push. Day 1 breakout, day 2 consolidation, maybe gap up a little bit of a higher day there. And yeah, maybe we're looking for that day 3 to give us a stronger continuation, maybe a push, maybe a failure to follow through, whatever it is. Day 3 comes in. We don't even hold some of those end of day consolidation levels in the pre-market yesterday and then start to kind of puke into the ground there. A little bit of a pop here brings us back in. Again, market also gapped up here, so maybe a little bit of a reversion back to, I guess, the mean on CoreWeave as sellers kind of continue to step in. Day 3 definitely kind of, I would say, had a few longs offside, if not a lot, for that potential continuation. But the thing is, it's still consolidating pretty nicely, still in a very strong uptrend. Take that VWAP away, you can see that kind of uptrend. Sure, that range, the uptrending range is expanding, sure, but it is still an uptrending range nonetheless. Here comes 600 on the spider. Again, we've been here for a while, but you can see the ES consolidating like crazy for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 15-minute candles for the past hour or so, and we've pretty much stayed within that range. So nothing too crazy there. I'm looking for Apple to kind of start exhausting its buyers. Hasn't really done that yet. So again, I'm being patient to see if this can revert. But if we continue into the close, I wouldn't be surprised either, right? I'm more than willing to kind of give it that and let things potentially work. The futures, I do like that we false broke the highs on the NASDAQ. I do like that as a little bit of a confluence, but Apple can do whatever it kind of wants to do. So.
It's like a close basketball game in the fourth. Like, it's just like the lead change goes back and forth. So like the SPY breaks resistance, breaks over, breaks under, back and over. And there just isn't a distinct direction. Like what you want to try to, the reason like win, lose, or draw, why I'm in QBTS and AVGO is I wanted to find things that are looking better. Now granted, I would argue like QBTS is doing the same, not moving as much, but hey, look, it gave you a dip into a prior high on a pretty solid upward trend. And at least Broadcom is doing something that the market isn't doing. Like win, lose, or draw, it is breaking down. And I acknowledge in the chat, because Frank was like, oh, thanks, got a little bit of a scalp trade. The thing is, it's a better trade here, obviously, at 249. Like 249, I'll use to steal a term from Obi, you're taking inventory into the break of the low of the day at a key point that it's consolidating where your risk was actually 50 cents to take that trade there instead of taking it off of 248, where either you're risking way more to get less or you're having a very tight stop for a stock like this, like 30 cents. Like you play the hand that you're dealt, because I wasn't really paying attention as much as maybe I should have at 249. But yeah, at least it's doing something different. So if the market were to turn, you've got a weak stock. If it breaks out, I'm never going to hold a short like this all the way back in. I'm going to have a relatively tight stop in here on AVGF. But I did take some profit on QBTS, and I'll try to reload it if I can get it at that 1850 again. Oh, I think there's no guarantees that I would be able to get another refill at the same price. Tesla's still doing a heck of a lot of nothing. And, Tesla is still not trying to break down, but it is actually picking up volume to the upside. When I say nothing, it's because I was looking for the short on a break of this 299 flat bottom, and it just doesn't want to do it. But it also hasn't broken the top of the range either, everybody. And I will acknowledge Guzman in the chat, go Pacers go. I still am a believer in OKC, but I was wrong. They did not look as dominant as you would have expected to be able to lose a game like they did, that they were in control of, and then blowing at the end. Like Halliburton is just, the guy is way too clutch. It's unbelievable how clutch this dude is. But shout out to Pascal Siakam, because it's like Canadians, we win either way. Because there's like Benedict Mathurin is on the Pacers, he's Canadian, and then obviously Siakam played for the Raptors as well. So there's a lot of Canadian connections on the Pacers. I'm kind of happy whoever wins, but I really thought it was going to be OKC. It's a good thing I didn't bet anybody on the game last night, because if I did, I would be wearing Pacers face paint. But nobody took me up on it, so that's your fault. Like when I was saying that, literally nobody stepped up willing to offer some kind of a bet, to which I said I would wear Pacers face paint, and I would be, but nobody had the stones.
That's funny. I got UNH on watch here because I was just going through some of my watch list from this morning, and I'm like, all right, going into the last hour, what other opportunities might I have? And I just want to know what some of the top ideas I had maybe last night or in the morning have panned out during the day. So UNH, oh boy, I was looking for that continuation. We got that strong selling coming in yesterday. Absolutely beautiful. Nice little puke into the after hours. But yeah, a little bit of a market gap up gave us a push back into some of those prior end of day consolidation ranges here, but take a look at that. Distinctly different action today off of the open and throughout the day as we hold that 300 level and push a little bit higher going into the close here. So UNH, what a strong close. About to break yesterday's high as of right now is UNH.
Oh, nice.
Only about 12 pennies away right there. That prior day's high is 302.26 on UNH. Now we know this name has been kind of down in the dumps, kind of been selling off a lot of I guess negative sentiment in and around this one. Again, bigger picture, we've been continuously selling off, boom, 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 and a bit of a sideways consolidation. So what I was looking for when I saw this setup last night, I was like, all right, we sell off aggressively into this double bottom range low that we've been holding since the bottom that we made at that 248. I was like, okay, oh boy, yeah, sure, there's a little bit of demand here, there's a little bit of supply, but if we're coming in with volume, can we break down? Oh boy, we just came right back into the range highs there as of right now on UNH. Let's see what the breaking news is with Adara.
An eye on any and all drone-related stocks. They're all moving very differently. Here's AVAV. I'm just going to pull up the 3-minute here. You could take a look at RCAT, kind of any like drone defensive plays, because Donald Trump did just sign an executive order to apparently ensure continued American leadership in the development, commercialization, and export of drones. So any drone companies could be in watch. Of course, American drone companies to the upside. Foreign or non-U.S. drone companies could potentially move to the downside. So keep an eye on any drone or defense-related plays. Apparently, the goal of this executive order was to address growing drone threats. So keep an eye on these plays. Back to you.
Well, I know there was another one. I don't remember. As soon as you, thank you, Dara, for that. As soon as you brought that up, I was like, oh, what's the stock that I always pull up when we're talking about, drones? UAVs. So AG Eagle Aerial Systems, I guess. I don't know.
Archer,
UAVs.
Archer's the other one.
Sorry?
Archer Aviation, right?
Is that what it is? I don't know. I'm just reading off this.
No, there's a different.
The other one. Right. Yeah, no.
That's another one.
I can't remember it. But this one again is a bit of a repeat offender. Every time there is some sort of catalyst, it does have a little bit of a run up. And look at this. For the past couple, oh boy, look at that. This thing was doing relative volume on Monday, and we've been sticking in that range. And even though volume dropped off, we failed to follow through on the breakdown of this range low. On UAVs,
breakout next week.
This could be setting up. We know small caps have been running a little bit hot here, and yeah, we know again being a repeat offender of what it's been capable of doing in the past. Boom, boom, boom. You can see that action there. Sure, we've gone through splits. Sure, the swing shorts on these are absolutely mint, but when it starts to kind of catch a base and starts winding up again, definitely one to keep an eye out for. I don't necessarily day trade these, but one's definitely to keep an eye out for as they kind of wind up and build up potentially for another run there. Oh boy, so we did break prior bar low on the 15-minute on Apple. Alphabet's kind of trying to turn. Softy's holding VWAP. I like that. Look at that nice, beautiful hold on Softy. Softy's also been in a very, very nice trend since earnings. Have you seen this Softy chart, Neil?
Oh, I have.
Look at that. Earnings, boom. Nice, slow, grinding bid. That earnings reference, kind of a pullback low, was at 415. We kind of reclaim on that 420, oh boy, and then continue to grind all the way up. 473s currently. So Softy 500.
Always buy 420.
I mean, I learned that during the COVID days.
If 420 is a setup for trade, like consider it confluence. Like it has to be a setup though. Like there needs to be a reason.
I feel like there are enough bros that have trickled into the finance scene where this price has become a level.
It's not nonsense.
I mean, when you see it happen, you can't deny it. Come on.
Crazy.
Sometimes I like
if a small capper has like a typical like double top setup or whatever, like an ascending wedge, and the top is 420, you're punching 421. I'm just like we joke around about that, but I also feel like we do it as well.
No joke.
We really do, because sometimes those levels matter. However, we've now had 6 straight very small red candles on the NASDAQ. Oh, wait a minute. Did we count that wrong? Neil can't count. That's me. 5. But like they're very, very small, but it's like a gentle downward trend. So as you could obviously tell, like Broadcom is slowly sliding down for me. I just reloaded QBTS off of the same low, see if we can't play back into the high, but that's now making lower highs. So I don't know that I'd want a third reload unless it starts making higher lows in here. Just trying to be a little bit proactive. I mean, Robinhood's still not really breaking down. Like, there's no breakdown here in Robinhood. Like, it's challenging the top end of this gentle trend. But, like, keep in mind, this is broken trend before and done nothing for you. Like, all the trend lines that I could possibly draw on Robinhood have done nothing for you here today. I would think this might be a little bit different going into Power Hour. There's a good part of me that wants to short this. The problem with this is I prefer shorts like this if there's like an overhead level that you're working off of. Instead of like blue sky setup that Robinhood does have on that daily chart. But it is setting up pretty well. And if it closed underneath, at least it would be tight risk to enter into the short. First stop, 76.80, 76.50, and then the volume weighted average price. Or a lot of times, this is where I love the fact that traders can have different perspectives. Because Obi's been right about this so many times, where like once it breaks those two, I usually say sometimes the third out's at VWAP, but if there's a big prior high like this, then I usually take it out in here and don't get the extra 40 pennies on it. And of course the offending candle on Robinhood does not give you an entry. Unless you take the, I'm just gonna get in before it closes under the trend line. Look, dang it, Boomhauer. So obviously that broke trend and was a good trade, but we didn't take it, so. You know.
I'm watching the market's finally coming in. This is what I'm looking for. NASDAQ, let's keep going. Bar after bar. A little bit of a pullback here. Lower lows and lower highs. I should be short the market. I'm trying to do that on Apple. Apple's consolidating and holding 205s. Okay, all right. Well, if that's going to happen, then I'm going to be.
Might have independent
watch that one. UNH actually blasting through that high we were just talking about.
Going UNH.
That's going. So shout out to anybody who had that breakout. Spider. Oh boy, this consolidation. We've been consolidating here since 2 o'clock. Excuse me. For the past hour, we're kind of coming into a flat bottom break here as well. You can see that. Really tight consolidation here on the ES. There's that NASDAQ breaking prior bar low. Can we get a flush? VWAP on Apple all the way down at 204s. I have no idea, Neil, but we only have about 20. I'm not good at math. This is what I mean. I only have a biology degree. You know what I mean? It's not like I got a finance degree. But no, I'm joking. But no, it's coming in. We only have about 40 minutes left in the trading day, and about 30 minutes left for those imbalances to come out. Now, imbalances can come out. We can just wipe through those highs because we've been building up pretty nicely. Nice little consolidation wind up here as well. We talk about that 21.5. We're trading well above that as of right now, consolidating near these highs. So let's quickly take a look at a higher time frame chart on the NASDAQ. Right here. Let's pull up the NQs and see what is going on here. So
I think Tesla might finally go here.
Tesla, yeah, it's consolidating. So anything that I feel like that's been just consolidating sideways, if it finally catches a little bit of a sell or a bid, maybe it gives us some direction. I have no idea.
I'm gonna weasel my way in as Shreve.
Yes. So NASDAQ. Let's take a look at that higher time frame, 3 hours right here. So this is what I'm talking about. We kind of boom supply. We're kind of grinding up into here. Sure, this is a little bit delayed here. We're not trading at that right now. We're trading at 21,820s. So this is still about 15 points higher, I guess. But yeah, all-time highs. Oh boy, 22,650. So this is what I'm talking about. Slow kind of grinding action here on the NASDAQ. Nothing too crazy. Taking a little bit of a pullback off of the highs. Yesterday's high, we could not quite make it to yesterday's high. Sideways action, to say the least, here on the day. So this, again, let's see if that range holds. And all we're looking for is a potential revisit of range lows going into the close, showing us that it's just going to do more of the same. Now, again, I'm more than willing to be wrong above certain levels here. And again, it's perfectly fine. Where is the next trade is the question I'll be asking. But currently, I feel like
look at
I am in
Circle. I
that
don't have
trade.
Circle up anymore.
Boom. What's Circle up to?
Just for obviously Tesla broke 299. I got slipped to 77. Got right to 298 almost instantaneously. Clearly the QBTS did come out, so the reload on QBTS is going to be a fail here as that slightly broke down. Broadcom is still holding 247, so refuses to break that level for us here. Well, for me anyways, because I'm in it. 296, next stop on Tesla. And then I think I want to get some out in front of 296. It's Friday because 295 and optionable prices, yada, 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 all that good stuff. And then just see if we cannot let it fly. If it does bounce back into VWAP, I think there's a good chance at a reload here for Tesla. So the breakdown happening in the markets. Wrong Way says look at Palantir. That might be worth looking at. I'm on Tesla and Broadcom, so I don't know that I want another big cap stock to be looking at. But I feel like Circle would be a good place to look maybe right now. Palantir, I know, was pretty strong, so maybe it's starting to roll over. Oh, I missed that, Phil.
Yeah, the rollover is definitely kind of coming in here. So I'm being again being patient, being nimble as possible to see if that can give us a nice little push. 21,800 test on that flush down. I'm looking for VWAP, man. But if I don't get it, that's perfectly fine. We're kind of pushing again into some of these imbalances. So if I can stay nimble as this action starts to speed up, that's kind of what I want to be doing. Wow, UNH continuing, man. I just keep looking up at that
UNH.
screen. And I'm like, UNH.
Aren't you swing?
Wow, Tesla.
Aren't
beautiful.
you one of the people that swung in that? You and Wayne? I'm in it too.
No. I think Brankles.
it's Brankles.
Was on that again.
Seems like
both
everyone
of them had a sick trade on the back through 250. Whether you used shares or you exercised that trade with options, it was a great trade. There's that consolidation breakdown here on the spider kind of continuation. Let's see if we can continue to push down. We got 7.5 minutes roughly for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. Oh boy. A little bit of a red action coming into the close. Let's see if those sellers we've been seeing step in aggressively continue to do more of the same. I think that has been the theme pretty much for me all day. I'm like, more of the same, more of the same, more of the same. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible.
More fire.
What are the charts telling me? What is the price action telling me? Am I listening? But did I listen? That's the real question.
Did you?
But did you listen?
Did you listen?
I don't know. You got to ask yourself that question. So.
Well, first of all, you should always be listening because NBIS isn't breaking down. Good one, Joseph Schmo, Palantir, Frank Jones says. You've just got to find your spot, like whatever you happen to be looking at. So first thing, Tesla did get that last fill, not quite to 96. It was just underneath 97 on that 99 break. It's trying to come right back into the volume weighted average price. I'll let this one go. If it can somehow reclaim that, remember there's gravity to 300 here, and then Broadcom still trying. It just broke. Okay, so it broke the 47. I can definitely tighten up the stop now. It'll be I can move it to break even and then put a trail on it as well. But the target here was already, it's been 46 when I showed you guys that that 15-minute chart. That's why I think out in front of 46, that's a separate trade if it's able to break that. So a couple of shorts here and looking to see, you guys have mentioned where there might be relative strength, but I think that was a small capper that you were looking at. It's Circle that I was kind of curious about. Not really doing anything.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's kind of grinding.
It's slowly going.
So it's like that.
That's not doing anything.
I feel like that's what makes it, I think, a little bit better for me as well to watch it next week. The whole market's kind of tanking. It's not really following along. It's doing its own thing. We're kind of grinding to the upside as well. So we've got to keep that on watch. I'm posted here in the 70s on Apple. Hasn't really filled. Okay, there we go. There's a fill. As soon as I say a little bit of a fill there as we come back in to some of these prior lows. Printing below the quarter. Can we break a little bit lower, print the half? I have no idea. We have 5 minutes until this 15-minute candle finishes printing down. Oh boy, what a beautiful, beautiful prior bar low break. And I forget who it was in the chat. Someone was like, "You got to today's the day. You really have to be patient." I 100% agree with you. A lot of these chops that I took, I guess, getting chopped up on the front side, maybe not the best idea. Don't do that. But like, I kind of, oh boy. Well, okay, so a little bit of a wipe into the bid there. Are we into a candle close or anything? No, we're not. We still have 5 minutes left.
Not even close.
Yeah, so nice little volatility coming in, going into the last half hour. So 5 minutes left until the second last 30-minute candle to close, and some aggressive pushes coming in to this here market. And I will try to be a little bit nimble there. There's a little bit of a wicking action there. So there we go. Now my average is sitting, oh boy, where's that? Down in the DMs. Okay, so this trading view alert. All right, so a little bit of a bid here coming in off of that market wick that we just saw, 21,800. We talk about these kind of whole $100 levels here, and if they respect, should that information be respected, that's up to you. Sometimes I like to respect it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I get lucky because I did, and sometimes I get burned because I didn't. So, you know, it's all over the place. You never know. I see AK in the chat asking us, can you please check out Reddit? Okay, that's a strong bid. I'm gonna get out of there.
I have thoughts on Reddit, but
Yes.
before I get to Reddit, just a quick update. I'm out of the Broadcom trade. They gave it to you under 48, but that's the retake of 47 bottom tail candle. I thought we could maybe press into the even dollar 46, but as I was saying before, with this, if you're short 48 instead of 49. Then I was a bit concerned about that 46 level, which it looks like it's holding on the higher time frame. Tesla, I'm hanging on to because as we're getting a bit of a bounce, Tesla's looking weak and continuing lower. So Tesla looks pretty good. That if it's a complete fall apart, like why couldn't you see 290 in here? So I'd like to see if we can't hold on to the last of it. But as far as Reddit goes, candidly, the first thing about Reddit, I'm not a huge fan of Reddit. I don't really use them as much anymore, and I'm more anticipating for a long time the Discord IPO, but this is looking a lot better on the weekly chart for a dead cat bounce. Like it's a good consolidation that's about to take the 50, close above the 50 on the weekly for the first time in a while, and consolidation break could happen above the 50 at 130 on a weekly chart. And then there's just a ton of room. Someone said 188 in the chat. I don't know where that number comes from, because to me, if you're breaking away from the 50 on the weekly, I'd be eyeballing 160 to 170 as the next stop for Reddit. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not a huge fan. Like I don't own it. I have zero intention on, I probably wouldn't even take that trade. So like I wouldn't do the swing, but you know, we're here to give our thoughts, and it does look good. As much as I can say that I'm not a huge fan, that setup looks actually pretty good on the weekly chart for a potential long trade. So if you're bullish on Reddit, I think it's setting up something pretty good. It's just that I'm not that bullish on it.
Yeah, that one was, again, another pretty fun taker to kind of trade in and around that IPO time as well on Reddit. I haven't taken a look at Reddit in a long time. Oh boy, seems like we're kind of pushing a little bit lower here. I'm gonna wait. Got about 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to close, and we're poised for a little bit of a lower close than the open. And by that I mean closing red on the 15-minute chart here on Apple, and as well as the rest of the market. But again, nice little puke into that 21,800. Let's see if that holds on the next 15-minute candle. Only about a minute and a half left. But Reddit, oh boy, what a nice trend back up today. Broke through that prior day high. Again, strong selling yesterday. When we break that, look at that volume that comes in on the breakout hold. Actually, not even the breakout. It comes in on the hold rebid of that prior day hold, and a little bit of a push as well through even higher highs that were printed a little bit before. Oh boy. That's some selling coming in here. Wow, UNH continuing to kind of, now, is that, again, that thing's been selling off like crazy, and it's created a base. If it's going to bid, I mean, if all the selling is done, and we've been looking for a capitulation potentially on UNH as well. Yeah. Anyways, let's take a higher time frame look on this Reddit. I think you looked at the weekly, right?
Yeah, I'll pull up a weekly chart.
Yeah.
If I'm ever thinking long term, someone says a 180 price to me, you're thinking like long term swing trade.
Yeah.
So that I'm immediately starting with a monthly or a weekly chart at that point.
Yeah, I think. Look, we kind of flushed a lot of these participants. Like anybody, pretty much, I would say majority of people who were long from 2024, November of 2024, this gap up push, that was a great long. That worked really well. And then that trend breaks. Support starts to break as well. Stair step down, and you wash all of those prices. Now you're consolidating below this prior structure, this prior gap up structure. Every kind of push you can see, definitely a lot of bags on Reddit. I think I'm safe to say as expected, but a little bit of a flush every time we try to pop back into that range. That's interesting information. So if we can get back above this, a little bit of a double top high that we've been seeing, where is that specifically? 142 halves, beautiful. So we're only about $20.50 away from that level here. But yeah, if Reddit can kind of wind up and push a little bit higher, we have been kind of making higher lows here off of, wow, would you look at that? Off of reference low of the gap. That's where that bid came in initially, and we grinded up. And that's where that bid is holding as of right now as well.
It doesn't look like a long yet, though.
Yeah, I think if you try to, this was the spot to try, because again, we talk about this, more of the same. Where did we see buyers last? We flush into it. Do we see buyers? Yes. So it was just, I guess, a little bit more of the same. Now, it's always not going to work out beautifully like that, but it's like if you want to stay alert and stay on watch and stay on your toes to see if participants that were very, very aggressive and strong and maybe higher time frame, if they step back in at prices that they had been transacting at before, right? So see, I call it level defense, whatever you want to call it, however you want to playbook it. It is what it is. The fact of the matter is some of this price action shows up in the market where supports that were supports before hold as supports once again. So a bit of a look there. What's the drone company the U.S. was set to invest in? Wasn't that UAVS? I don't know. I don't know what the, I don't remember what that was. Tyler Verse is asking that question there. Sorry.
That's always asking Dara, man.
Yeah, I don't know off the top.
It's the 3:30, so your 15-minute candle closed, remember?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah.
By the way, nothing new for me, except for, just very quickly, should be pretty obvious. We took our first two legs out for the first couple of bucks of the move, like the $1 move and the $2 move on Tesla. But at this point, if it breaks past VWAP, which is break even, I'm out. I don't have bids because if it bounces off 295 on a Friday, that's usually an out for me, and that'll probably be a trend break. And if we lose 295, I don't see why you couldn't at least test the low of the day. So let's see what happens. I'm going to hang on to it. It was a mistake I guess it was a mistake now to have gotten out of Broadcom. There it is. Yeah, so we took that Broadcom short. I don't know if anyone stayed in that one, but I certainly didn't. Yeah, to each their own. You got to do your own style of trade. I tend to get out. When I see a bottoming tail candle like this on a trend, when you're a mean reversion trader, you think, oh, the trend is breaking, get out. Because if I was flat, I'd be thinking maybe it's going to be a long. So I get out, it makes a fresh low. But Tesla, at least for now, is going to continue to hold. Only really just been a couple of good shorts so far here, as we can see. And drone, sorry, I thought some people were saying what the drone,
so
UMAC,
Tyler
is that what it is?
Saying, UMAC, sorry, Trump Senior is, you mean, I think maybe Trump,
Unusual Machines.
Is on the board. So some crazy action that just happened here. I'm looking at the 15-minute candle. Look at this lick grab of the highs right there. What predatory action. Oh my, what sharp teeth you have right there on that push back up. You know, look at that fugaziness, right? That's happening here on that push. Nice little shake and bake, taking out the highs. So anybody and everybody who's maybe potentially short here, maybe getting clocked for that push, but it seems like maybe there was a catalyst, some strong volume coming in there here, and I think that Adara can talk about this right now. Wow, she's fast.
Recall that I mentioned that story about the drone situation here, the U.S. signing an executive order to promote U.S. drones and ensure continued leadership in drones in the U.S. That might have been the U.S. drone investment story that was being referred to earlier. UMAC, yes, Donald Trump Jr. is on the board of this company, but he's also on the board of PSHQ, I believe, or PSQH. Public Square, both Public Square and UMAC popped in around December when it was initially first reported, and then confirmed that Donald Trump Jr. had joined those boards. Back to you.
First of all, everybody, hit the like and subscribe for Adara right there. Why? Because every single time, I'll be like, what was the name of this, or when did this happen?
To the upside or the downside, TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day. The markets are open.
She knows everything. She remembers everything. And then you get the news right there. It's actually, I'm telling you, it's probably going to turn into the worst crutch for myself, because now I get I get carte blanche to forget everything and just focus on price action. I don't remember the name of it. And then Adara, this is what it is. She comes on and immediately before we can finish the sentence,
Neil.
and thank you so much, Adair. You do a fantastic job. We're going to have some
Thank
fun
you
in the
very much.
aftermarket show tonight. We'll have Steve Tomlin on joining us as well. So make sure, what? Oh, no Steve? Okay, so we don't have Steve. So guess what? It's myself and Adair. Let's get some Q&A in there. You know what we can do? Here's an idea.
What's up?
Think of some names in there, and maybe we'll do a bit of pump it or dump it. So like, yeah, like you throw some rapid names at us, and we'll just quickly give our thoughts on it, like kind of like Reddit there. Give a quick little thought, like, pump it, dump, and then we'll maybe talk about some things. But the market is trying to head lower here, Obi. Let's see if we can't get. It's not good for the market. I never want things to go down. So, that's not what you want. Where's the oh, my bounce locator is not front here. There it is. I want to get the early look on the imbalances for everybody. Not much happening, I guess. What do we have? SU, OGN, that's nothing. Only a couple of names over 1 million shares to end the week. So we will check this back closer to 350 to see if we get an update, or maybe every 5 minutes or so. I'll let you know if anything pops up on the locator here, but for now, not a heck of a lot happening outside of some moves to the downside.
Traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description below. So coming back to this, oh, right, so that's what I was gonna talk about. I was like, yeah, no, we're talking about Adara giving us the news right away. Wow, beautiful, beautiful trend break there on Hood. Definitely some good stuff happening there in the Hood there. Oops. But no, so you're saying that, yeah, maybe it's a bit of a crush, but here's the thing, that's the beautiful thing about trading in a team. It's not necessarily team trading, but you have other people that are part of the team that make the trading environment much stronger than it would be by itself. Like I don't have a memory like that. And I'll be honest, sometimes I'll message Adara, I'll be like, yo, what happened on this day? Do you know what happened? Because if I can't find news, best believe she's definitely able to, right?
We all
so
do
it's
it.
like,
the first thing is like, oh, because we want to get it to you guys. I'm like, something's moving and I have no idea what's happening. And we're on, and we feel responsible to all of our community. And the first thing I do is I message Adara if I can't find it. Like I'll try. If I don't hear anything and I don't see anything, I'm like, Adara, please. And then Adara saves the day. But I love running ideas back through. You said the prior bar and all that top wick. I know you would have had this one. I drew the trend line on Robinhood to actually not take it. Flush.
Oh boy! Wow. Yeah, that's
flush. That is text.
It does not happen very often.
You could take any one of these breaks on the 3-minute. You could take the reversal on the 15-minute, but all the way down to view up. And so here's the thing. Frank Jones says, for some reason, I have never ever been able to make him a dime on Hood. Trade the things that your setup works on. You know what I mean? Like I found there was a point at which I stopped making money every time I traded ARM. ARM went from being a good stock for me to like it just whatever. Like I just can't seem to make anything. It was a volume thing. So I just stopped trading reversals on ARM because it wasn't working. But Robinhood, like I have no executions on this thing. It's right into view up. You can't chase that. Maybe you could have, like if you're not in there, there's an obvious support level. See that rejection wick? If you're patient, you wait all this time for the trend to break, and now that you're on the back end of it, here you could maybe take a jump in. There's your wick top. Get in somewhere here in the 30s and 40s, and then there's still room to the volume weighted average price because then you're risking like 40 or 50 cents, and your target's down here almost $1.
Yep.
But that requires a lot of patience to let that set up. It's already dropped $1.30 and you're just sitting there like, what am I going to do with it? With only 10 minutes to go to the imbalances, Tesla's not breaking this 96 level. I think we're right to get a couple of legs out. Normally, see, you know how I think. Like normally, whoops, you don't really have a trend off of this. So it's like I shouldn't be doing anything. And normal Neil would be putting a trailing stop in or just getting it all out. I'm just going to stick with the guns and realize what happened in Tesla yesterday and just sort of hang on for the flat bottom break and be like, look, at this point, it's either break even or we're retesting the bottom. Like, give it some room to work because of what happened yesterday and not do. I already did the scalp trade out on Broadcom, so I want to hold on to this Tesla and see what it can do. Here, everybody. Michael DeRider, the trend is your friend.
Yes.
But as Obi says, that's only until the end when it bends.
Yeah. I mean, the trend is my friend until it breaks like Elon and Musk, and then best believe I'm taking shots at it. So that's what I have to say about that. The trend is definitely my friend until, you know, it's not anymore. So 600, we're still consolidating right there on that 600 mark. Sure, we kind of drop back into that 21,800 on the NASDAQ, but still holding as of right now. And with only about 10 minutes coming into imbalances, I'm going to stay patient. I'm glad I guess I'm glad it kind of worked out. I'm happy with where I covered pretty much all of my Apple there, because I was looking for that flush. We finally broke trend. We finally broke 50-minute par bar low. And then I'm like, we're looking for that push down, but guess what? If it's not going to do it, and if it's going to slow down in a distinct manner, I probably don't want to stay in it any longer. And I was talking to Neil about kind of just all this chop, unnecessary. Maybe this at VWAP, keep it a little tighter, but a lot of unnecessary chop. This is where the trend actually starts to break down, and that's the scalp. You would have had that anyways without kind of taking paper cuts on the front side. If you just were patient for this to potentially come in here. So Tesla, oh boy, that thing is looking beautiful to the downside. Nice little range break. I was talking about this one earlier. I was like, oh boy, what a sideways consolidation here on Tesla. If and when that has some sort of direction, it could have distinct action there as well. And you can see a little bit of a range high, a range low. Sure, the range was beautiful while it lasted, but it only lasted, I guess, from 11:30 all the way, kind of breakdown right there, to 3:15, so about almost 4 hours. This range was formed, and then you crack the lows distinctly through the volume-weighted average price after over roughly about a 4-hour consolidation. So yeah, maybe we are poised for a little bit of direction after winding up for that long and kind of pushing in. There is my alarm for imbalances. So imbalances in 8 minutes, guys. So
I didn't even hear that.
It was buzzing. That's right, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I have the. Funny enough, the weekend starts on that one. So because I got my alarms linked to Spotify, and instead of picking a specific song, I was just like the weekend. So it'll pick a random weekend song and just play it.
You weren't joking about liking the loving.
What am I listening to right now?
Oh, there it is. Like a God. Oh, sorry.
It's like a bunch of different. I don't know. It's like a mix. It's like I don't know, some channel called FM mix. But yeah, listen to the weekend right now. Just
If I was gonna listen to music right now, I'd be listening to Camp Low.
Who's Camp Low?
Loa. Okay, so here's the thing. I would never. Whenever you say like who's this or what's that movie,
Yes.
like I try to like make a joke and throw some shade at you. No, but they're like a very.
Yeah.
I can't call them underground because Lucchini was a pretty big hit for them. Like back in the day, I'm dating myself a bit, but they are I would say one of the most underappreciated like rap duos out there. There's some rumors about how Jay-Z sounded a bit like one of them, and whatever, I won't even get into it, but the talent level is super high, and they're one of my favorites. But that's what I'll be listening to right now.
I gotta check them.
And for all the people out there, like Robinhood and the S&P 500, it is a rumor and it is speculation that Robinhood could be added to the S&P 500. Now, oftentimes those announcements happen after the bell, sometimes as late as 5 or 6 o'clock. So it's nothing confirmed yet, but everyone's been speculating it. The last time we did the speculation on Coinbase, it ended up being true. But just understand that there's nothing official regarding Robinhood and the S&P 500. Let's go to Adair.
Hey, here's Robinhood. I just want to add as well, sometimes when there's really heavy speculation that a stock will be added and it's not added, it can actually be a bad thing for the stock, so be aware of that as well. AppLovin twice in a row was heavily expected to be added to the index. That would have been the addition that was announced in November, then again, I believe in February. Neither time it was added, both times it gapped down on the announcement. So with Robinhood being heavily favored, be aware if it's not announced as a member, if there is an announcement, this could be a little bit rocky for the stock. Back to you.
It might be rocky, and now I've got him on. Oh, yeah, I've got him here listening to, hopefully, I don't know if you're going to put it on. He's going to put it on. We can't, I don't think we can play music for you guys on this because there's all kinds of rules here. Go Bills. Oh, sorry, I should always clarify. Why is the stock being added to the index today? It would be an announcement that it is going to be added to an index at a future date. That's how it works. So like usually they'll say it's going to be added and it might be at the end of the next quarter, it could be at the end of the month, it could be 2 weeks from now, but it wouldn't be like, they wouldn't say it's getting added today and then like you don't know and then it's all of a sudden getting added in 15 minutes. That's not how it works, but it will be an announcement that usually happens after market there. So just want to make sure we clarify that. Only 5 minutes to go, 2 imbalances.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Tesla's it's not doing it. It's not doing it, and I have another rule which is around the imbalances, and that is simply at 350, if a buy imbalance comes in and breaks the trend for me, I'm jumping out, right? So it's just distinctly, I'm holding on to it for this breakdown, but because it's 350, I don't leave it to a break-even stop. I try to let it go. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on Tesla, but I've canceled my 99 stop, and if it closes above this prior bar, then we don't get any more than that. But I want to hold on to that bottom for sure. What else we got going on? Others Inc. wants the market to finish strong. That's a crazy thing. I know I'm showing Tesla and Broadcom is flashing to the downside, but the NASDAQ's up 1% and trying to bounce off the volume weighted average price and go higher. So it's not like, depending on what you look at, it's not as if it's all that bad, doom and gloom. I would imagine Amazon's having a good close. Yeah, look at Amazon, right? Up 2.5 points, trying to break higher in here. That looks plenty good as a good stock. Amazon, this one's primed for a break. I love Amazon, and I love Meta.
Yeah. People in the chat talking about like the music. Yeah,
Meta.
I like to listen to music while I'm trading and watching the price action. Well, simply because sometimes you got to dance with the price action. You got to serenade that price. Well, maybe not.
Serenade?
Maybe it's serenading me, but I don't know. Sometimes it's so like, how you say, coercive in your actions. But anyways, that's just a joke. But it's always a vibe. Again, helps me get into the zone for sure. But yeah, 205 still holding on this Apple, so it hasn't really gone anywhere. We talked about that 21,800 in the last 15 minutes, and guess what? In the last 15 minutes of the trading day, as of right now, that level is currently being held. We did attempt to break a little bit lower, but bidding right back above. A lot of consolidations to the side there. But guess what? Tesla, oh boy, those sellers stepping right back into this name here. So I'm curious to know what the imbalances on this will come out as. So with only about 3 minutes left.
Really nothing
Neil,
left.
We'll see.
Break 95. Remember, it's a Friday option, so
Friday.
95 is not going to be nothing, I don't think. There's no size on the bid at 95 that I can see. But right now, the locator is front of the mind because in 2 minutes, we're going to get the imbalances. I did just tighten up the stop as we made another leg to the downside on Tesla. Oh, the other thing I wanted to point out, if you were trading Circle and like the long, then VWAP keeps on holding. It just bounced off VWAP again. So shout out to Circle. But for now, if we can't break 95, I've now trailed it with the imbalances coming to 96, but I do still want to let this one fly. We'll try to we'll lock in some profits on Tesla. But if this thing comes out of buy imbalance after what happened yesterday, it could go like $5 or $10. And the first few dollars could happen really quickly. So I want to protect against that. It's at 95 and it's holding. It's a Friday. I would expect there to be some potential support at that level. But I said that Amazon's a beast and I love Meta, and you might have heard me get excited because I looked over and realized where Meta was going to close today. We're gonna get an all-time high. Meta is one of the stocks that I've been buying this year. There haven't been many, but Meta I've done twice, Nvidia once, Walmart a couple of times. That's on the list as well. Tesla, but that was more of a swing trade that I've gotten 2/3 of it out. So this one definitely has been working, and I think you get a test of that high. Microsoft did it. Why can't Meta do it?
Yeah, here's the thing. Meta's been running up like crazy for the past, few weeks. It's just been on a run, kind of a similar run to that of AVGO. Oh boy, here's some sellers stepping in. Are we going to break that prior bar low on the 15-minute here in these markets?
God.
There goes the 599 test on the spider. Apple's dropping in as well at the same time. So a little bit of a selling coming in just a minute before these imbalances show up. 45 seconds now. Oh boy, so I'm going to be waiting and watching to see if there's anything distinctly significant on the imbalances, and then is to see if that sentiment is followed through here, not only on the book, but in the tape as well. So a little bit of a flush coming in. We talk about Are we ranging? It seems like, yeah, maybe we are a little bit ranging as of right now, but middle of the range right here might be a little bit of no man's land.
Oh, we're bouncing into the imbalance. No.
I'm going to stay patient. Had the shorts maybe from the top of the range, not really. It was a little early. But yeah, definitely came in a little earlier. So like, let's take a look here. So what was this high? That was around 215. Yeah, I guess 215-ish. Yeah, I did kind of start a little too early. Let's see what we got here. Oh boy,
it's a sell.
What's that? Tesla's a sell. Yeah, Tesla is a sell. Oh boy, that's gonna day low. Currently sitting at 291.14, guys. Tesla coming in with
291.14. All right, so I want to see if it pairs right at 1.5 million to the sell side on Tesla. Move the stop because I don't want to. There we go. I just moved my stop there. Nvidia is a 1.5 buy. TLT is a 3 million buy. Lucid, if you care, is a 1.2 million sell. I promise you don't unless you own Lucid shares. Oh, shoot, I'm bidding 93s? Oh, yeah, I was bidding 93s. 93 was a prior pre-market low. Shoot, I knew I was bidding in front of that because this is the breakdown trade that I took where they bought it up before. This was the bottoming tail candle into 93. So I should respect my rules and go even tighter on the stop at this level. I'm tightening up the stop even more from 95 to, let's give it right to 94 and see if we can't hold it. But yeah, respect that level where it bounced before and just jump out of it there. I knew there was a reason I was sitting on the bid on the other side of imbalances at 93. It's the experience of what happened to me on the other short earlier in the day. And there was the Piper in the chat. And I know the Piper, and look, I was like you this morning, or like anybody, that if you were trying to short Tesla and came in and were bearish because it was so good yesterday, like you had 3 chances. You had 1, 2, or 3, which was the late one, obviously. But I was frustrated, and it was a frustrating stock. I thought the first breakdown short, which I've had all the chance to work, that was actually okay, and we're green on that one, but then lost. And it's like, okay, we're 1 for 3. And then I missed the best trade short of the day on Tesla that Joe had. Oh, Joe's gone already. Joe had that one to the short side. Congratulations to Joe. So you just had to wait. Remember, all afternoon we were just waiting for 299 to break. All afternoon. And sometimes that's what trading is.
Yes.
It is sitting on your hands and waiting for the moment. And the moment was when this flat bottom broke. Now you could say, but if you shorted it here, you get it $3 early. Okay, that's nice, but I want to make sure that there's actual selling coming in there for me. It looks like it was a good idea to get out there in front of that bottom. That's the thing. That the low of the day was actually in front of 90, but remembering that it was a false breakdown where the acceleration happened in here at 93 and 94 back into the upside. That's where the buying really came in. It wasn't. It was all selling at those lows, and the buying came in on the other side of it, a little bit higher, accelerating through at 94. And if you can see the volume candles here, like see the volume actually picks up and is a little bit, it's elevated on the back end of that trade. So anyways, that's the reason we get out. But you just got to wait for your spots, everybody. And if you were trading like Broadcom, which we could have held on to even better, like that's another trade. If you're really, really patient, you missed all day long on Broadcom, look at the support and look at that late day break. Now we had it late, but if you have it early, you could wait all day long. And when it breaks that shelf, there's your one chance. You take it. And that's a lot of what trading is. Thank you so much, TD Baker. Thanks for another day. Thank you guys for an awesome day. Everyone have a fantastic weekend, but don't go anywhere. We got 7 minutes to go to the close. The market's rallying. We got the market recap. Adair and I will answer your questions, maybe do some pump it or dump it. You give us some names and we'll give our thoughts on it for sure. And what are we using to see the imbalances? Gary asks.
P Pro 8.
So P Pro 8, we have the imbalance.
Oh, baby.
What is that?
Look at that. Just slap to the downside on Apple.
Oh, of course.
Just like, boom, straight into the bid. On that, it's not even paired yet. It's not even 55.
No, it's like 1 minute to go.
But I was like, yeah, it's like, look, that's an aggressive. We were bidding above 205s, instant slam into a quarter. 25, wiping 25 on Apple is, I mean, sure, going into the imbalances, but it's still kind of a little bit of a move there. But
it's still a small sell. Yeah, it's still 900,000 sell on Apple. It might pair off. But just to finish it, we're going to go to Adair just to quickly finish. If you have access to like live level 2 through your broker, in the SIP is the imbalance locator. So most brokers probably have access, but it might be some entitlement that you have to add. Yeah. For us here at Real Trading, it's built into our platform. We get to show it to you here live. But that's a quick answer for you. Let's go to Adair.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. We're going to tell you about one of the most valuable parts of Trade the Pool. It's called VOD, Video On Demand Library. That is a free resource filled with trading stories, strategy deep dives, and practical insights to help you grow. So whether you're looking to improve your entries, manage risk better, or just stay motivated, this is where experience meets education. And to make sure nothing valuable slips through the cracks, there's the note feature. See something worth remembering? Click note, write it down, and it stays saved right inside the video. Head to tradethepool.com, drop the trading VOD, and start completely free. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Adara. Appreciate it.
You guys see what's going? Thank you, Adara. You guys see what's going on with Apple? You see what's happening with Apple?
I see it. It's
oh boy. So we saw that flush come in. I was like, oh boy, what a continuation. Another 30 pennies down off of that. 204 halves now. So finally kind of breaking that. This is probably what I was looking for. Didn't quite get it on the time frame that I was looking for. That's perfectly fine. That happens all the time. But we're getting that continuation coming in with some of that sell imbalance on Apple. Again, Apple was not up here, right here. The number 2 name, you got TLTs coming in with a 2 million to buy. But Apple with almost $1 million to sell with 5 million pair volume and getting slapped to the downside as sellers step into the bid going into the close here. Oh boy, there's some more selling coming in. See, NASDAQ poised for a break of higher bar low. And again, 4 more minutes in the day. I am done for the
Oh, what did they just do?
I think I'm good for now.
Oh my goodness.
The short was there. I had it. I took a scalp.
They just smoked Tesla.
Yeah. Tesla's getting smoked both
Just
ways.
very, very quickly here. So Tesla was on a huge reversal just now. It looked like, oh, that's the perfect exit. It goes right into 297, the prior support on the initial breakdown, and someone just smoked it down $1 and now another couple of dollars down. With only 3 minutes to go, like there's no trade-off of that. But if you were speculate, like if you were going to make one more scalp trade and not get up and go to the desk in 2 minutes, like I am, you could have seen it reject 97, tried to grab it through the even dollar and just scalp it to 95. But that's a very tricky trade because like you're trying to get in really, really tight to 97 so that your risk is 50 cents so you can make $1.50, something on those lines. But yeah, what a crazy afternoon this has been. It's nothing like yesterday, but I think that's a good thing, right? Like we don't talk too much of the politics, but I'll take it that Tesla, for all intents and purposes, kind of had an inside type of day. I think we should all be happy that the market was able to sort of take all of that chaos from yesterday, calm down, gap it back up, and consolidate, right? They consolidate near the top end of the range. The Qs are still climbing toward an all-time high. There's a lot to like about what happened. I know we're looking at some good shorts here this afternoon, but let's not get it twisted, man. This is a great day. I think a very good day in terms of market response. Hopefully we get this meeting on the 9th in London and something good comes of it, because ultimately we should all be happy when our portfolios go up, because bull markets sometimes can be easier to trade too as well. Obi, I'm going to get myself to the desk, make sure that I'm set up. Thanks for filling in for my man, Sean.
No worries, thank you.
And I'm going to, and I have to say this, and I've already called you out twice for this. If you're going to steal all of the pineapples on the fruit salad,
I didn't do that.
you could at least eat the pineapple.
I will finish
this
before I leave this facility for sure. I always finish my fruit.
He didn't even eat it. He didn't even eat it.
I ate half of it.
Show these guys.
No, what do you mean? I ate half of it. I'm gonna eat the rest.
It's still full.
I am still hungry,
Just
guys.
saying, dude.
Listen.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
We're going to be chilling after hours here with in the office for a little bit. So again, I'm going to save those puns. Thank you, Neil, for that there. And you know what? I think I agree with Neil. Only about 2 minutes left, a minute and a half here left on the day. And yeah, you definitely had to be patient today. And I know usually Sean gives you guys a sticky note, but guess what? Let me give you guys a sticky note that I have hanging from my screen at my desk here and at my desk at home. And the sticky note reads, "A sniper must wait for the most opportune moment. A sniper always waits for the most opportune moment." And having that patience and sitting on your hands is what will make the difference over time. And yeah, had the trade on Apple. It's coming back into VWAP into the close. So absolutely beautiful price action, not seen on the frame that I was looking for. Guess what? The market doesn't care what frame I'm looking for moves on. It's going to do what it wants to do. And it's coming in right now, 204.10s into the close with only about 20 seconds left, guys. So hopefully you guys have had an awesome day today and a lot of opportunities to be learned in this market. This week has been absolutely crazy. So much lessons from Mother Market. And we got about 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Adara, for that one. So throw that sticky note up, and you know, that's my sticky note for you guys there, and that kind of always helps me stay a little bit patient when I'm in a position, or when I'm getting like really eager. I see that right there on my main screen, kind of reminding me to be a little bit more patient and really wait for that snipe. You don't have to be first. You shouldn't be last, but you should act when you see what you need to see. And with that, I'm going to leave you guys. We got Neil and Adara with the market recap. Make sure you got your Q&As ready. I'll see you guys soon. Take it easy. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much, Obi. Appreciate you, brother. Do I slide or not slide? I feel like I was slide.
Slide to the right.
All right, there you go.
Slide to the right. Crisscross. Okay, anyways, I'm not going to do the entire song. But
well, you could. We'll try to have some fun around here. Look, what an unbelievably crazy last couple of days.
Oh, yeah.
The craziest intraday market spat ever. And I mean, I really mean ever, between President Trump and Elon Musk. Haven't seen anything like it. Like, it was one thing if you were watching back in the day, like on live with Ackman versus Icon.
Oh God, that
but like
was
at
insane.
the end of the day, like it was entertaining, but it flat out wasn't moving the markets. Like, this was like, yesterday was moving the markets for sure, all led by what was a, I don't want to call it a historic move, but a pretty intense.
It was historic for
it was
drop.
It was a historic move for terms of market cap lost on Tesla in the afternoon yesterday. And there was a little bit of that at the end of the day. I know there was a good short in there, but like, again, like, I'll be pretty happy. I elected myself not to take out the last of my swing. I still own it in my long term, but in my swing account I had a swing on, and I didn't take out the last third because we were able to gap back up and hold the gap. So I'll be a little bit more patient with that. But there was a lot of other things happening here. I mean, Palantir, of course, there was negative news yesterday on Palantir as well, Adara. And I'd say fared a little bit differently. If you look at Palantir here, let me just maybe go back to a 3-minute chart. You had a lot of government. You had the government of, I mean, both sides. I mean, both the Senate in there, and of course, also, what am I forgetting? The other.
The House.
The House and the Senate, both concerned with some of the access they have to data. And obviously, Palantir just did something different to Tesla, which is shrug it all off.
Yeah.
Gap up, hold, break out, and continue the entirety of the day. Now, I get it. Sean wasn't here, so you like, okay, fine. Everybody, don't at Sean too much, because he probably would have made a bunch of money on Palantir today. But he'll be happy that the stock went up in the first place. And I know he's at a, baseball and family life is really important, but I know he would have done well on Palantir today for sure. And Palantir looking very good. So distinctly different from Tesla, although I still say it wasn't that bad of a day for Tesla, despite how we saw the end of the session here. And then, of course, Circle was moving around to the upside, making another fresh high. Obviously only traded 2 days, but what a 2 days they had.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I don't have anything else to say other than that was a fantastic 2 days for Circle there. With TSLA, too, I think what's notable is, yeah, I mean, sure, it didn't do much, but I think what it did do was significant. So look where we kind of have this rejection after that long. It's going to be 305 halves. Now I'm going to zoom out to yesterday. Look where we kind of make a little bit of a high, I guess, that when we start doing that flat bottom break at 300s. That is going to be about 306.15. So that is less than $1 away from where we rejected today. That is not the best sign for Tesla. Shows that we're still rejecting that area. But, things can always recover. I'm going to put that in about a 15-minute because I think that might make it a little bit clearer. So I'm going to make sure everybody sees what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I think you can see it here a lot clearer. This was yesterday's rejection area. Here's today's rejection area. So, not great.
Well, here's the thing, the reason why I say it's not as bad is because to me, and I actually put them in, if that level held, I was expecting a full capitulation.
That's fair.
Like I was thinking if it can't hold above 300 to break that 05 area, then why aren't we seeing 290 today? And even with the last short, I was kind of thinking that would happen. I thought it this morning when I took the break at the low of the day, and I thought it this afternoon, even though it fared better, it still didn't get there. So I think that's a decent sign for them. But the other thing, Adara, is on Monday we have Apple. With the WDC, right? So let's not forget that. I believe it was, because I didn't do that, I didn't do the research to see what happened last year. But the last one, apparently we had a good response to it for a couple of days. I know Sean had done some work on it.
He said it was like 10% in 4 days or something, but I think the immediate day one response wasn't super significant.
Well, it's a sell. Yeah, I remember the sell the news, because the day trader, you always remember the sell the news, and then apparently after that it was fine. Apple is riding the 50 period on the daily going into this. I mean, riding it. Everybody, it gets trying and trying. It's done a couple of breaks out above. You got calling it a topping tail candle is only nice if you're shorts. I don't know why I'm calling it nice, but you have a couple of little wicks failing the 50 period on the daily, and it was really primed to do a clean close above the 50 period on the daily, and at the end lost it. Obi was looking at that. I feel like the confluence there might have been, hey, it's rejected this 50 period. Look at the wicks, 3 days in a row, wicking this 204 level, which, by the way, we started the week shorting 204, both Sean and myself. So that's a thing. So what does it do? Right at the end of the day, it falls into what? 204, just to break down underneath and close underneath it. So this still looks pretty weak. And the thing about that is I see in the chat, Save Man, Woman, Peace, great name in the chat, by the way, saying Apple is dead money. Well, it's looking pretty dead relative to some of the better names in the Mag 7 right now. Because what happened? Microsoft, let's go Microsoft, broke it out again, another high. So made a high yesterday, continued today, up only 0.5. But what else was going on in Mag 7 land? Amazon's on the breakout trail, up over 2.5%. Amazon breaking 215 next week has a lot of room to get into the upside and fresh highs. That's a strong one. Meta, my baby out of the Mag 7 this year that I was dip buying. I won't be buying up here, however, tagged a test of 700, up 2 points here today. So, whether you think Apple is dead money or not, maybe it's going too far to say it's dead money. Very clearly, it is not like the others. Now, in the Mag 7, NVIDIA you put in its own corner, Tesla you put in its own corner. But I think with Google and Meta and Microsoft and Amazon, that group, all of a sudden, Apple is looking a little bit different from the rest, and not for good reasons.
Yeah, and I think what's really scary here about Apple is the fact that this WWDC, I mean, Sharif has talked about he is displeased as punch with what he expects is going to be a very disappointing WWDC. Bloomberg reporting here today, they're not going to do any AI-related announcements. Well, I think one thing that Sharif said, because I told him this as well, he said, A, that's not surprising, but B, if they do announce AI, it better be something huge, or I think this market's going to get disappointed. Now, I actually was not here for last year's WWDC, so this will be my first WWDC. I'm very excited to cover it for you guys here on the news desk, so definitely stay tuned for that. I have some infographics, of course, coming for that as well. But one thing I want to say is what's so cool about this market, what's so cool about Apple today, giving you way more of a move than it normally does, is you had opportunities to take bites out of this Apple on both sides of the fence. I want to shout out Obi for that awesome shorty out on Apple. I was lucky enough, though, I actually had this long into it, which was pretty cool. So I like that 203.80s long, added it 204s. Got out, my best out here is 205.40s. So I think what's nice to hear about this as well is there's different ways you can play things.
Yes.
And I think AAPL beating this volatile into WWDC, Sharif and I have called it the dead one. Hello, Obi. Opal? I don't know. Is it Obi plus Apple? I don't know.
Opal?
This is kind of, Obi, what's your favorite type of apple? Okay, he's going to respond with
He's got a mic.
Cold, but the red ones.
Red Delicious.
Delicious.
Well, this was a Red Delicious apple for you today on the short then, Obi. But yeah, all jokes aside.
Are you going to forget what that...
This was a really good trade. I think, shout out to Obi on that. And I think what's nice, too, especially, the dead one name is not because we dislike Apple. That name came because this was not volatile intraday, Neil. And today, right. Apple's like, oh, you want to call me the dead one? Well, I'm going to just give you guys, all the opportunities. So great look there, all rants aside. And I will exit now.
Oh, I absolutely, I can't agree more, to be honest with you. Whoops, I went to go to Archer Aviation, which is still going higher. Oh, it's still going, man. Like, this was breaking out earlier, and shout out to, who was in the chat there? JKW, awesome. There you go. Well, it's awesome if you're long Archer, up now 13%. Much of that had already happened in the session, but you broke out 10 early on news, and then you kind of consolidated and broke out again. So making some fresh highs. Keep in mind, 20% short float here with Archer.
Oh, boy.
And so this is also, what's cool about this is a lot's going on technically for Archer. So here's, you can see the yellow, there's earnings on Archer. And so the breakout was at 940, right? All the way up into 14 bucks, pulls back, bounces off the earnings low, and then a little, maybe not much of a consolidation, but definitely a steep trend break now with this breakout. So this is on watch firmly tomorrow, because like you've seen this before. I've seen that set up with quantum names, and you can see what QBTS is doing. I think it did something very similar recently. Rigetti, I know, did. So it looks pretty good for next week over here on Archer. Oh, this is a good question at Harry Lou, because I don't know the answer to this. Obi's still over there. By the way, if you want to engage with us in the chat here, when we do a little bit of rapid fire, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe specifically, because it's a subs only chat. So like here, when Harry Lou is asking, Obi, pineapple pizza though, because obviously he loves pineapple. What's the answer, Obi? Knowing full well what the right answer is, what's the answer, Obi? Knowing full well what the right answer is.
Sometimes you know what the right answer is, but sometimes you want to revert that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say I do like pineapples on pizza, but it's it has to be nuanced. It has to fit properly. It has to be. It can't contrast with any of the other ingredients. It has to go well with it, and I think sometimes that's hard to do. Sometimes it's done well, but that would be mine. Thanks.
Obi is a gracious, humble, intelligent, an admirable young man.
Who just made his answer about pizza about reversion somehow. So
And he did, but in this particular case, there is not a single perfect person in the world, and he is dead wrong about this, because there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Pineapple does not belong on pizza, to the point where it is not even pizza if you put pineapple on it. And I'll double down on that by saying, you show me, go to Italy, or anywhere in Italy where pizza was invented, and ask for pineapple on pizza and see what's going to happen to you. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Or you can go to Domino's, order a flat, whatever the thin crust is, ranch dressing, because tomato sauce too spicy for me. Pineapple. You got like your feta or your goat cheese. You got chicken on there. And if you go to places like fancier places, you can get prosciutto and pineapple together. So like, I know you're not going to do it. I'm saying as a general thing, but I'm going to stop my rant there. Also, we have to talk about Obi's wordplay in the chat with the pineapple, except apple is spelled AAPL.
That's
that
cool.
is amazing.
I'm down with that.
I don't know if that counts as a pun if it's written, but shout out to Obi for killing it today and earlier, and then also last week. Oh boy, yeah.
Well, it also just doesn't taste good. But let's leave it. I'll leave that alone and let's get to golden medals for a second here, because I don't want to make this too much of a rant. Everyone here knows that I don't like pineapple on pizza. If you ever want to make a fun bet here, because sometimes we'll do that when we're talking about stuff, usually the stakes are, if you're watching for the first time, any bet that I've done, it's like if I lose a bet with a viewer, I have to eat pineapple pizza on screen because I genuinely hate it. But gold here, interestingly enough, another sign of some maybe strength in the market. You had GDX pulling back 3%, leading the ETFs to the downside. Gold down 1.5%, still on trend on the daily, but looking very weak. But I think let's not ignore what happened this week. I get it. Everybody, Circle was big. Everyone's best trade yesterday, or Tesla. So to end the week, not many people were talking about the breakout that's happening in silver the last couple of days. But because we've been talking about the anticipation into it, and if I had Michael here, we'd mention it again. Michael Moss, that is. We'll talk to him maybe next week. Big time breakout on silver on the daily. And yeah, there was a pullback in gold, but was silver still up? I know it traded down at the end of the day, but it still ended up holding higher. And right now looking very good. I actually want to throw up, let's see if we can't throw up a monthly chart here. For SLV, because if you put it up on the monthly chart, I think you get to see a bit more perspective as to why some people are getting excited about this breakout, because you're not even through, like you get this next push past 35 and then it gets very, very spicy. So very strong upward trend, relatively strong even when gold pulled back, and pretty epic on the higher time frame. So this is something we should be watching. Like if you trade the metals, if you trade commodities, then you're pretty hyper aware of this. If you're like a lot of our viewers and you're trading a lot of Mag 7 names and equities or maybe the futures, S&P, like that kind of a thing, maybe you're not paying attention and you can miss out on some opportunity. I think this could get tradable even for us in a little bit. Oh, Tesla news here? Uh-oh.
Yep, so the head of their, I'm just gonna write this in the chat as well, the head of their Optimus robot division, his name is Milan Kovac. He's going to be leaving the company. So he's the chief, I guess, of that division. I want to look more into the interiors of the company to understand how that works. But we know a lot of people say Tesla is not just an EV company. Some people say it's not an EV company at all. It's an AI company. It's a robotics company. Their chief of robotics is leaving the company, or the chief of their Optimus specifically. That could be potentially dicey. We'll have to wait and find out what happens there, but certainly something to keep an eye on. Tesla, apparently, according to Bloomberg, just notched its worst week, Neil, since 2023. So drop some AVWAPs on that. Not joking.
Well, if we had a question today, someone was asking the difference between VWAP and AVWAP when Obi was discussing. It's something we go over a lot, and I can tell you right now, he doesn't like it when we plug his book. Brian Shannon, because he's like entirely too humble of a guy, but like you can always check out his book on Anchored VWAP. Michael Shannon, we're not sponsored, we actually have one on the desk here, but it's not about that.
I am
Brian Shannon. Michael Shannon's an actor. Brian Shannon, but just quickly add to it, it's a very useful indicator that is very popular for day traders and swing traders right now, and it just involves, usually VWAP is anchor. VWAP is something you start intraday, whenever your data starts in the morning. So maybe some people start it at the open, others will start it in the pre-market. But the anchor is you anchor it to a specific event, either like an all-time high would make sense, an earnings move, yesterday's spat with Tesla, it could be a liberation day. Those are important levels, and it just gives you a good average price from a very significant level there. But more news, Adair.
Yeah, sorry about that. So ACHR, someone was asking in the chat, was there news on Archer? I wasn't finding any, other than, of course, that excitement with the drone executive order. But now there is news. ARK Invest, that's Kathy Wood's ARK here, owning a 4.64% stake in Archer. That would be 25.45 million shares. That is also a 20% short float here on ACHR. So, I mean, Archer Aviation, certainly if you had a target with that one, maybe you hit it in the head to the upside. That was supposed to be a terrible archery joke. It didn't work, didn't fly, but we're going to have to wait and see what this one does. I think either way on Monday should be on watch and exciting.
You ever done archery?
I probably did it once. We did like a lot of like camps and stuff at school sometimes, and so we probably did it at camp. I don't think I was particularly good in my hand-eye coordination. I mean, I fall constantly. If you hear a thump, it's probably me falling or dropping my mic. I am like the least coordinated person ever. So, I mean, my hand-eye coordination is But, yeah, I did it like once or twice. What about you?
So the reason I asked, because I always thought it would be cool. I've never done it. I've never done the axe throwing, because you can do the axe throwing stuff. And oddly enough, look, man, there was an office party. I'm trying to remember why I couldn't go. I know I was risk managing on the floor. I know what it was. I was a risk manager on the floor, and there was a back office party, and it was going to like axe throwing and some other stuff that you do there. And they were leaving. It started like before the close. So obviously, like the only person that work, it's like if you work as a risk manager, you got to be there. Obviously, when the market is still open. So I missed that one chance, and I've still never done it. And I would like to do that and maybe some archery, because it sounds like it would be a heck of a lot of fun. How about this though? It's now 4:17. I see Drops Trades has put in the chat there, and I like this. You like the 200, you like RSI, you like VWAP. I'm kind of curious. Like anybody, like throw in the chat. Like I'm very simple when it comes to indicators. I only use moving averages on the daily chart, and I use volume, and I use VWAP. And sometimes I'll have an anchored VWAP or something on a higher time frame that I might be watching on the day. But I'm pretty bland when it comes to indicators. I'm curious, like throw in some indicators that you guys like, just your favorites. Don't give us like a list of 20 or so. 'Cause I'm curious to see what the consensus would be as to what indicators you like. And then on top of that, if there's any symbols you want us to go over out of curiosity, or just questions like, hey, pump it, dump it, is this a good stock or a bad stock? People asked about Reddit earlier. More than happy to do so, because I can opine. We have no earnings or anything like that. And as I see Go Bills, well, you're going to get this answered for sure, because Go Buffalo Bills, we're winning the Super Bowl this year, because we always are. Any thoughts on MDT? So I'm going to move the chat so I can type in I don't want to lose the chat. So when I go over to Medtronic here, I just want to give my thoughts on MDT, which is going to get this is pretty simple. When you pull up a stock for the first time, which I'm doing this on the fly, I didn't know, there are four things I immediately like about the MDT. One, post-earnings support bounce. So clean support at 80, post-earnings. Two, you had this is the 50-period moving average crossing the 200 to the downside, which gives you the death cross, which I think is not the greatest symbol in the world, and anybody that shorts a death cross would be getting out on a retake of possibly the 200-period moving average. That's another thing to like about it. Three, it's in a distinct upward trend. And then the fourth thing, which I think is pretty cool about this entire move, and maybe even actually, it might be the best part of it, to be honest with you. It's the simple fact that in all of the chaos of yesterday, like I'm looking at the previous day candle, and maybe I'll put this to a 15-minute chart so we can see yesterday. Remember all the chaos that we had yesterday? Market was falling, all that kind of stuff was happening because of Elon and Trump. Do you see anything bad happening to Medtronic yesterday at the close?
No.
No. The last part about what makes that kind of bullish, now, look, I don't know much fundamentally here, and I think if you're going to start swinging it, you probably are already in, and now you're waiting for a retake of the 200-period moving average or a cleaner entry point. But it was also relatively strong when things were selling in the afternoon yesterday. It just didn't react. That means when things go bad, things are not going bad necessarily over here. So yeah, like a lot of times you're just doing this on the fly, you look at enough charts, but that looks pretty constructive to me for multiple reasons, that chart. And there's room. So even if you were to close above the 200-period moving average, grab a new swing long, breaking out here at like 88 something, and giving it back into like the 50 period, like you've got room to the high. Right, so risk to reward looks good even if you're trying to get into it next week. But I would venture to say that most people, if you're trading it after earnings, I mean, you'd be taking the long off the 80 support. So my guess is people usually ask that when they're already in the money on it. So I think you got a good one.
There's a question here that I want to talk about. I've actually done a little bit of research quickly here. Jake Robert Snake, and I really like this question. It's multi-layered, and I'm excited to get into it. IBKR splitting next week. Any opinions on buying stocks before the split for swing or the long term? Good or bad idea? So I just did really quickly a look at some stocks, pretty well-known stocks that have split recently. And here's the thing, Jake Robert Snake, it seems to have to do more with the stock and how it's performing and sentiment, etc., than the fact that it split. So here's IBKR. Quite frankly, and Neil, I don't know if you agree with me here. This is honestly, I don't think this is a bad look at all. We're not at all-time highs, but they're not too far away. This is a beautiful little uptrend here. And it looks like we're kind of trying to break out here that 213 level. I don't dislike this chart right now, to be truthful. The technicals on IBKR, it's not bad.
It's pretty strong.
I think it's pretty strong. So then I'm going to look at some stocks that split recently. I apologize. I need to clean up my AVWAPs on this. This is MSTR. MSTR split all the way back here. And obviously they have
clean those up. Looks like a lot of those are pretty good levels historically.
That's fair, right? Like I think some of the levels are pretty good. I need to, but you know, we want to check our charts. But either way, like this bounced all the way where we split here. We were around like 100 when we split. Of course, that's the split adjusted. Right now, we're trading near 400. So clearly, that was a great look. Broadcom also split here a little bit below all-time highs at the time. It split right around here, around that 164 level. Today, we dropped on earnings, and we're still around 246. But there's also sometimes where it cannot go well. Here is CMG. Let's talk about CMG. CMG here split, when it was split adjusted here, we were around $65, $66. We have not made a new high since the split. And right now we're trading around like 52. So Neil, I guess what I'm trying to say here, and what I'm trying to say as well, Jake Robert Snake, I don't think it has to do with the fact that the stock split. I think the split is maybe a small part of the story, but the technical levels of the stock, the sentiment around the stock, the sector of the stock, I would say that matters more. I think that reflects that.
100% agree. Splits don't actually mean anything, although they can mean something to options traders, making it cheaper when you get assigned. So that in and itself can get more retail interest and maybe make it more bullish, but in themselves, the only splits that tend to have an automatic response for me is reverse splits. Like if you're asking me, what do I think about a reverse split? I'm like shorted. If you just short it every time, usually that's pretty good. But the other way, you know, stock splits, I don't know. There's two good ones in here. I'm going to get to both of them. One of them is Stevenson. 100% I'm going to get to your question because I think it's an important one, Stevenson ETN. And then Urban Trader, you've been asking about EYEN, and I was about to type something in there, but I'll go over it, then I'm going to answer your question, Stevenson. So thoughts on EYEN? Look, I used to trade penny stocks. When I started as a day trader, the first money I made and all my first paychecks for the first little while, at least probably the first year, I would say, the majority of that came trading penny stocks. So I'm not averse to, I used to trade them, and some of the first things I took shots in my personal account swinging was in these types of plays, but I would almost never engage in the chasing at this particular point. So this is a daily chart here, and obviously it tells you a pretty particular story, right? That this is not something that's done well for you if you've been holding. However, but there have been very good trends if you catch some breaks at the bottom. Now, clearly it just started one after reporting earnings. Here's the thing. Anytime I was making this play, there's no, I'm never getting in here because the play is report, pull back, hold the highs, take the, you're getting in one of these days maybe, you're like this day at 160, or getting it when it breaks 2. But chasing it up here, that's just a no-go because I always understand that, generally speaking, I don't want to be the exit liquidity for the people that had it early, never really knowing when it's going to do that cascade back in, and when it happens, it tends to be fast. So hopefully that answers your question. It's one of those, if you're already in it, great, but come on, it reported, consolidated, then went, and it gave you a more than double up. Chasing that is never my cup of tea on these small caps, because I think it just usually gets you into trouble. Now, Stevenson's question, how do you build the discipline to not give back all your gains after a winning streak? I just got out of an 18-day winning streak, congratulations, and the losers are coming in heavy. Now, there's a few reasons why this can happen. One of them, which is an obvious one, would be after a winning streak, you decide to scale up, right? So you scale up because things have been going well, and reversion to the mean, a couple of bad days come in, but because you've just scaled up, they really eat into your losses more heavily. If that's the reason, but the fundamentals of your setup and what you're trading have not changed too much, the market environment hasn't changed too much, all that kind of good stuff, then you kind of have to stay the course because that's why you level up in the first place. However, if something distinct has changed, like maybe you went from trading a bunch of small caps to large caps, or maybe the volumes are vastly different, you've been trading different styles of setups. If something fundamental has changed, well, you got to back off. Because what might have been working for that 18 days in a row, now something different is happening. Like maybe you went from trading a bunch of big cap tech stocks to, earnings season names, kind of one-off ad hoc trades. If that's the reason, then you've got to recognize, hey, I'm doing something a little bit different, and separate your strategies. This all comes from understanding to not compare apples to oranges and just look at if you just only look at what your P&L is on the day, then you're not doing yourself a service. Understand what is the trade and decision I'm making here, rate it against other trades of that particular setup or other trades maybe in that sector so that you have an idea of what is working for you and not. How are my mean reversions doing? How are my buy the dip off pre-market lows doing? And then when you start to understand that from a granular aspect, you can know what's the reason why things have changed for me. And if you don't have that, it's really difficult to dissect it. The easy answer would just be to tell you, I could have just sat here and said, hey man, if you started a losing streak after winning 18 days in a row, drop your shares or some nonsense. But I think it's a little bit more complicated than that for us traders, especially if you're a day trader. You need to know the different things that you have in your setups. All of us do it and have an idea of what works best for us. Like right now, really, really patient mean reversions are great.
Oh, yeah.
I think all day long trend breaks have been fantastic. All day long flat bottom breaks in this market have been fantastic. So I've been leaning on those, and those are all my best trades recently. So I want to make sure we don't miss them. Like the things like that's why I was mad at Robinhood today. I'm not mad at Robinhood. I'm just mad at myself on Robinhood today. Because let me just get the 3-minute chart up here. Because one thing that I know is that in this market, these types of trend breaks have been gold. all, like pretty much from the bottom all day long trend break on Robinhood. Like, come on, like that's perfect. That flat bottom break on Tesla at 290, like that's exactly what you're looking for. So you just kind of know what works for you for sure. Stevenson saying same strategy, same time, same trade every day, but you find yourself taking trades that are, not part of your plans.
That's hard, yeah.
Okay, so that's, you know what? I break plans all the time. And everybody does it because we're all human. Like, especially sometimes when you're doing the show, it's like the pressure to be in a trade when you want to be patient, but you got to just be able to do it. Like this afternoon, we didn't really do much. What did I take today? I took the flat bottom break on Tesla. I took Broadcom in the afternoon. That was it. And both of them were just breakdowns. So you got to wait for them.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what it is. You got to sit on your hands and wait for that perfect setup, and there's nothing more to it.
Well, I want to say too, really quickly, and we're running out of time with that, one thing as well is maybe it's not even part of your plan, but it is a part of your playbook and does it set up. So Apple today, I mean, you guys know I trade spready tickers. Apple was not on my radar, but Apple had this random push into VWAP. It was on my mind, and that was like by far my best stock of the day, my best trade of the day. And that's because, sure, like it was not necessarily something that was on my plan today by any means, but the trade was playbook, the setup was playbook, and it was a simple execution. I did everything appropriately. I got it where I needed to. So sometimes like things can become part of your plan, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either. I think one thing too, with regards to what Steven says, that I'm not sure exactly what the issue is with taking trades that aren't part of your plan, because we don't know what anybody's plan is, but I know for myself, something I did this week that I want to correct is if I like a certain direction on a stock, and then I'm like, oh, well, that didn't set up, maybe I'll try to take this if I think it's going to go this way, and then like just make sure you're waiting to find out what direction you want. And there could be a time where you think something's going to go one way, you're wrong, and you flip. There's a difference between flipping and dawdling.
Yes.
And I think understanding that is huge. I'm going to be working on that this weekend. I can tell you that for free. Already kind of been working on that today. But before we go, I want to also mention ELF. Someone in the chat mentioned ELF. Going forward, there's a beautiful, so this is a double top at 220. That is very clear. I would say 220 hard resistance on ELF. But this is the weekly chart, Neil. Look at how we broke out of this downtrend on earnings. The daily looks exactly the same. ELF could try to push up out of the shelf here. And in that case, I would look for this, I guess, the next area of resistance from the downtrend on the weekly, that be 145. Someone mentioned LTBR as well in the chat a couple times. This is the weekly chart. I mean, it's hard with these small caps. This isn't like nuclear fuel technology, so you automatically have volatility. It looks like a typical small cap chart, but I do like that this weekly is higher highs, higher lows. And that's my quick stock rundown with Adara.
That's a great look. And actually, that ELF into that 140 area, or 120, it could break 120, taking you to that for another opportunity.
It looks crazy good.
That looks fantastic. But what everyone can do is show their appreciation for that analysis by thanking Adara for giving it when we do the roll call right about now, everybody, to end the week. So that's what it's all about. If you don't know what roll call is, then hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody, so you can be in the chat and you can throw down some love to Ramin on the 1s and 2s, and Fabian and Andre and our team, to the Midday Boys, the Bash Brothers, Joey Options, and Sharif. Give some love to my man Sean, who I know is kicking butt G is kicking butt, and he's kicking butt supporting Gia, his daughter. He'll be back on Monday. Give some love to Obi for filling in. Give some love to Brendo, who's actually going to be off all of next week, so for sure do that. It's going to be Sharif and Adara on the desk. And of course, like I said, give some love to Adara and give some love to yourselves, everybody. And let's get some roll call action.
Yeah, shout out to Brendan, shout out to Sharif, shout out to Joe, shout out to Neil, shout out to Sean, shout out to Obi for killing it today. Oh boy, we have Ramin, we have Fabian, we have Andre, and we have this chat, Dinkelberg, William Knight, DUS Tamara, Michelle Muir, Michael P. Dryder, live with David, Viper Trader. We've got Neil, we've got Ahmad, Kassam, Robert Leo, Tia, Anna Trader. We've got Soundar, Desi, Avia, Harry Lou, Ronaldo, JRBRB, Mr. Thumbs Up, Jake Robert, Snake, Derek Roberts, Christopher Jones, Daniel R, Paul Zilla, The Piper, Currency, Brian Met, Christopher Jones. We've got Wall Street Only, Krista, Tyler Reverse, Bright Awakening, Tom Decker's Indecisive Candle, Turkish, Desi Junction. We've got Christopher Jones again here, Trade to Thrive, Stevenson, Etienne, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Figs Pastries, and Adobe. I'm going to end with that one. I apologize if I butchered your name. Adobe's actually reporting next week, so I thought that would be a nice one to end on. Check that out on X at TTV Research. I have a whole weekly calendar. And I also have a calendar for Monday because I do that for you guys.
Oh boy. And thank you, Mr. Westermeyer. I saw that you gifted me 42 points in the chat,
nice.
knowing full well that 42 is my favorite number. Appreciate you, brother. Have a fantastic weekend. But you know what the best part about all of this is? I say it every single time. Yeah, we get the weekend to get to go home remain,
He
which
was
you
so
just said.
excited.
But we also get to do this all again Monday morning. The market is volatile, it is fun, and Trader TV Live is here for you, 8:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. We'll see you in a bit.
See you guys.